Prohibition Place, Lawrence?
Crazy plan?
Our crazy plan.
Linda mentioned something to me about it. It's from the city manager's office. Is this on?
Members of the Toronto and East York Community Council could please take their seats and we can get underway. Thank you very much. First, I'd just like to remind folks that we're meeting on the traditional territories of the Mississaugas of the New Credit and other First Nations who lived here as stewards before us. So let's do our best to continue that good work. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, could I have a confirmation of the minutes from our May 10th meeting? Councillor Fletcher. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. We have a number of items today, and a lot of them came in the last 24 hours. So kudos to our clerk staff for maintaining their composure in this time. We're going to start on item 58. Is that right?
Yep.
On item 58, which is page 120 of the Goldenrod sheets. And that's TE 17.58, appointment of business improvement area boards of management. Wards 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22. Councillor Cressy, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 17.59, proposed official naming of Block 31 Community Centre to Canoe Landing Community Centre, Ward 20. Councillor Cressy.
I'm going to have to hold that for a moment. Parks, Forestry, and Recreation are working on an amendment on their side.
All right, we'll hold that. TE 17.60, renaming of William Hancock's Parkette to Upper Beach Gardens Park, Ward 32, Councillor McMahon. What did William Hancock do? Councillor McMahon on item 17.60, the renaming of William Hancock Parkette to Upper Beach Garden Park.
Sorry, good morning, everyone. I'm going to defer that because we are now talking about a different name. So I'm going to defer that.
Thank you very much. Till when?
Yeah, well, indefinitely till we sort it out. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay,
All
thank
those
you.
in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.61, tree protection policies as they relate to tree removal applications and development applications. I forgot this was on there. Is someone going to hold that down for questions?
Yeah, actually, this is what I'd asked for, Mr. Chair, and I would just like to receive a report. It says presentation, whatever the presentation is, to have it for our councillors, and then if we have issues, to bring that back the next, double up on this one. It's be this meeting, and then maybe in September to go a little more deeply into it, so.
So we don't have a report. We would have to
Well,
make.
there is a presentation, so
Yeah.
whatever that presentation is, I'd like to have it on paper, and be distributed to councillors. Now, do I have it? What? No,
Where's
I want the
Arthur?
presentation today, actually. Whatever's
Arthur go?
written
There's
out,
Arthur.
I want today, and then we can discuss that item.
So just hold
Yes, I'm just
Okay,
really
let's hold it
clear.
down.
Here it is here. It's coming now. Thank you very much. I'm holding that then.
Okay.
Chair, thanks.
TE 17.62, preliminary report, exhibition place official plan amendment application. Are there any members of the public to speak to this item? I'm going to hold this down until the first item after lunch. We'll have this ready to be dealt with. It is not. TE 17.63, preliminary report 219 to 231 Dundas Street East zoning bylaw amendment application. Ward 27, Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move an amendment to the staff recommendations. And you can see that placed on the screen in front of you. It's a standard clause that we now put in to ensure that we are able to provide childcare or any type of accommodations for people with disabilities, and of course light refreshments, because we're asking the public to come out during supper time and people are low on blood sugars. Nothing fancy, but just juice and cookies, and to ensure that we have an expanded notification area.
All those in favor of the motion and the item? All those opposed? That carries. Healthy snacks. Can you put in healthy snacks? TE 17.62, 64, sorry. Status report, Bathurst Bloor Four Corners study official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application. Are there speakers to the item? Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this item? There are not. Councillor Cressy.
I will move the item as is, with great thanks to our staff for over a year of hard work. We're going to be back in September, and in the meantime, working with our residents and Councillor Layton to get it absolutely perfect.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.65, status report, city-initiated official plan amendment for Gooderham and Ward special identity area, Triangle lands and portions of the West Don lands. Is that something new?
I don't know. It's a
Special
character-
policy area, we've got a character area, we have a special identity
Special
area.
identity area.
What's planning doing over there?
There's no microphones.
Oh, there's no microphones over there. Thank you very much. Councillor this is one of Councillor McConnell's items.
Everybody knows.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yes, I spoke with Councillor McConnell this morning. As you know, she has pneumonia, so she's not to move. Who does? Councillor McConnell, apparently from the air conditioning at the hotel. Very sick. 2 people got quite sick. So on this one, staff recommendations, but with the motion for expanded notifications. I haven't added snacks in there. I won't yet, but
All those in favor of the amendment and the motion? All those opposed? That carries. Welcome back. Item TE 17.66, the assumption of services for Don Mount Court subdivision, registered plan 66M2441, Ward 30. Councillor Fletcher, what are we doing with our friends on Don Mount Court subdivision?
oh yeah, that one's coming when, I'll hold that for a minute. These are supposed to come together, the funding, the plan, the assumption. Somehow, I thought they were, so I was a little surprised to see that here. So I'll have to be speaking with Mr. Twaddle.
All right then. TE 17, I wouldn't want to be in his shoes at this moment. TE 17.67, accessible loading zone, Ruskin Avenue, Ward 18, Councillor Bailao.
Move staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.68, accessible loading zones, Argyle Street, Ward 19. I'll move the staff recommendations to approve an on-street accessible loading zone. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.70, construction staging area 135. Sorry, did I miss one there? TE 17.69, construction staging area 836 to 850 Yonge Street, Ward 27, Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move an amendment, which the clerks will put on the screen. Oh, it's already. Okay. In that case, I'll just move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.70, construction staging area 135 Yorkville Avenue, Ward 27, Councillor Wong Tam.
I'm going to hold that down,
Okay.
but we can come back to it fairly shortly.
All right. TE 17.71, construction staging area 12 Bonnycastle Street, Ward 28, Councillor McConnell. On behalf of Councillor McConnell, Councillor Fletcher.
I'd like to move the staff recommendations.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.72, installation removal of on-street accessible parking spaces, May 2016, non-delegated. Ward 19, I'll move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.73, installation removal of on-street accessible parking spaces, May 2016, delegated. Wards 14, 18, and 32. Councillor Perks, would you do the honors?
I'll move approval.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.74, road alterations, Dumnat Street East and River Street, non-delegated, Ward 28, on behalf of the Councillor McConnell.
Moving the staff recs.
Councillor Fletcher will move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.75, road alterations, Bayview Avenue and Rosedale Valley Road, Wards 27 and 28. Councillor Wong Tam.
I need to hold that down, please.
All right.
Thank you.
75. TE 17.76, temporary adjustment to parking regulations for 2016 Canadian National Exhibition, Ward 14, Councillor Parks.
Move approval.
Yeah. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.77, temporary adjustment to traffic parking regulations for 2016 Canadian National Exhibition, Ward 14.
Move approval.
Councillor Perks. On the approval, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.78, parking amendments, Coolmine Road, Ward 18, Councillor Bailao.
So receive recommendations.
On a motion to receive, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.79, parking amendments, East Liberty Street, Ward 19. That's me. All those in favor of the staff, I'll move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That, we're slowly taking away parking on East Liberty. It's a tight street. We're moving about 4 parking spots at a time. It's roadway creep. Hopefully, residents want it, businesses want the parking, residents want it gone. We're slowly making our way down the street. TE 17.80, parking amendments, Leonard Avenue, Ward 20, Councillor Cressy.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.81, parking amendments, Hillsdale Avenue East, Ward 22, Councillor Matlow.
I move to approve the recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.82, parking amendment, Brethnelly Avenue, Ward 22. Councillor Matlow.
We are still working on an amendment, so I'm going to hold that for the moment.
All right. TE 82. TE 17.83, parking amendments, Rosehill Avenue, Ward 22. Councillor Matlow.
I move to approve.
On the motion to approve, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.84, parking amendments, Kingston Road, Councillor McMahon.
I believe there's a deputant on this.
Oh. Is there? Then we will hold that down. Is the deputant here for this item? And it'll be my apologies, sir. That gets held down to the end of the agenda. So hopefully we'll have time in the morning period to hear an additional deputation. But given the number of speakers on some of the larger planning items, it's unlikely. So I'd suggest that if you can discuss with about the outcome with the local councillor, that may save you a bit of time today. TE 17.85, traffic and parking amendments, Richmond Street and Adelaide Street, Ward 20, Councillor Cressy.
I'm just going to hold that briefly. I'm waiting on an amendment related to the cycle track from cycling infrastructure staff.
Okay. TE 17.86, short-term parking, 50 Woodmount Avenue, Ward 31.
I'll move adoption.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.82, student pickup drop-off, Glen Manor Drive, Ward 32, Councillor McMahon.
And I move staff recommendations. Thank you.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.88, turn prohibition, 297 College Street, Ward 20, Councillor Cressy.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That item carries. TE 17.89, always stop controlled Indian Road and Indian Road Crescent, Ward 14, Gord Parks.
I'll move approval.
All those in
Counselor Perks to you.
Councillor Perks. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.90, traffic control signal Dupont and Palmerston Avenue, Ward 20, Councillor Cressy.
I have 2 minutes of questions for staff, so do you want me to hold that down or ask those now?
Nope, we'll hold it down until the end. 90. TE 17.91, traffic regulations Hannah Avenue, Ward 19. I will move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.92, traffic regulations Alexander Park Neighborhood, Ward 20, Councillor Cressy.
I'll move the staff recommendations and note that this is one of 2 new roads coming into Alexander Park as we open up the revitalized community.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.93, permanent closure of below-grade portion of Soho Street Boulevard abutting the east limit of 302 Queen Street West, Ward 20. Councillor Cressy.
I'll move staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.94, speed hump pole resorts Ward Street, Ward 18, Councillor Bailao.
Thank you. Move alternate recommendations.
On the alternate recommendations, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.95, speed hump pole resorts Westwood Avenue, Ward 29, Councillor Fragadakis.
I'll be moving the alternate recommendations.
All those in favor on the alternate recommendations, all those opposed, that carries. TE 17.96, speed hump pole results Devon Road, Ward 32, Councillor McMahon.
And I will do the same as my wonderful colleagues and move alternate recommendations.
On the alternate recommendations, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 17.97, traffic calming Albany Avenue, Ward 20, Councillor Cressy.
Considering that you grew up on that street, that was well pronounced.
And you live on that street.
Not near this portion. I'm going to move the alternate recommendations.
All those in favor of the alternate recommendations, all those opposed, that carries. TE 17.98, traffic calming and one-way operation Dalton Road, Ward 20, Councillor Cressy.
I'm going to defer this item indefinitely to allow us time to work with the neighborhood.
All those in favor of the indefinite deferral, all those opposed, that carries. TE 17.99, traffic calming Acacia Road, Ward 22, Councillor Matlow.
Pronounced that well, too. You're on a roll.
Thank you very much. I lived in Ward 22 for some time as well, so
I knew there's something I liked about you. I move the alternate recommendations.
on the alternate recommendations, all those in favor? Opposed? That item carries. TE 17.100, traffic calming Raymer Avenue, Ward 22. Close enough.
Pretty good. I move the alternate recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.101, traffic calming Walmsley Boulevard. They're just getting wonkier and wonkier here. Councillor Matlow.
That's a good English.
I move the alternate recommendation.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.102, extension of overnight on-street parking hours, Portland Street, Ward 20. Councillor Cressy.
I'll move staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.103, York University Interim Streetscape Plan, Ward 20 and 28. Councillor Cressy.
I will move staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 104, TE 17.104. Do we have a speaker to the item? Nope. There's a confidential attachment to this item. Councillor Cressy.
Going to move staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. No. No. TE 17.105, reopening of item TE 15.63, extension of existing no parking prohibition number 5 and number 7, Strathern Road. Councillor Mihevc. On the reopening, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Councillor Mihevc.
Move this staff recommendations. Thanks for including me in this meeting.
Is this your only item?
No, I actually have.
You better stick around. I'm going to hold one of your items till the end. All those in favor?
That's a good idea.
Opposed? That carries. It's a good idea. TE 17.106, westbound stop control, Yorkville Avenue and Bel Air Street, Ward 27, Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, I'd like to move the recommendations in the letter, and also just a quick note that during a construction process, a temporary stop sign was installed and then subsequently removed, and we realized through that process it's actually better to have a permanent stop sign. It made everything at that intersection much safer. So this particular request is just to formalize a permanent stop sign.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.107, parking on Hampton Avenue Boulevard between Garnock Avenue and Wolvery Avenue, Ward 30, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much. No, I'd like to move approval, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.108, coordinating new entrance to Jimmy Simpson Park with pedestrian safety improvements, Ward 30, Councillor Fletcher.
That's a request, and I'd like to move that forward to staff, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.109, traffic calming bump out on Morse Street, Ward 30, Councillor Fletcher.
I'd also like to move that recommendation and just say, Mr. Chair, for 108 and 109, that one of the things I'm working to accomplish is getting people across the street safely into a park. So when we do a lot of park design, we don't necessarily think of people getting into the park. And this is the third now one that I've had here in order to try to accomplish that. And I've been told I can't go to parks. I have to do that through transportation and ask them to meet with parks to look at pedestrian safety moving into a park. So those are accomplishing that, Mr. Chair.
All right, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 110 will hold down as the party clause. And then we probably, do we need a motion to introduce the remaining items? Motion to introduce items 111 to...
Councillor Cressy. It's on the pink. Yeah, sorry.
Sure.
Oop.
Pink, under there.
So we need to introduce items 111 to 120. Can I have a motion? Councillor Matlow, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Councillor Matlow. We just introduced the new business. 111 to 120 in the pink package. All right, we will go. Have they been circulated?
We have the pink package plus the extras. There's
Motions from Councillor McConnell here.
We've got the 120.
and in the pink package, there should be 18, 19, and 20.
Okay, we've got up to 120, so we should be good.
They're all in.
Moving back to item number 1 in the agenda,
You have these in?
our 10 o'clock timed items. TE 17.1, naming of proposed private lane at 11 Peel Avenue, Ward 18, Councillor Bailao. Good timing.
I have a motion.
We're at number 1.
Okay, now we're at number one.
Bailao has a motion?
God.
Yeah.
Yeah. We seem to have a lot of people for that.
Perhaps if anyone has to discuss stuff with clerks, let's wait until we've got some of the larger items up.
Okay, okay. It's just FYI later. I'll do it later.
Okay.
Nice, Diana. You look nice. Thank you.
All right. Everyone has the motion in front of them. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. TE 17.2, naming of public lanes south of Bloor Street West extending westerly from Clinton Street, Ward 19. This is to approve the name Laundry Lane for a public lane located on the south side of Bloor, west of Clinton. There was an old laundry factory, or laundry mat, that did large-scale laundry work in the neighborhood. And so just recognizing that. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.3, naming of a public lane south of Hepburn Street extending easterly from Delaware Avenue, Ward 19. Approve the name Billy Bryan's Lane for the public lane south of Hepburn to Delaware. All those, and Billy Bryan's a beloved musician in our city, and this is in the area around Long and McQuaid. You'll probably see some other musical names coming soon. All those in favor? Opposed? That item carries. TE 17.4, naming of public laneway located north of Queen Street West, extending westerly from Manning, Ward 19. All those in favor, I'll move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.5. There are speakers to this item. I'm going to go through some of the other items to try to clear the room of people who may not be wishing to speak, but we'll come right back to that one. TE 17.6, final report 49 to 51 Camden Street zoning amendment application, Ward 20. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Is that a hand that went up? Nope. It's like an auction, so if we call your name, you're on the hook for 5 minutes of our time. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item? No. No questions of staff. Councillor Cressy, or to speak, Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, and I'll take a few minutes on this one. First of all, I'll be moving staff recommendations in the report. We've gone through a very long process as part of this final report, leading us here to today. Our residents, we've had multiple public meetings, including pre-application meetings, and a subcommittee of the local Garment District Neighborhood Association that formed in part to work on this application, and they're now a superb local association. And as well, the applicant, many of whom are here today, who not only participated in multiple public meetings and meetings with staff, but also in our subcommittee working group on it. Our staff in King Spadina, where this is located, I often joke that I'm contributing to the increasing divorce rate amongst city staff in the City of Toronto because they're out at public meetings with me every night. I can see in the back of the room staff from across departments who've been involved in this file, and they've been superb and tremendous in King Spadina. This is in the west precinct of King Spadina. It's an area that I have to say we have effectively managed growth and change to retain the historical character and to ensure that in the west precinct that the mid-rise character is appropriate. One of the things we know in King Spadina is that as we grow, we need to do so in a way that's livable. There's going to be a community center right across the street from this site, along with a youth shelter and a park enhancement. We know that we need to conserve our heritage. We have an HCD coming in King Spadina, but we also know that separate from livable and heritage protection, we want to ensure that it's not just residential, that we have employment uses and cultural uses maintained in King Spadina. This project here in front of us helps on that. It's a boutique hotel. It's not perfect. I don't want to say that it is, but it's pretty damn close. It's a boutique hotel that's going to bring 190 jobs into the neighborhood, and we've worked with the neighborhood on critical changes that are reflected in here around noise, traffic, important work on the laneway. We're creating a loading management plan, which we haven't done before, as well as increased separation distances. The height is not perfect, but it is acceptable to staff, and thus it's acceptable to me. And with that, I want to thank our staff for all their hard work and our residents, and I'm happy to move staff recommendations.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cressy, on the staff recommendations, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 17.7, final report 297 College Street zoning amendment, Ward 20. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this item? 297 College Street. Nope, seeing none. Yes, Councillor Wong-Tam?
I think there was some correspondence that came in from a particular constituent. I'm sorry that we didn't have a conversation about this before, Councillor Cressy, but if I can just hold this down and we can have a conversation, then we'll bring it back right up. Okay, thank you.
Okay, number 7 is held. TE 17.8, final report, 81 to 87 Peter Street zoning amendment application. Check if there's, nope, no speakers. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Nope, seeing none. Councillor Cressy.
I'll move staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.9, final report 125 and 155 Queens Quay East, application to remove the holding symbol from the zoning bylaw, Ward 28. Councillor Fletcher, do you have something on for Councillor McConnell on 17.9?
17.9, yes, I really do. I do. Oh, it's over here on the other page. Approve staff
To
recommendation.
approve staff recommendations, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 17.10 and 11 have a number of speakers.
Yes, they do.
Both the same. And then 12 and 13 and 14 all have speakers. So let's go back to 12.5. Okay, let's just get organized here quick. So 17.5 is the final report, 35 Wabash Avenue zoning amendment application. We have some speakers. Michael Kerowick. Michael, you here? Oh, hello. For those of you who haven't been through this before, you'll have 5 minutes. There's a clock to my right that'll display the time, and then there's an opportunity for the committee to ask the deputant questions, and we'll go from there. I'll give you a little warning if you're starting to get close to your 5 minutes. Hi.
Hi.
Who are they? Are they the applicant? Gord. All set here. Perfect. Go right ahead.
Good morning. My name is Michael Karowich. I'm a resident on Wright Avenue. I'm also a professional urban designer of 28 years in both the public and private sector. Currently, I'm a senior urban designer with the City of Mississauga. I'm here on behalf of one of many of the neighborhood group that wants to talk about the impact that this development has on our stable neighborhood in terms of overlook and loss of privacy. I won't go through this in detail because I think we all know the process. It was a year-and-a-half process that involved workshops with the councillor, but at the end of it, we feel frustrated and unhappy with the solutions because they did not go far enough to address our concerns. I'll talk very briefly about the development context. The subject lands are surrounded by 2.5-story, 100-year-old housing stock with rezoning thrown in there at the same kind of density and look. It's also got 2 parks or parklands surrounding it. Our stable neighborhood, being Ronsonsville's, is best identified as rows of Victorian 100-year-old townhouses with mature landscape and street trees, as well as on-street parking. but it also has about 90% of the block structure with a laneway system. The best part of that is that the buildings are set back and don't create privacy or overlook problems, which is typical in our neighborhood. I did this photorealistic image of my own backyard to demonstrate a point. This is taken about 18 meters at the edge of my amenity space towards the subject lands, and here you can see blue skies. This is the impact it has on me. I'm not alone. There's another 6, 7 properties that experience the same. Along Luka'au, which is a development on the east side of the subject lands, it's a similar condition, but it's a 13.5 meter image to their property line. In the background, you see a 2-story brick industrial building, which is not an issue because it's 47.5 meters away from where I'm standing. This is an issue. There is a real sense of loss of privacy and the overlook from the apartments. Just to step back and talk about the technique, just for a couple of seconds, what I did was take a picture with a 52 millimeter lens camera, which is roughly not that distorted, at 24 meters from that building line, building face. I'm actually standing on private property to do this. Then I took the applicant's rendering of the front elevation, cropped it at both ends so it matched up with what we would experience in the back of the Wright Avenue properties. Then I overlaid it on the Howard Park elevation to line up the heights and the building levels, so it was pretty well in scale at 24 meters out. Then I popped it in. So it's quite real to us. There are lots of examples of front-facing units facing streets, but it's the public realm. That's where you expect such articulation of elevations facing the public realm, not the private amenity rear end. This is a narrower right-of-way. The closer you get, 19 meters, the more impact it provides on your backyard experience. Why are we here? There are guidelines in place that request that a 45-degree angular plane be provided from the back property line, and the built form is tucked within whenever it's adjacent neighborhood properties. We were told that it was just by staff, that it was not appropriate because of building type, because of context, and zoning. This one, sorry, that's getting ahead of it. This one is from the new townhouse and apartment guidelines, saying the same thing, only they include apartments as part of the building type. This is what they're applying for. And we are considered to be a designated neighborhood where we live in Ronsonsville.
Sir, I'm going to have to get you to sum up in a statement.
Okay, well, there are tons of examples like your mid-rise guidelines that demonstrate the same thing. There's examples of it that are good. There are solutions that were not even considered, such as imposing angular planes that make it more palatable by just trimming off the pieces of the built form. There are ways of dealing with it, such as blank walls against rear.
Sir, I'm sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to cut you off there. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Francis Sims. Hello there, sir. I'll start your time.
Okay. I
5.
shouldn't take 5 minutes. My name is Francis. I'm a resident on Wright Avenue, directly impacted by this property development. I'm also a professional engineer and have worked in the engineering trade for some time. I, like Michael, participated with Gordon and others in the working groups and the community consultations. And first and foremost, I approve having a development in that place. But what we feel is that there's not been reasonable accommodation for the people living adjacent to that structure. And I'm going to talk about the things that are passionate to me. There's really two issues. One is the build form. You know, the structure is going to directly impact our use of our outdoor amenity space. There's going to be shadowing issues. There's going to be sky view issues. There's going to be privacy issues. We had proposed maybe doing some sort of tiering structure or some sort of change in the form of the building. That has not been accommodated. And the second issue for me is privacy. I have a 13-year-old daughter who's on the 3rd floor of my house, and with this structure with four stories with windows that are, you know, currently 46% of the size of the building. Maybe they will be reduced, although that's not part of the plan as I understand it yet. It's a lot of window space. It's a lot of light that'll be coming out in the evenings from that structure, and it'll be directly impacting our use of our space, both inside and outside of the property, right? And so my request here is that, you know, the developer comes back to the community and continues the negotiation over the summer, where we all have time to sit down and talk about it and come to some sort of reasonable accommodation that works for the community, works for the neighborhood, and works for the developer. Okay?
It's wonderful. Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Thank you, sir. The next deputant is, sorry, I just grabbed that, is Jagoda Malowski. And my apologies on the pronunciation.
Good morning. My name is Jagoda Malowski, and I'm a resident of Lukow Terrace.
If you could, my apologies, I haven't started your time. Just take a seat, because then the microphone will pick you up, because it is broadcasting.
Testing. Okay, good.
Perfect.
Again, good morning. My name is Jagoda Malowski, and I'm a resident of Lukow Terrace, and my property backs onto the proposed building of 35 Wabash. I've lived on Lukow for 16 years. I'm an original owner, and I would like to speak to the residents' concern, which is quality of life and privacy. It has been shown, and it has been already mentioned, we are 2.5-story single-family homes. We are residents that come from a day's work of lots of traffic and enjoy our backyards and second-floor decks. We do not have front porches. We do have not much property out front. We have 5 steps that lead to the front entrance of our homes. Our backyards are our living spaces, and therefore that's where we spend our time. Our enjoyment is our backyards and the sky openness and the privacy to barbecue, garden, play with our kids and dogs, grow vegetables, and entertain. The space is our living space, and we share with our families, the environment, and the neighborhoods in a harmonious way. We want to ensure good living conditions for existing homeowners and respect for their private open spaces that provides sunlight, sky, cloud view, and natural openness and a comfortable state of living. We feel that the proposed building will overshadow, overhang into our properties, into our bedrooms, into our decks, and this is a front-faced building overlooking a backyard building, thus it's going to create a cell block environment. We're asking for a build form review based on the quality of life and livability of the community. My residents will be facing 6 condominium units facing into my home. Please consider the views and the proposal of this building. We're asking for minimizing the negative impact of overlook on Wright and Lukow. Residents are in favor of building and beautifying the adjacent properties in our community, as per Michael's views. We are seeing a building encroaching with 60 windows, balconies, and rooftops, overlooking day in and day out into our living spaces, bedrooms, and yards. There will be nowhere to go. With so many units, windows facing into our properties, our private decks, yards will no longer exist and be enjoyed. We feel this is not a harmonious fit, nor compatible with the existing adjacent 2.5-story homes due to scale, placement, setbacks, and visual relationship, which negatively impact the quality of living in Lukow and Wright Avenue residents. This is a reality that we are asking you to address, review, and consider with instructing planning on moving forward, as our workshop yield goodwill, neighborhood participation, community meetings, and workshops, but not much more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. The next is Irene Efston. Morning, Irene.
Morning.
I will start your time when you are comfortable.
I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to come in today.
Again, my apologies. If you could just sit down because so that we can pick you up on the broadcast. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. However, I don't see any of you paying attention to anything that my neighbors have been saying. Our neighbor put up excuse me, can you all get off your phones and pay attention to what we are saying here now? This is very important to our community. We had a presentation that took a lot of time, and none of you turned around to look at it. We are impassioned. This is a neighborhood that makes sense to preserve and protect. That's why you are here, to listen to us. I'm passionate because it affects our neighborhood. We know change is coming, and we welcome it, but we need to go through a process where you listen to us a little bit too. The developers sold out this development. They're calling it townhomes. It's an apartment block. It's a big square block that is covering all our sky views, creating shades in all our backyards. And we're here to see if we can influence you to see our point of view. I know planners and all of you have many, many things to do. But today we're here for a few minutes of your time to listen to us. So we're hoping that you will consider everything our colleagues, my neighbors and colleagues are saying when you're up here today. And perhaps we can help influence this because this affects our lives profoundly, our properties, and our futures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, our next deputant is Sue Brait. Morning.
Morning. Today, you're being asked to amend a bylaw to allow for variances that are presented as essentially insignificant. I hope to convey to you the significance of what you're being asked to vote on. The report states that the proposed height and massing are appropriate to the existing built form context of the surrounding neighborhood. Well, this is arguable and kind of dubious statement based on what Michael said. You probably have a little sense of that. You'll hear shortly from Elaine, who's reading a letter from Ian Sinclair, a professor of civil engineering at UT, that the plan constitutes at least 50% more development than a limit deemed suitable by an independent, competent professional architect firm 2 years ago. 50% more, that's not insignificant. The requested variance is allowing for increased height and for a built form that disregards the city's own guidelines. These must be understood in light of their real impact. The plans do not account for the grade differential between the properties on Wabash and those to the south on Wright. Our homes are more than 130 years old. Hi, hello, I'm over here, hi. More than 130 years old. Our backyards are about 6 feet lower than the Wabash property. Many of our houses are lower still. From our perspective, the proposed height will be equivalent to that of a 5-story building with 6-floor amenities. Imagine at the end of your backyard, a 5-story wall straight up. People have spoken to concerns about privacy, shading, and light, but loss of light is not just about losing sun in our backyards. As row houses with windows only to the north and south, we rely on northwestern light for all afternoon and evening natural light inside our home. There are decades of studies demonstrating the importance of adequate natural light to health, physiological regulation, productivity, and particularly mental well-being. Losing natural light is a real concern. If the building conformed to the city's own planning guidelines, it would be built in line with a 45-degree angular plane from the rear property line and would provide, quote, appropriate downward transitions in scale to lower-scaled buildings, unquote. This tiering would mitigate loss of sunlight and sky view, and it would ameliorate concerns about privacy. Why are these guidelines not being respected? We're not opposed to the development of this site. We're saying that it should conform to the city's own guidelines. Now, in terms of personal impact, let's talk about sky view, loss of sky view. From time immemorial, we've looked to the sky to get our bearings. Those of us on Wright are below grade, so through the sliding glass doors in our kitchen, we see the yard, the cinder block wall, and then a strip of sky. And this sky matters. It really matters. When I get up each morning and put the kettle on, I look out to that strip of sky, and inevitably, cloud or sun, it helps me remember it's actually pretty good to be alive. I work a lot from home, and when I'm stuck or need inspiration, it's that sky I look to. But the story I want to share here is a bit more personal. A few years ago, my son was going through a tough time. He was unhappy at school, everything was boring. He said he was depressed, which is a very hard thing to hear from a little kid. I said, well, there must be something that makes you happy. You know, think about a moment, maybe you were absorbed in something and you felt really happy, maybe it was just a moment. And he thought, and then he said, I know, Mom, it was last year there was that big storm, and when the rain stopped, the sun came out and everything glowed this wild sort of orange color. That day he'd said to me, Mom, you have to come and see what's happening with the evening. He was standing by those glass doors and he was looking at the sky. There was the color, everything was sort of in this almost impossible color. The wind was alive in the trees, and the clouds were scudding rapidly across the sky. It was staggering. We stood together in silence for quite some time. And when he finally broke the silence, he said something I thought was kind of surprising for a 9-year-old, but I think it's very relevant here. He said, you know, it's not often you see beauty in an urban environment. So it's, you know, I'm happy to report he's in a good school now, he's thriving, he's really happy. But in this really dark period of his life, that sky was basically, that's where he got his bearings. Now, based on this plan, that sky will be obliterated. For us, it will be gone entirely, entirely. We urge you to reject these amendments as they are, to defer them, to talk a little bit more about this, to ask the developers to revise their plans. There are better options. For me, for my family, for my neighbors and their children, these are not insignificant variances. The light, the sky, these are, in reality, in lived experience, profoundly significant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Thank you very much for your time. Peter Smith from Bousfields.
Peter's not here right now, but I'll speak at the end. I'm the lawyer for the applicant.
We're just calling them in order as they come, so if you're not registered, then if you could just talk with the clerks, because we're just going to go through the order that they're coming up. Giacomo Giono. Hello.
Hello. My name is Giacomo.
My apologies.
That's a hard one. Council members and fellow citizens, 16 years ago, we bought a house on 38 Wright because it was a private backyard. I became very stressed with the fact that the proposed stacked townhouses will invade my privacy. I will feel that someone will be looking down at me in my backyard. Someone will be watching my family. Just the thought of it brings on anxiety. This loss of privacy affects Wright Avenue as well as affects other neighbors. Development will happen, agreed. But we are asking that you consider making the proposed changes to ensure our privacy and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of this deputant? No? We'll move on to Elaine Orsini.
Good morning. In support of what Michael said in his display of the slides, I'm a resident on Wright, and I speak for our neighbor who cannot be here, Ian St. Clair. He's from 12 Wright Avenue. He's a civil engineering professor at U of T and a civil engineer in his own right. I share his observations and I read his letter. 2 years ago, I chose 35 Wabash site as a group project for the fourth-year graduating class capstone group project. Their task was to undertake a green development at that location, respecting planning laws and municipal laws. In order to set the criteria for the project, I contacted the architect Harari Pantaneri, a very well-known Toronto firm who had previous connections to the site. I met with the development architect from the firm who worked with the owner prior to the current one developing plans, outlining my desire to have students develop a project that respected the site's limitations, was in concert with the surrounding neighborhood, but also was a commercially driven enterprise. It was agreed that 50,000 square feet of development was the maximum number that could be implemented, and that a 10-meter height was a necessary limitation. The students struggled, but were, for the most part, able to meet this development and generated interesting, innovative projects that span from condo-style development to back-to-back townhouses. When I found out the current developer was asking for over 50% more development than a limit deemed suitable by a competent professional architectural firm, I was most concerned. So, on contacting the then planner Avery Carr and outlining the above, I received the following answer. Thank you, Ian, for your thorough and well thought out comments. I've been hearing from a lot of residents in the area, and they feel it's simply too much development for the site. We will definitely take these concerns into account when reviewing the application and will likely be asking for changes. 9 months have passed. From what can be seen of the latest plans, very little of the local residents' concerns have been addressed. They feel their concerns have not been addressed, and the developer has gone ahead and sold units without having permission to build them. Now it's up to the city to deal with the resulting issue. The issues of massing, shade, and overlook are huge and significant. When the 2.5-story townhouse homes on Luco were built, the residents to the east on Wright were similarly shocked by the sudden overlook and loss of privacy. Those homes have window-wall ratios well below 40%. This will be significantly worse with huge issues of overlook and light pollution from large fenestration openings, mechanical noise, carbon monoxide pollution, and light pollution will worsen the issues. Parking garage exhaust, condensing unit security lights, car and foot traffic, rooftop parties. The architect showed a complete ignorance of lighting issues when stating to a community group that there were no shading issues to the south, as the sun never shines in that direction. A comedy on unprofessionalism that led to development that is not set in stone by any accounts. Shading drawings made publicly available didn't even account for the grade differences and certainly didn't show the key midsummer sun passes that result in the worst shading. At an absolute minimum, there should be no terraces capable of overlooking the neighborhood yards. There should be no south-facing windows. I cannot build any extension on my property that has an east or west-facing window due to overlook rules. Why is 35 Wabash exempt? Much more to the point, the required setbacks and 10-meter height limitations should be adhered to. That was the zoning for the site they bought. I urge the city to stand up for the rights of residents to enjoy their properties per the laws that the city has in place. And I encourage the city to listen to the neighbors and take into our suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of this deputant? No? The next one, yes, Councillor Davis? Councillor Davis is reminding me that there really is no applause permitted in the chamber. We have a bit of a trick to get around that, and that's we give a little jazz hands up top here to show your support for a statement, just so that we can keep things moving forward. The next up is Sarah Renahan. Sorry. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
I will reset the clock here.
Set it. Hi, good morning. I've been a homeowner on Wright Avenue for 15 years. I am directly middle to the back of the proposed development, which is abutting my backyard. Gord, you might not remember, 7 years ago, he came into my house and met my newborn twins. Anyway, so now I bought the house 15 years ago. It was just me. There's now 5 of us living in our 1,000-square-foot home. We are a small house, 13 to 14 feet wide, which is less than you to me right now. Like other neighbors, I have major concerns with the development, including overlook, privacy, and overall density with respect to the surrounding neighborhood. These are concerns that are not new. They have been voiced many times over the course of the last 18 months through community meetings with working groups. Over that time, these concerns have not been addressed in any fashion by the developers who continue to proceed as is. Among the issues are: 1, overlook. The proposed development at 4 stories exceeds existing by right allowances by 2.5 meters, a substantial amount when you consider our houses are so small. Note, this is in reference to grade level at the site. The 2 and 2.5 story semi-detached and row houses abutting the property immediately south on Wright Avenue are at a lower grade, approximately 1 meter or more at its worst, resulting in an effective height even higher than the proposed 16.5 meter with respect to the Wright Avenue properties. So we're talking now, again, I said I have 3 kids, 5 Lego blocks to 10 Lego blocks. This is substantial overlook and major reduction in sky view for Wright Avenue yards. Number 2, privacy. With the proposed height comes a complete elimination of right to privacy for the neighboring yards, in addition to the amount of fenestration proposed, which will also increase light pollution into the neighboring yards. The developers are not supporting the planning guidelines of establishing a 45-degree angular plane from the property lines to help mitigate privacy and overlook impacts. It appears to be an approach of maximizing the revenue generated from unit sales rather than abide by good planning principles. Again, we all just got our MPAC. We know there's 60 units going in. We know what the revenue is going to be generated for that site. Density. Current zone density FSI for the industrial lot is 2.0, and neighboring residential is 0.6. The proposed density is 2.5, a 25% increase over by rights. This is unprecedented in the neighborhood of single-family homes, especially considering its front-to-back and side-to-back proposal, again, not following planning guidelines. Why council would consider this for approval baffles. Beyond the most obvious and superficial aspect of satisfying increased urban densification, we understand something will be developed here. We would like it to be in the context of the neighborhood. Like most of the neighbors, I support development, but again, it should fit. At the most, it should follow existing by rights for density and follow existing planning guidelines for setbacks, angular planes, and stepbacks. It may result in a lower unit count and therefore lower revenue for the developers, but will be a better fit for everyone in the neighborhood, including the new residents of 35 Wabash, who will continue to live here afterwards, unlike the developers. I'm hoping council takes the neighbors' comments into real consideration regarding this development and recommend a path to reasonable amenable design. And Gord, if you want to come see the twins, there's 7 now.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the of the deputant? No. Next is Agata Walberly-Sky. My apologies, because I know I got that wrong.
Good morning. My name is Agata Wróblewski. I live on Luco Terrace, which is on the east side of the proposed building. I just want to reiterate that we love our neighborhood. We are passionate about our community. We have been caring for this community for years. We are not opposed to change. We know something has to be built in that empty lot, but I am opposed to the sheer scale and size of the proposed building. And so I urge council to ask the developer to continue working with us and work on the design to accommodate our concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Larissa Matwick. Hello.
Hi. My name is Larissa Matwig. I've been living for 17 years on Luco Terrace, which is east of the development. And I have the same concerns of what you've heard before. I just want to reiterate, the main concern is that this development that we all in favor for the site, but the developer has not committed to any real changes. He has not taken into account the concerns of the neighborhood, and we just want to have more time to talk to the developer before this zoning is changed, so we still have some kind of negotiation time and power to get our concerns addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, I have Pema Dothar. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Pema Dadar. I'm 10 Lookout Terrace. I'm supporting for those group. Yeah, we have big families. I stayed here almost 15 years. I'm enjoying. Yeah, I'm supportive for this. Doing a job.
Thank you very much. Next up, I have Calvin Lance. Morning.
Good morning. Calvin Lance, acting for the applicant in this matter. So good morning, and I'd like to start by saying I'm pleased to be here today with the full support of city staff. We reviewed the city staff report in detail for this proposed 4-story mid-rise infill development on lands that were formerly used for industrial purposes. I think it's important to recognize this proposal is being put forward in the context of nearby park space and also transit. I think it's important to recognize that clients had pre-consultation meetings with staff. It had a community consultation meeting and 3 working group meetings hosted by the local councillor. And I'm listening to the comments that were being made this morning by the residents. But there's a theme, I think, that staff are aware of, and I'm sure council's aware of, and that is compatibility does not mean the same. And we know that you can achieve compatibility without replicating what's on adjacent sites. And city staff were aware of that when they looked at the reports, they looked at the shadow drawings, and they looked at the renderings and the separation distance, and they came to the conclusion that this form of infill development is in fact compatible, and it achieves the goal of providing housing in a city that so desperately needs additional housing. Now, through the course of the meetings with the resident groups, there have been issues raised, and our client has responded to them. The glazing on the building that was originally proposed for the east elevation came in at 48%, and they are reducing that to 40%. The glazing going to the south is being reduced as well in the range of 25%. But I think what's really telling here is that the separation between the houses to the east and the proposed development is in the range of 21 meters. And they're separated by a detached garage and laneway. And to the south, the rear lot provides a separation to the house of 27 meters. To address issues of overlook and privacy, the developer is proposing to put planter boxes in such a location that would require people to stand further back from the edge of the balcony so that their views would be cast over. There have been further discussions with city staff about the depth for planting beds, and there's a proposal for additional landscaping along the south and the east side to provide additional screening. Now, having said all that, city staff make it clear that through the site plan application, they are going to review and look at further opportunities to address issues of privacy through looking at windows and also looking at the planting materials in the area. So With respect to the comment that they would like us to continue working with the community and the councillor, that is in fact what the applicant's prepared to do through the site plan application, and that is something that city staff is asking that happen, and we're prepared to have that exercise. We see this as an excellent opportunity for new housing on an underutilized industrial site that's compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, and we look forward to having council support on this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, are there any other members of the public who wish to depute to this item? Sadly, it's not the opportunity for anyone else but members of the committee to ask questions of the applicant directly. Are there any other members of the public who wish to depute to this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Perks to speak.
Okay. First of all, before I start, I want to acknowledge the hard work the neighborhood's done on this, particularly Michael, Francis, and Yagoda, who I think between meetings with me and meetings with the applicant and meetings with planning staff, I think did six separate meetings on this, and they worked very hard. There was a hope at the beginning that we could do something about the height and reorganize the massing of the building so that it didn't have as much impact on the people at Lukau. We were unable to achieve that. The central issue here, this is one of those leftovers from the old City of Toronto plan, the industrial residential designations, what aren't employment lands but had that weird industrial residential zoning designation. So the as of right building here, what they would be allowed to build with a building permit is pretty much the same square box at pretty much exactly the same height. In fact, a little bit taller. So if we effectively have no argument available to us to go to the Ontario Municipal Board and say the building's too tall. They could walk in with a building permit tomorrow and build a box this size, as of right. There are, as you heard from some of the deputants, there are some stairways that come up in the middle of the roof that are taller than that as of right height, but as you know, it's the building that the board will look at, not the stairways that give rooftop access. In terms of the impact on people to the east and south, that's where we spent the majority of our time at the working groups. Because the distances from window to window are greater than anything our guidelines or zoning bylaw would allow us to object to, we couldn't say take out all those windows. There are 2 windows on the northeast corner that the developer still shows in their building that we feel, no, they are too close because of the shape of the building, and the proposal from staff here removes those windows. So that in the 2 instances where we had a case to remove the windows, we have. What we were able to achieve through all those community meetings and working groups was to get some concessions in 3 or 4 areas. The unit count did go down, not by much, but it went down. The balconies are inset, so they don't protrude out and give that view down. On the rooftop, we've created planting beds all around the edge that are of a thickness, and when you put the plants in, of a height that you won't be able to see down into the backyards. Additionally, and you heard particularly from Yagoda, the people on Lukau, the way their backyards are organized, their recreation space is between the garages. So we are writing into what's in front of you that there have to be trees planted specifically at those gaps. Additionally, on the southern border, we're putting in a series of trees that will mitigate some of what you saw in Michael's slide. The other thing that we're doing in this report that's in front of you that's a little bit different, we're not recommending to City Council that we approve the bills. So while we're approving the zoning change, we're not actually doing that legally until after we finish the site plan. And the reason we're holding on that is that we want to make sure we nail down all the plant material. And as you'll see in the recommendations, on the windows that face Wright Avenue, where the applicant currently shows them at about 40% or more than 40% of the wall. We're saying that's unacceptable. And even though the drawings that are in front of us don't show it, we're saying it's going to be a maximum of 25% of the wall. And until we get that settled in site plan, we're not approving the bills, so the building will not be approved. Okay? The reason we chose 25%, as you all know, 4-story buildings, apartment-type buildings, or stacked townhouses are permitted in residential areas. So we looked at some of the surrounding neighborhood at what the typical window size for those facing conditions is, and that's where we got the 25% number. There's a building, it's on Columbus and Sororan, 5-minute walk from here, that we used as our model. So we've done everything we can, and again, the residents worked really hard within the powers the city has for controlling this building, and the staff report really is the outer limit of what we're going to be able to force this applicant to do. My concern is if we turn this down, the applicant has the right to go to the Ontario Municipal Board and at the board ask for their original building without any of the mitigating measures that the community worked so hard to get. Frankly, the best thing we can do for the neighborhood at this point is to approve the recommendations from staff, which are to put in all those mitigating measures that we discussed on the as-of-right shape of the building, and then hold the bills until we have the detailed site plan that makes all of that actually happen, and at that point, release the bills and allow the application to go forward. So I'm going to ask you to support the staff report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Are there any other members of the committee to speak? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much, and I just want to thank the residents for coming down, taking the time and sharing their passionate speeches with us, and we were listening. I know change is very hard. I represent the beach, and it's like a small town, and they've had struggles, immense struggles with 6 stories on Queen Street. But I think we have to, at the end of the day, remember we do live in a city. I'm from Collingwood, a town of 17,000 people, where they're looking at 6 stories on their main street. You know, thousands of people come to Toronto every year. I think you're in great hands with Councillor Perks. He works very hard for his community, and he will get you the best possible building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cressy.
Just very briefly, and to reiterate Councillor McMahon, especially in neighborhoods, change and managing change is one of the hardest things that we collectively, as residents in a community and councillors, have to do. I know that this clearly, from all the deputations, has been a challenging and difficult file for many, especially considering what are the as-of-right permissions for this property. But I will be confidently supporting Councillor Perks, and in doing so, supporting the local community, because I know that what has been negotiated here and holding the site plan to ensure that it's done appropriately is the best course to ensure that we manage change and protect the neighborhood. And I want to give a note and congratulations for Councillor Perks for working so hard to do that for his community.
Thank you very much. Councillor Perks, you'd like to speak again to the item?
So just in consultation with Mr. Lintern, I've decided to take sort of a belts and suspenders. While recommendation 4 said that request the following issues be addressed through site plan satisfaction of the chief planner, I'm going to move a 5, which Evelyn's working on right now. So we'll just all talk amongst ourselves quietly for 1 minute.
You know what? I'm going to speak to the item. So if they're just writing it, this application, when I read it, haunted me from one of the first decisions that I had to make as an elected councillor, to an item from on 90 Niagara, which was almost the exact same thing. It was actually an old EMS facility, or some city facility that was sold, and behind it is Wellington Street. But that section of Wellington is small, single-family homes, narrow right-of-way. This is just west of Bathurst. The site was zoned for 1.5. The proposal that came in was a 5-story apartment buildings in the context of a neighborhood. It went to the board. because it was turned down at the Committee of Adjustment and it went to the board and it was approved at the board. And this is, I'm going to just, a couple of these things are eerily similar. The density for the site was 1.5. It was proposed at 2.68 and was accepted at the board at 2.68. The minimum rear yard setback was 7.5 meters. It was proposed 0.7 meters, and it was approved at the Ontario Municipal Board for 0.7 meters from 7.5. The maximum height allowed was 12 meters. It was approved by the board at 17.85 meters. This was within the context of a neighborhood, and we were, the city's position from the Committee of Adjustment was overturned by the board in a very similar context, in that old industrial site, houses to the north, well-organized community, and the parameters of the building were similar in nature. It concerns me that the applicant could take the decision here, just walk directly around the corner and register and challenge the city's decision at the board and go back to their original proposal. It's a sad reality that we're living in until the provincial government gives us some relief from the clutches of the Ontario Municipal Board. And with that, I'll defer back to Councillor Perks for his motion.
Okay, so members, if you look at your recommendation, you'll see recommendation 3 says to hold the bills, and then has an I and an II that describes under what conditions it does that. Mr. Lintern's drawn it to my attention that doesn't completely cover all of the conditions that are in recommendation number 4. So to make it really clear, we're moving a recommendation 5 before introducing the necessary bills to City Council. City Council required the notice of approval of conditions for the site plan approval be issued. So effectively what that means is every I and T has to be dotted, the soil depth, the exact drawings on the windows, the plant material, all of that very fine detail stuff that we don't typically do before issuing approval. In this instance, because of the very close relationships, we're going to do it this way. I know it's a bit of a tougher and unique approach, but I think this is the best we can do for the neighborhood in this instance, okay? So I'd like to move this amendment together with the staff recommendations. All right?
On the amendment, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And on the item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. The next item up is TE 17.7, Final Report 297 College Street Zoning Amendment. Are there any members of the public to speak to this item? Seeing none, Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. I had hold this, and thank you to Councillor Wong Tam for taking the time to chat with me on it, and I'm now prepared to move staff recommendations.
Thank you very much. All those in favor of the staff recommendations? All those opposed? That carries. That brings us to TE 17.10. We had just done 7. 9 was done before.
5, 7, and...
Yeah. TE 17.10, Final Report 1 to 11 Bloor Street West, 768 to 784 Yonge Street, and 760 to 762 Yonge Street zoning amendment application. We will hear this item concurrently with TE 17.11, alterations to an existing designated heritage property and authority to enter into a heritage agreement, 774 to 776 Yonge Street. We'll be limiting to those two items. Deputants will have an opportunity to speak for 5 minutes together. So we have a list of about 20 deputants on this item. So if you've signed up, be ready to go. Okay. I'm being informed by the clerk that if you spoke at the last meeting on this item, your comments need to be restricted to the supplemental report. And we'll see how we do with that. Gilles Robinson, Foster and Partners. Next up will be William Gordon, then Barnett Kussner, then Martin Rendell. Gilles. Going once. Going twice. On. William Gordon. William Gordon. Going once. Twice. Gone. Barnett Kussner. Barnett. This is going real fast. Barnett Husner? Nope. Martin Rendell. Martin Rendell. I'll call it 3 times for Martin Rendell. Nope. Peter Russell. Urbicon? Anyone here from Urbicon? Peter Russell. Mr. Peter Russell. Nope. Brenda Singer. Brenda, hi there. We have a winner.
I hope so.
Well, you get everyone's time before. You get half an hour now, okay? No, you don't. You get 5 minutes, but thank you very much for being here when your name was called.
Okay.
I'll start your time when you're ready. If we could, there's a little murmuring and general noise coming from the chamber. If people could lower it down a little bit, that'd be great. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Okay. Good morning, councillors. I presented at the May 10th Community Council meeting, and there was some movement on the major development project regarding Mizrahi Developments with respect to Section 37 and the addition of a number of 2-bedroom suites. That's been some of the movement on the project. However, I would like to point out that we as residents of 35 Balmudo and 21 Balmudo will be enormously affected by this development.
My apologies. I'm going to interrupt you and hold your time just for a second. That general murmur has become a disruption to the hearings here. So if we could, for those over at in the wings, just dial it down. That'd be great.
Should I start again?
If you'd like, you can start again. Yes.
Could you fix your timing, please?
Done.
Thank you so much. The residents of 35 Balmudo and 21 Balmudo will be enormously affected by the Mizrahi development proposal that plans to use our 6-meter U-shaped laneway as its sole entrance and exit. To date, the residents and other people that we've involved have been advocating at working groups, and there has been absolutely no success by the city to help alleviate the pressure on the laneway. Other issues have been dealt with, heritage and a lot of other issues. But there's going to be a ton of people living in 3 condominiums and lives are going to be enormously affected, and there's been no results. The proposed plan for approval in front of you today is still to use the laneway for 3 condo developments, including the proposed condo at 1 Bloor West, in addition to a 9-story retail complex, all from our laneway. At the working group meeting number 6, a comparator was given by the developer's traffic consultants regarding Cowbell Lane at Eglinton and Yonge. This is not at all a satisfactory comparator, as the shapes of that laneway are different. Ours is a U-shaped and Cowbell's is linear. And Cowbell's provides exits off 2 major streets. Our laneway uses 1 street, Balmudo, for the entrance and exit, and that is already over-trafficked. We do have solutions to make the laneway work better for everyone involved, and most especially for the neighborhood, pedestrians, cyclists, and general traffic. I'm going to provide a synopsis of just 2 points. To date, we've not had the opportunity to negotiate our proposals with Mizrahi Development, although they are aware of them. Firstly, we propose the elimination of all retail parking and substantial component of the residential parking at 1 Bloor Street West, as this would have a great positive effect. It would reduce the vehicular traffic and increase the safety of the pedestrians and cyclists, which is major in Toronto. There's weekend in the paper, they talked about all the deaths from traffic accidents, and surely that's something waiting to happen on Balmudo. This change would not affect the developer's prime tenant if they reduced parking, as they don't depend on customer parking. Rather, their customers walk and use the subway. That's what we were told at working group number 6. This building is well served by 2 subway lines. Eliminating the retail and some residential parking would increase internal space for truck turning and thereby eliminate the hazards and slowness of reversing trucks and the continuous beeping sound they make. That would be a win-win situation for all of us. Secondly, we propose the reduction of the retail podium. The other residents in the presentation before talked about a 4-story building. Many of the residents in our building are looking up at a 20 stories on Balmuto will be facing a straight-up wall with no windows very close to us. I'm counting on the good judgment of the councillors here today to provide us more time to negotiate with Mizrahi, since his application is going to the OMB regardless. This will, in good faith, allow us, the people most affected by this development, to obtain relief from the potential huge impact on our 3-meter laneway. This is a giant precedent-setting complex, one that is touted to be the tallest building in Toronto, yet there's not been a single concession to the people who currently use this laneway every day, and yet will sustain the greatest impact on this development. I have to say that I have witnessed over several days that I've been here in the past that councillors are tremendously sensitive to people's needs. I've seen that around the corner, around this table. I saw it before with Gordon Perks. I saw it with Pam McConnell when she dealt with a huge apartment complex on the Lakeshore Avenue on May the 10th when I was here that changed dramatically in density as a result of feedback. And that went on for a long time, but in the end, it reaped positive results for the people who are living in the area. We need the same consideration regarding some negotiation around the laneway. As this project has been rushed forward at lightning speed, we can't understand why it needs to be done so speedily with other projects that have taken much more time and have been dealt with much more sensitively, especially around the people aspect of the project.
Ms. Singer,
We don't want to be left.
I'm going to need you to cut you off there
Okay.
because we're over time.
Okay.
And thank you very much. Are there any questions to the deputant? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Just one quick question. Did you, can you just clarify, are you asking for the complete removal of all commercial and residential parking?
No, I'm asking for the elimination of commercial parking and some of the residential, not all of it. We're also looking at potential reduction in the podium. It's going to go up 20 stories, 9-story building. So if it's reduced, for example, down to 3, that would alleviate some of the need as well, and be more pedestrian and more pro-cyclist.
Let me just ask my question, and you can answer the question and try not to elaborate, unless we need more.
Okay.
Clarify.
Will do.
So the request to eliminate commercial parking and some residential parking, I don't recall that being brought up in our working group sessions. We've had 6 sessions. Is this a position of the condominium board that you represent?
It is, and it has been, the developer received those, our position and those proposals prior to the actual meeting that took place. And all of the councillors here have the letter from that our lawyer had sent to the developer.
Okay.
There was didn't seem to be time, an opportunity for us to make any kind of presentation.
I will look for that letter and look for the language asking for the elimination of all commercial parking and
I
some
have it with me
residential
if you'd
parking.
like it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Hello, sir.
I'm with Brenda. I'm the president of the Greater Yorkville Residents Association. We have presented here. We have attended the working group meetings and so forth, and I think our position has been well articulated, but given the importance of this development to our area and to 35 and 21 Balmuto, I wanted to be here with this deputant to express our support.
Great, thank you. It was Alan?
Michael Landry.
Michael Landry, okay. Thank you very much, sir. Next up, I have Stanley Schenkman. Schenkman? Nope. Linda Brett. Linda Brett. Nope. For everyone's benefit, many of these people spoke at a previous meeting at our last meeting of Community Council. I certainly recognize that last name because it's also my wife's maiden name. John Burt. John Burt. Nope. Catherine Holden. Bay Cloverfield. Catherine. Nope. Ruvio Ukivi. Nope. Marilyn Tate McClellan. Nope. John Caliendo. Hi there.
Hi.
You'll have
Good morning.
5
My
minutes.
name is actually Ian Carmichael.
All right.
John and I are co-presidents of the ABC Residents Association. Our group has been participating in the working group committee meetings from the very beginning, and we've certainly enumerated our concerns about this building and this site from the very beginning. I'm not going to go into them because we're talking about a supplementary planning report now. We believe fundamentally that the site is too small for this kind of density, and that's causing all of the other problems in terms of shadow and in terms of parking and in terms of access. We do support the supplementary report with the conditions that sort of appear before us. We appreciate that the city has been sort of negotiating diligently with the applicant to ensure all of the sort of path access and all of those other kinds of accesses. The one thing which we have previously stated and which I would continue to oppose is the heritage. The heritage buildings on Yonge Street, we don't believe. We're practical people, and we think that when you take a 2-story building and turn it into a 90-story building, that the sidewalk needs to widen. We understand that Heritage would like the building to stay in place. We think there's a Disney aspect to sticking this giant building behind these 2-story buildings, and that moving them back 3 meters to improve the sidewalk condition on Yonge Street is maybe not an ideal situation from a heritage point of view, but it's certainly a practical situation for the dangerous pedestrian experience that currently exists on Yonge Street. I noticed the next agenda item talks about the heritage assessment for this 778 Yonge Street, and it is our position that we believe these buildings should be staggered back to achieve a wider sidewalk. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comments. Are there any questions to our deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ian. We are moving along. Is Paul Farley here? Although you spoke at the last community council meeting. Paul Farley? Paul Farley. Okay, Adam Brown. You will need no instructions whatsoever.
I won't, and I'll be very brief. Madam Chair, members of council, I'm here on behalf of the applicant, and I will only respond to the addendum report that's before you. We received the report this morning with some of those conditions contained in that report. We have reviewed it and are continuing to review it with our client. We have some concerns about trying to provide more certainty on the specific conditions, which we'll draft and send up to council, but in general are in support of the original report and many of the conditions, again, with some changes that we need and some certainty we need as well in those conditions. In terms of the comments from the various landowners that are adjacent to the laneway, we did have that additional working group meeting number 6, and we are continuing to consult with them as we will do throughout the entire process, site plan, construction management. We're trying to schedule a meeting in the next week or so through their legal counsel to work out some of those details. And I can see in your supplementary report some of those matters are also to be secured through Section 37 agreements as convenience. So we're happy to do that as well. And those are my submissions. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the deputant? Is that a hand going up? Councillor
I
Davis?
just wondered,
Questions?
because you didn't really comment on the conditions, so you're not in a position to comment.
There's a lot of detailed conditions in there that we need to have some revisions to. There's some that are a bit open-ended in terms of timing, and some that don't have specificity in terms of Section 37. We have put a letter to try and settle the Section 37 to council directly, but now I've got to revise it somewhat to reflect some of the concerns with the supplemental report. It literally was available this morning, so we were trying to type it on the computer, but I didn't want to do it too quickly and make a mistake, to be quite honest.
Okay. Okay, if there are no further questions, thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
And so I'm assuming that Michael Landry would have spoken on behalf of Alan Baker, is that correct? Oh, okay, thank you very much. And so our next speaker is Raheem Solman from TSCC 2128. Thank you, sir. You have 5 minutes, and the clock is on your left.
Cool. So probably won't need all 5 minutes. I represent the board of 21 Balmudo Street. So we're right adjacent to 35. They're definitely just as affected as we are because it's our U-shaped laneway that's going to be used for the proposed construction. And really our big concern is we accept that there's going to be some sort of development at Yonge and Bloor. What we think is that the current plan is lacking way too much detail and has not been thought through enough with respect to the impact that it's going to have throughout the entire construction process on the lives and the residents who live in the area. To tell us that we're going to be able to get in and out of our building with 2 concrete construction trucks in the back laneway, it's absolutely not feasible. Like, whoever's been doing we even saw the city, like not the city guy, but the developers people were doing their traffic consultation studies on a Sunday afternoon at around 2 p.m. when there's 2 marathons being run in the general area, so there's pretty much no traffic getting through. Everything has been done in a perverse manner by Mizrahi from what we've seen, and we really think that there needs to be a lot more consideration given to the impact that it's going to have for the next at least 5 years it's going to take to put this project up, if not longer. This is probably one of the busiest intersections in the city. It's one of the most glorious intersections in the city, and for everything to be just rushed through so fast to give a developer who has never built a high-rise tower of this magnitude ever such like a free pass to just do what he wants. We've had basically everything we've asked for has just been pushed back on or fallen on deaf ears, right? It just makes absolutely no sense. Like, he's already opted to go to the OMB just because he feels that, you know, city council's not listening enough to him, right? The only thing that we've seen from city council that's going to really have any impact per se is that you want to put a traffic light, which is supposed to alleviate the traffic situation at Balmudo Street and Bloor. We really disagree that that's going to be the catch-all that's going to fix everything, given how much traffic from residential, loading and unloading of garbage trucks, mail trucks, and like residents and other commercial traffic there. It's just absolutely ridiculous. I'm good.
Your comments have concluded?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions to the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Solman. Our next speaker is Paul Cronus.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Paul Cronus. I'm a land use planner with Weir Folds here on behalf of the Toronto Standard Condominium Corporation number 2208, known as the Uptown Residence at 35 Balmudo Street. We filed the letter dated the 10th of June, and I'll briefly highlight that. I'm assuming everyone has it and read it. Just on a preliminary note, obviously there's been a lot of attention drawn to the supplementary report. It was posted late last night, and I think others have received it this morning, like Mr. Brown. There's been really no opportunity to do any thorough assessment of it, and it's frustrating because this matter, as you know, has already been appealed to the OMB. It's likely 6 months before there's a pre-hearing conference and a hearing after that, so there is no immediate need to come to a quick decision or resolution. And the concern about the timing of the supplementary report has been highlighted even further from what Mr. Brown said just a little while ago, that there's changes that he may be proposing to the conditions, that those changes may be presented to council, and it won't give the opportunity of anyone else to respond to those. So I would ask that what I call the 3 Ps, the prudent planning pause, should be exercised in this case, and provide a short deferral. There will be at least 6 other council meetings between now and the time the matter goes to a preliminary hearing at the OMB. So there'll be plenty of opportunity for everyone to participate in the thorough process. Having said that, though, we have expressed 6 or 7 concerns in our letter, and I'll just highlight it just for the benefit of the committee. I won't repeat what's in the letter. First off, I think one of the concerns that's been raised continuously is the reliance or dependence done on the proxy site at Cowbell Lane to suggest that that development and that density is somehow comparable in terms of the type of density that you'll find on this site. And you heard from Ms. Singer, and I won't repeat, I support her entirely in her submission that the differentiation is quite apparent between the two. There has been no other such development that I'm aware of in the City of Toronto where a 6-meter right-of-way, which is really a minimum standard, when you have 2 service vehicles that may appear on the site, and it's quite possible for the different developments, that lane will be blocked and all the inconveniences that flow from that. I must also say that I don't know how you can zone a dock master in the bylaw or put in 9, it used to be 7 valet parking, but up to 9, how you put that in a zoning bylaw and how that could be enforced. It's probably a matter of site plan. The condition of site plan approval then becomes a question of perpetual enforcement by the city and all the chaos that may create it surrounding that. Now, in terms of the other 6 or 7 specific concerns on a retail podium, I think our letter quite adequately summarized it. It is a tall building. Under the city's tall building guidelines, you need a minimum setback distance of 12.5 meters from the podium to the center of the laneway, or 25 meters, whichever is greater. The podium doesn't meet that requirement. We've suggested that there should be a height decrease between 3 to 4 stories. I think you heard a lot of submissions on the parking. It's been a matter of extensive discussion during the working group meetings. Needless to say, I think the question earlier was, is the condo corporation requesting the elimination of retail parking and a substantial reduction in residential parking? The answer is yes. This is in a highly well-served corridor of public transit. It's not uncommon to have in the downtown core even the complete elimination of parking standards for residential uses. So it's not uncommon to see that, and I think with the reduction in those ratios, you'll have less reliance and perhaps conflicts with all the other users of the laneway. We would like an unequivocal commitment for the connection with the pass system to be secured through the site plan agreement, and I think the city is similarly on side with that. The other suggestion that we have is the internalization of all truck movements at 1 Bloor Street. This will eliminate all the reversing, beeping, the conflicts between the different service vehicles on the laneway. This will also have the tendency, or will improve vehicular, pedestrian, and other users of the laneway system. We've asked in our point number 5 in our letter, the segregation of traffic from the segregation of the proposed traffic from development from all of the traffic and pedestrian access. And that was
Mr. Cronus, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up in a second.
All right, I am. And of course, construction management plan is a key component in here, and it's not uncommon for the city, and there's precedence that this be secured prior to zoning. And we ask that the condo corporation be a major participant in the site plan process. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? The next deputant is John Tersingi. Good morning.
Morning. That was pretty close on the last name.
Thank you. Thank you. What is it?
It's Tersini.
Oh, okay. Not bad. We'll start your time. You got 5 minutes.
Oh, no, I'll be brief. I've worked in the retail industry for more than 25 years, and I've had the opportunity to work in the Yonge and Bloor trading area for at least the last decade, both with Holt Renfrew and Shoppers Drug Mart. So when you look at the quality of the retail at Bloor Street, it's very different than when you look at Yonge Street going south from Bloor. And Bloor Street is a world-class shopping district, whereas you look at Yonge Street, it really hasn't changed in decades, and the quality is very poor there. I think the One Bloor project, with its opportunity to bring in fabulous retailers, global retailers of high quality, will improve the retail at Yonge Street, improve the animation of that corner, which is one of the most important corners of the city. It will definitely pull investment towards Yonge Street, and hopefully reinvigorate the Yonge Street retail as you go south. Right now, all the retail is really moving towards University Avenue. I think there's an opportunity for this project to really attract investment and attract retailers to really develop the Yonge Street strip, where it's lowly, the low retail quality there has been there and has not changed for a while. So that's certainly, those are my comments on the retail side of the project.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Next up is Craig White. Hi there.
Hello. So my name is Craig White. I'm managing editor at urbantoronto.ca. This is only the second time that we've come out to a community council meeting to speak on behalf of any building. For anyone who doesn't know, urbantoronto.ca is a website where people come to talk about urban development issues, about architectural issues, etc. And there's a vast variety of opinion on most buildings expressed on Urban Toronto, but every once in a while there's near unanimity about certain things, and it's been sort of felt on our
Mr. Chair, the meter hasn't started.
That is a good point, but I will start it now, but we'll refrain from yelling things out. That's normally up to my clerks and colleagues to do. Thank you.
You can cut me off at 4 minutes then.
Sure.
So there's a groundswell of support for One Bloor West on Urban Toronto as a city-making building, as something that stands out architecturally, that is going to be a landmark at one of our most important intersections in the city. And while there is an understanding that there's some issues to be dealt with still in regards to servicing, that this is a building of standout quality where a team has been put together of the best of Toronto's architectural community with the best from around the world. And it's important to realize that people beyond the neighborhood, beyond council itself, know that there are people focused on this from around Toronto and that they want something of quality built here. And that's basically the sentiment online by this large group of people that are interested in seeing Toronto grow and into the city that, you know, its rising international structure is stature is bringing about. So.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm sure the deputant is aware that the opinions of those around the world or comments on online blogs does not make a solid planning rationale here.
We understand that there are servicing issues to be dealt with still. The vast majority of Urban Toronto's members are from Toronto itself.
But are you sure, I'm asking you, are those planning rationales or those arguments for planning rationale? They're opinions. You've expressed opinions on behalf of bloggers and commenters. I recognize that you like the building, you like the application, you might even like the design, you like the creative team, but none of that is a solid planning rationale, which is what I'm hoping to hear, because you've taken the time to come here on 2 occasions to speak in favor of this application.
No, this is the first time for this application.
My apologies then.
No, I understand that I'm not addressing this strictly as in terms of its planning rationale right now. I just want council to understand that there is a groundswell of support for this design in general.
Thank you.
So, thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jamie Sarner. Jamie Sarner, hello there. This is the next and last speaker. If you would, are a member of the public and wish to speak to this item, if you could just register quickly with the clerks over to my right with the hand up there, that'd be great.
Is it okay if my business partner, Eric Kuzian, joins me?
Sure, why not?
If you could just let me know when we're at 3 minutes, just so we can both have a chance to speak and
Okay.
speak too much.
Really, you each get 5 minutes, but if you could
Okay,
keep it
we'll be
to,
quick. We won't be 10 minutes.
if you could keep it to 5 between the two of you, that'd be great.
Okay, so we are partners in a real estate sales company that really specializes in the luxury condominium market in Toronto. And part of the reason we're here is we support the application based on the fact that part of this being a world-class location, which we only have one shot to develop. And from what I've seen in the development plans, it's quite an amazing plan to bring international exposure to a corner which has been lackluster to this stage. The podium is something that I think is very important based on my experience in other major metropolitan cities. It's going to be something that creates stature. It's going to bring world-class retail, restaurants, shops, and be a tourist destination for forever moving forward. And the location of this building is attracting more and more families that need 2- and 3-bedroom suites, which are not as available as they should be in this type of luxury building on the subway with access all over the city. And we think that's an important thing to note. This could be an 800-unit tower, and the developer has not chosen to do that, which I commend entirely. There's a lack of parking around the entire city, especially in locations like this, where tourists do come, where residents from all over the city want to come and visit the area and can't park. And I think the more parking, the better. And with respect to the architecture, it's an incredible achievement to bring the teams that have been assembled to create this iconic structure in the way that they're doing. It is a tall building, I understand that, but it's also quite an achievement to be able to build a structure like this on this size piece of land. And I think that's something that we really need to consider.
Also, moreover to what Jamie was saying, we see a lot of developers basically already with applications in the city for these type of buildings where majority of the units are very small condo units. We also see the parking efficiency being at anywhere from 25 to 28% for buildings of these size. So having a underserved component of the marketplace, which is these family-sized units, these larger units, where a building of this stature is providing ample parking, is providing only 400 units, so call it half what your typical applications are going down the Yonge Street corridor. And I know a lot of people in here have basically said that this is an important corner to the city. I would argue that it's probably the most important corner in the country. And to have this type of application in to do something special as a future landmark is why we are in favor of this type of development, and knowing that it's actually serving a purpose in terms of an underserved condo component in the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Davis.
I'm just trying to understand your interest in this. You are...
Our interest is to support an application at a corner which we feel very passionate about and we feel is very strongly going to serve the city of Toronto.
But you're normally you are developers, builders?
We are real estate agents. We sell developments all over the city. We resell developments, but our intention here is to support what we feel is an important project. That's our intention.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question? Okay.
Sure. Thank you very much. Councillor Wong Tam.
You comment about the suites being large enough to accommodate families, which I think is important. I didn't hear you make any comments or express an opinion on the lack of affordable housing at this very dense application. It's 28 times density, as you're aware. Do you have any concerns about that?
In terms of the lack of affordable housing?
So this is one of the most dense applications that is before the Community Council. We've never seen this type of density at this Community Council. Right. 28 times. It's setting a whole new record.
Sure.
You commented on your support of seeing larger units, but I don't hear your opinion on affordable housing, and in this case, the lack of affordable housing at this location. Is that a concern for you?
Can I ask what you're calling, like, what would you define as affordable housing?
I get to ask the questions here.
I know, but I want to answer the proper question, so I don't understand what you're asking exactly.
There is a legal definition, but you as realtors would probably know that.
I mean, in this room, I think a lot of people would define affordable in many different ways. I don't know how to answer that question, I'm sorry.
So here, my only question for you is, do you have any concerns that there is zero affordable housing in this very dense application at this location?
I would disagree with that statement, so I can't say that I agree with it. I can't argue that statement or tell you that I supported, don't support it. Affordable, I don't know, again, I can't understand what that word means.
Here, I'll spell it out for you.
Yeah, let's rephrase it, that would be better.
I will. There is zero affordable housing provided in this application. Do you have any concerns about that?
I don't think that was rephrasing. I'm sorry, I can't answer your question.
Okay,
Well,
that's
so
fine. That's fine.
I don't think there's a concern for affordable housing. I mean, there's a lot of applications right around the site. And again, what we are seeing most developers do is due to the cost that they're paying for these land values, we are seeing them put up huge towers, huge density, a lot of small units so that they can capitalize on their price per square foot because of what they're paying so much for. So that's why we are in favor to have a landmark type development where it's actually serving a purpose of larger units, which is, like I said, in my opinion, unserved in the marketplace, underserved in the marketplace, currently with all the current applications you guys are seeing in the city.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? No? Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'm going to hand the chair over to Councillor Wong Tam to go through questions. Is there a Ryan Glenn in the Ryan Glenn? No, I'm just trying to identify him because I don't know what he looks like and I have a meeting with him right now. Ryan? Ryan? No? Maybe if you're a little too shy, you can meet me just outside the room. Thank you.
So I'm going to make a call. Thank you very much. I'm going to make a call for any other deputants from the public who would like to speak to this particular matter. Okay, I'm seeing none. So we're just moving to questions. Questions from committee members to staff. Go ahead. Councillor Mahavik.
Just building on the last question that was asked of the deputant. So in this kind of large application, how is affordable housing dealt with?
Through you, Madam Chair, as you probably know, the city's official plan has affordable housing policies, and we seek to secure a wide range of housing types and tenures through all development. But we don't have a policy framework that mandates affordable housing, so yet. And the process of securing affordable housing to date has, on an area-wide basis, as in areas of the waterfront or other master plan areas, is to secure affordable housing through a policy framework. So, for example, in the waterfront, we seek to secure 20 to 25% affordable housing. Through our replacement housing policies, we secure affordable housing. Through our large sites policies, we secure affordable housing. Or on a site-by-site basis, as is the case here, if there are if there's merit to the application and it's considered to be good planning, we often engage in securing an affordable housing element to the Section 37 package. Sometimes that manifests itself in on-site affordable housing. Sometimes that manifests itself in a contribution toward existing maintenance and improvement of affordable housing in the local area. So that's a full suite of what we currently do with our affordable housing policies, and we're certainly looking forward to the announcements that's been made by the province about giving us a stronger way of including affordable housing through inclusionary zoning powers.
To follow up to that, and has enough, have you secured, I understand the Section 37 is going directly to council here? Is that how it's happening? Just a simple nod on that point. Yeah, okay. Have we, if you could anticipate the report, has enough been secured around affordable housing in the various tools that you have for this project? And if not, are there ways to, down the pipe, given the length of this construction and given perhaps some imminent provincial announcements, to allow for that to happen at a later point.
Through the chair, if I understand your question correctly, has enough been secured in this local area to meet the needs for affordable housing?
With this particular development? Is it a package?
I think it's undetermined at this stage. There's information being exchanged between the city and the applicant on a without prejudice basis that I'm not privy to entertaining in public.
Okay, so we might ask questions on that at City Council, I suppose, when the package comes forward. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Davis.
Now I'm not sure whether my questions are going to be able to be answered. So the supplementary report, and there was a subsequent meeting, working group meeting. This report raises once again the issues about access to the pathway, or a tunnel to the path system, I should say. Has that been, maybe you can just highlight if there are any changes that have been recommended following the last consideration of this report at Community Council. Has the applicant made any revisions?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, sorry. Nothing has changed with respect to the recommendations because the previous report recommended the development be conditional upon that path connection. And what has happened since the last meeting is there has been a meeting chaired by Councillor Wong Tam that brought two of the owners together from opposite sides of Bloor Street, and discussions are continuing with respect to ensuring that a connection can be secured underneath Bloor Street to the north.
There were other issues raised around, and today again, the use of the laneway and the functioning of around Balmudo and the servicing of the site. Have there been any changes made to address those concerns, or are there negotiations still underway with respect to those matters?
So nothing has been changed with respect to the lane. It is a public lane. It is 6 meters wide. It's a standard width. It has two outlets, as being told, both opening onto Balmudo Street. And what was demonstrated at the last working group meeting, as articulated in the report, was a video that was demonstrated to show a lane with a similar traffic, if you would, at peak periods, and to demonstrate how that would function. Nothing has changed other than more information being shared with the public on that matter.
How do we deal with, we deal with sites separately. I know we're moving to a different approach in the future, but one condominium gets built and they use that laneway for access, and then another one comes and they use that laneway for access, and another one. How do we look cumulatively at the utilization of laneways? Or we look at the cumulative use of laneways for access to multiple sites over time?
Through the chair, the city's access management guidelines, through applying those guidelines, we seek to secure access to properties through lower order roadways typically. In this case, there is a public lane that serves this block. The laneways are intended to serve the entire block and the abutting properties. And in this case, given the context of the Yonge Street, Bloor Street intersection, the pedestrian volumes, the access to the laneway is the appropriate access point for the development sites within this block. In this particular case as well, the traffic analysis that was done did evaluate the operations of the laneway and also the laneway with Balmudo Street, and that was shown to be acceptable.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much. So the supplementary report arrived this morning, and I'm trying to compare the two reports, the one from the previous community council meeting and this one. What are the substantial differences in the absence of having a black line copy? Because you went from 7 pages of recommendations to 9 pages of recommendations, and I want to make sure I fully understand this. And perhaps members of the community are just as curious.
Thank you. Essentially, it's the same, but what's happening now is, now that there's an appeal for the OMB, the recommendations were rewritten in a way to provide the instruction for city legal to take this matter before the OMB. What we also have in this report provides instructions of what to do with the other reports that were before Community Council, as well as adds additional recommendations with respect to heritage matters, which were part of a separate report that we've recommended get deferred at City Council.
Just to supplement that, for the benefit of the Community Council, again, Mr. Tamir said that it's the same, and essentially we've collapsed the recommendations that were previously before you as staff's. You'll recall that the item was here at a statutory public meeting, and it was being recommended by staff. So we were putting forward a package of recommendations and conditions related to that in the context of it being before you as the approval authority. Now that the matter's been appealed, the recommendations were, they all have the same content as what was previously before you, but they've been rewritten to, in the vein that it's now before the OMB as the approval authority. So they're framed in the context of giving the city solicitor instructions to attend at the OMB with staff in support of the proposal, as consistent with as before. But now the instruction is to secure those conditions that we previously put in front of you, to secure those conditions at the OMB.
And how many conditions are there in the report that you've written?
Well, I don't have the numerical number, but there are a number of conditions relating, as it was before, to the security of the path connections, to the public open space that is partially off-site, to the other matters associated with the Section 37, and we've also included the heritage matters.
Why would you write a supportive report subject to so many conditions that are so material to the application? A path connection, public open space security, a Section 37 agreement that is not attached to the recommendations here, or parks acquisition strategy? Like, why not wait till we actually have all the information we need before you move this forward?
There's certain complexity to this application. It's a significant development, and for example, off-site parkland dedication is not always the norm. Sometimes we have on-site, sometimes we have cash in lieu. So there are conditions related to that. Sometimes we don't complete our Section 37 negotiations, sometimes up until the date of City Council. We don't always have a path condition, and there are a lot of associated securities and other legal matters that we need to include in reports that do have path connections. So it does add to the complexity, but substantially, from a zoning point of view, staff were satisfied that the project is appropriate and wanted to bring forward the project to a statutory meeting.
But you can see how it might undermine the planning department when you write a series of supportive recommendations subject to so many different conditions. You must understand why the community members at large are so concerned that you've gone ahead and made a recommendation to approve this application with a number of outstanding issues still to be resolved.
Thank you. There's a number of conditions here which are needed to secure all these matters that we feel are important to the community. The number of conditions do not reflect that something is incomplete. In fact, it just requires added security, if you will, and that's what we're putting on the record by making them conditions of the approval. They're not matters that we're trying to secure because we have not completed a review or such.
Now that the application has been appealed and you've written a positive, largely positive staff report, subject to some conditioned performances, you are no longer able to speak to the matters in the application on behalf of perhaps the members of the community who have now continued to express concerns around the loading, the density, the traffic impacts, to the tall podium. You will now be subpoenaed by the developer to speak on his behalf, to his benefit, to support his application, despite the fact that your conditions have not been met, regardless of whether or not the conditions are met, because now we're before the board. Is that correct?
I think I can answer that question for you, Madam Chair, or, sorry, Mr. Chair, Councillor. The city planner their duty is to the Ontario Municipal Board to provide evidence as an independent planning professional. So they wouldn't be there yes, they may be summoned to attend, but they're there just simply to give their professional planning opinion, not to provide, to take a side in this regard. They would be, if that was the circumstance upon which we found ourselves at the board, it would be simply to provide neutral, unbiased professional planning opinion.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions of staff? No. Councillors to speak. Councillor Wong-Tam.
I'm going to have to hold this matter down. I don't have a resolution. I wish I did. This has been an application that has caused, I think, myself and a number of the members of my entire office team a lot of concern. And I think I'm sure that members of Community Council can appreciate the conundrum that I am in, along with members of our community. So I will try to come to a resolution and give you a clear path forward before the end of today.
All right, thank you very much. For the benefit of the public, we're going to hold this item down until later in the meeting, and we'll move things along. We're still on our 10 a.m. items. TE 17.11, alteration to a designated heritage property, and we're hearing that concurrently, sorry. TE 7.12, final report, 11 and 33 Center Avenue and 80 Chestnut Street zoning amendments, Ward 27. I have 4 speakers here. The first one up is Eric Turcotte, Urban Strategies. Eric? Hi there.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My colleague Reza Arazidik will actually be speaking first on behalf of MAG and IO, and I'll be speaking second.
Okay, sounds good. Once you're all set there, I'll start your time. I could just make a plug while they're getting set up here. Outside today, we've kicked off National Aboriginal Month, and there's an Aboriginal Arts and Crafts Fair in Nathan Phillips Square. I'd urge you all to go out and check out what they've got on offer there in the meantime. We'll break at 12:30 here. It's unlikely that we'll finish our AM items, but we'll do our very best to get done some of them.
I'm going to help you stretch here while they're getting set up, and to note that after you've attended the fair, walk back through Holy Trinity, because it is the monthly memorial for street-involved youth and homeless people who have lost their lives.
May I start as the computer is being set up?
Sure. We're just going to get going, so I like getting able to do that. So let's just turn the volume down because our speakers are ready to begin. Thank you.
May I? Thank you. Hello, my name is Reza Asidikia, Director of AFP Delivery of Major Projects at Infrastructure Ontario. Thank you for having us here today and providing the opportunity to speak about this very exciting project, the new Toronto Courthouse. Firstly, I'd like to mention that we are proud of our ongoing relationship with the City of Toronto. Since 2 years ago, when we started this collaborative process, significant progress has been made, which was not possible without the support of the City of Toronto. IO will lead the procurement process for new Toronto Courthouse project on behalf of the Ministry of the Attorney General, and will be responsible for managing the project during the design, construction, and operation phases. Over the past 10 years, IO has had the opportunity to work closely with the Ministry of the Attorney General to deliver 5 new AFP courthouses across the province: Durham Region, Waterloo, Quinte, Elgin County, and Thunder Bay. This is a significant achievement, representing approximately 1.5 million square feet of new courthouse space, including 100 new courtrooms. Not only are these courthouses technologically advanced, accessible, and environmentally friendly, but also they are award-winning. These projects have been recognized both nationally and internationally in the areas of architecture, urban design, green building, financing, and infrastructure development. According to the Conference Board of Canada, Ontario's infrastructure spending supports approximately 167,000 jobs per year, including nearly 49,000 construction jobs. Each of the previous 5 AFP courthouse projects was completed under a design, build, finance, maintain (DBFM) model and had a positive impact on job creation in various professional and trade industries. For the next AFP courthouse, we are pleased to have the opportunity to work with the City of Toronto to bring a new courthouse to downtown Toronto. Currently, up to 8 existing locations are being considered to be amalgamated into new Toronto Courthouse. Being a high-rise tower courthouse, our goal is to improve space efficiency and measures to maximize the program space. In April of this year, Infrastructure Ontario issued a request for qualifications, which is the first step in selecting a team to design, build, finance, and maintain the new courthouse. Shortlisted proponents are expected to be invited to respond to requests for proposal later this year. Again, we look forward to working with our colleagues at the great City of Toronto to bring many justice programs and services together in a single location and to deliver this beautiful new courthouse for Toronto. Thank you to the City of Toronto for your valued support throughout this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric, would you like to go ahead now?
Yes. We will just set up the presentation.
Sure.
1 second. Reza. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. We're quite excited to bring forward this application for the new Toronto Courthouse at 11 Centre Street, which is a site that is actually right behind City Hall. This application has been the result of a close to 2 years consultation process where we've actually worked with city staff, with the surrounding stakeholders, with the surrounding properties owners that have actually helped shape the application over the last few months. The reason why we've went through that consultation process, and we also feel that it's an extremely important site in the city. This is the last remaining undeveloped site in our civic precinct, the most important precinct of the city. There are many iconic and important buildings in this area, including this one, the most important building in Toronto, City Hall. So our buildings, the new Toronto Courthouse it will be crucial that it makes a very important, significant contribution to the civic precinct, both from a build form, from a building perspective, as well as from a public realm perspective. As my colleague Reza mentioned, the courthouse is the amalgamation of many of the courthouses in the City of Toronto. It will be composed of courtrooms and courthouse-related programs. It will be in a tower format. It will also include a significant improvement to the public realm. We're actually going to fix the public realm that are in this part of our site. So that's quite critical. This is part of the application today, is our zoning envelope. This is not the building that's being proposed, but it is the envelope that we actually have developed with city staff, with keeping in mind that we need to preserve the silhouette and maintain the silhouette of City Hall, which is a key icon here. So we have developed this envelope. We want to make sure that we're preserving the gap, the silhouette is in place, and then the proponent, as they come forward, will be there will be probably up to 3 in the fall that will be selected, that will be working on designing the specific projects. To assist the project team in developing these projects, we've developed, along with city staff, a very rigorous set of design guidelines that deals with the image of the building, the built form, the materiality, how the ground floor is treated, as well as the public realm. Importantly is that there is a series of a document that's quite crucial during the AFP process, the RFP. There's what we call the PSOF, the project-specific output specifications. Those have the city staff actually being involved in the development of the rules that are actually going to guide the developer, the promoter, the builder to actually build the courthouse. They're also going to be involved as part of the process in the evaluation of the scheme that will be developed. We also went twice to the design review panel, and we actually incorporated their feedback into the design guidelines, into the proposal. And this is a very unique process that's being proposed here, where members of the design review panel will be invited to provide feedback during the RFP phase, which is something very new that's never been done before as part of the EAFP project. That's something that we actually feel strongly that will help to shape the outcome and get the best possible project for the city. We are going to be contributing to the public realm significantly. We're going to build, we are going to be building a public realm that's going to improve safety, that's going to be timeless, it's going to be a very high quality. We're actually expanding the sidewalk. We actually are closing the gap between Nathan Phillips Square and the courthouse. We're improving the intersection at Armory and Chestnut. So we actually part of the construction of the courthouse will include that immediate area that is actually around our site. So we are aiming for a safe and expanded public realm. As well, we're not just looking at our site, we're actually looking at the design of the precinct, expanding from face to face of building all the way to Dundas and including Armory. We are going to be participating in the design of the public realm, as well as finding and working with city staff to coordinate and find ways that we can procure the completion of the public realm. So by the time the new Toronto courthouse is completed, that the public realm is completed. So nobody has to come back later, dig out the road and create more disruption. This is a courthouse. There are safety features that needs to be incorporated as part of the public realm. It's something that we have to do. But our design guidelines are quite specific. It will need to be seamlessly integrated as part of the public realm. Heritage is quite important. We actually have very important structure on the site. We have a former BME church that used to be on the site. There's an important series of layers here that we need to commemorate. So we are committed to a very strict and important interpretation strategies. And we have a heritage interpretation working group in place that is currently working with IO, with MAG, to help us define that strategy.
If I could just I'm going to get you to speed up a bit. I think this is a fairly important project, and it's important that we get the description, so.
And this is my last slide.
Wonderful.
So, because we actually, building is not going to get built for probably start for a couple of years. We want to make sure that we can start telling the story about the ward right away. So starting in July, there will be a public art project called Picturing the Ward that's being coordinated by STEP that will be installed on the hoarding of the new Toronto Courthouse. Because we think that it's important that in the meantime, until the project is up and running, that we have a positive face to the community. Again, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Davis.
I presume you're working with the University of Toronto as well.
We have met with the folks that are part of the residents. Yes.
Yes,
across
the way.
Across the way. Yes.
It has absolutely got to be part of the planning.
Absolutely.
It looks as though you are actually doing some amazing preliminary work, and that's quite impressive. I wondered if you could show me the slide that showed a kind of a rendering of where the siting and massing of the building would be, because it looked as though it was taller, intending to be taller than the West Tower.
Yes. So the way we have been working with city staff to develop that massing envelope, because that's actually quite critical. The determination is we want to make sure that that the eastern portion of our building, so in the application, is actually quite substantially lower than the western portion of City Hall. And we're creating a gap between the western portion of our site and...
This looks to me as though the western portion of the building will be taller than our western.
Potentially, yes. The massing envelope goes up to...
I just say my first response is it shouldn't be.
Mhm.
I think the towers of City Hall should not be distracted from there should not be buildings adjacent to it that take from the iconic east and west towers of City Hall. And to me, that distracts completely from the West Tower.
Yes.
Anyway, that's just my initial response. And, yeah, that was not a question.
I heard the inflection go up at the end there.
Anyway, I
there was
won't
a
say
bit of
any more.
inflection.
I mean, obviously, there's a lot of work to do. I assume you'll be considering comments similar to mine. Is that correct? Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you, sir. The next up is Rosemary Sadler.
Just give me 1 minute to set up one.
Sure. And Max Allen, you're up next.
Council and citizens who are here for this wonderful panel, thank you so much for making this time available. I just want to read quickly something that I posted today on Facebook. Internalized hatred is supported across the board when the history, experience, and contributions of non-traditional groups are not included in a regular and routine way with purpose and meaning. And here I wrote this in honor of the Orlando situation, but also in honor and in consideration of what has happened with our First Nations peoples, and also with some of the issues facing the African Canadian community. My concern in being here is basically not only because I'm here as the immediate past president of the Ontario Black History Society, and not only because I am a descendant of the last clergy person to be at the Chestnut Street BME Church, and not only because I'm on the Heritage Interpretation Committee. I'm here because I want to speak in support of, encourage you as a council to be mindful of how incredibly significant this special, precious piece of land in the city of Toronto is. It was preserved by accident because it was under asphalt, it was a parking lot, And so much of the value was overlooked or forgotten for years. Now, because of wonderful things in terms of archaeology and decisions that have been made to check out what lies beneath, we know. And what lies beneath among the remnants of the Irish and the Jewish and the Black early residents of this city is the reality of the multicultural beginnings of the city of Toronto. We are unlikely to have another such location. In the report that I was provided with, that are part of the materials, on page 15, there was also a request that the applicant look at alternative locations for access to the site. The concept plans presented at the meeting and attached to this report have the proposed vehicular access and service areas over the foundation of the British Methodist Episcopal Church, BME Church, that still remains on the site. I think this is a real issue, a real problem in terms of the envelope as it has been proposed. The envelope tends to look at perhaps, yes, the perimeter, the area, and I think it also looks at height, which you've spoken to, Councillor Davis. But I also want you to give consideration to what lies beneath, and what are those opportunities that might be able to be presented to help to preserve in situ the significance of this site. Further, in the report that was part of the materials, page 20, the remains of the BME Church represent a significant archaeological and heritage resource as an important place of worship and advocacy for the abolition of slavery. The church served as a platform for political activism, was one of the last stops on the Underground Railroad, represents the struggle for freedom for people of African descent, and remains an important, tangible reminder of the presence of a sizable early Black community in Toronto. This is part of the report that you have before you to consider, and I'm here primarily to remind you of what it means. I know that the conservation, the preservation, the interpretation is going to happen. I know that. But there are two issues here. One is the in situ preservation of what lies beneath, and the other comes in terms of the nature of the commemoration. Given it is to be a secure structure, who will have access to anything that might be done on the first floor or on the sides or the walls of the courthouse once it's possibly done? So I really want us to give greater consideration to what lies beneath, because I know the preservation off-site will definitely happen. And given comments already heard this morning about what happens after the fact, when people realize what the envelope means, I really want you to give consideration now when there's an opportunity to address that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for your time. The next up is Max Allen. Max, you'll have 5 minutes. I'll start your time.
Good morning. I'm Max Allen. I'm the founder of the Textile Museum of Canada. In this case, the development was designed, except for some aesthetic details, before the stakeholders were told about it. There was no meaningful consultation. The failure of the city to circulate a draft of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment in a timely fashion is at the heart of nearly a dozen requests that TE 17.14, 2 items from now, be deferred. In that situation, as well as this one, the actual wording of the amendment was not circulated until today. I have not seen it, and the same principle of meaningful consultation that is before you in 17.14 should apply here. Let me repeat, you and the public did not get the details of what you're being asked to approve until today. If you approve the building envelope and the height, as Councillor Davis brought to your attention, you've essentially approved the building. This needs careful thought, and in the 2 letters I've sent, I've suggested 3 ways that that careful thought might occur. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Davis.
What are those 3 ways? I have not seen your letter. It's somewhere in here.
The most important one is deferral to allow consideration of the actual amendment that's before you. There are some others also. In the letters that I put forward and the footnotes with the color pictures that some of you got, I have suggested that there be, that you mandate immediate, well-publicized public presentations and community consultations. The one community consultation that was held in February was attended by about 20 people. And that indicates to me that very few people knew about this. This building has more density than the One Bloor building does. It's not quite as high. It's about 45 residential stories as opposed to 80, but the site is far larger. The second thing you might do is reject the building's proposed envelope and height as set out in the final report. You could just reject it. And the third is to instruct staff to bring forward recommendations about addressing the in-force zoning bylaws that are more in line with the public interest. You are in an awkward, the city is in an awkward position because Infrastructure Ontario and the province are a very big Goliath in face of your David.
Councillor Davis, is that?
Councillor Davis, the short answer is how to deal with the fact that you're approving this building by approving the envelope is to defer it until there can be some more discussion, as you suggested, about the envelope. I hate to suggest deferral on these things, but there's no hurry. You heard from Mr. Turcotte that it'll be at least 2 years before anything substantial about the actual building itself, the facade, how it's organized, what it looks like, and so forth, is brought forward, so there's plenty of time. Ask staff for some more input before your September meeting.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Mr. Allen, are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, are there questions of staff? Questions of staff? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Of course. I just wanted to perhaps ask staff to comment on the significant heritage of this particular site, especially as it pertains to the early settlements of the Black, Irish, Jewish, Chinese communities, and in particular, the historical significance that the British Methodist Episcopal Church had in the founding of Toronto.
Is this one working? Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair. Susan Hughes, who is the project lead for archaeology, has been following this site very closely. I, in fact, attended the site when the archaeological digs were going on, And I can confirm that this is an extremely rich archaeological site, and the findings are varied. The ward, certainly the stories it tells about the ward, the stories it tells about our Black community, they're all very important. And while I can't provide you with all of the detail about the background that you're looking for, unfortunately Susan's not with us, I can say that we are being very, very attentive to ensuring that this will be one of the most comprehensive interpretation plans that the city will have seen to date. We're ensuring that the interpretation is fulsome, that it is being developed by IO from inception through to completion, that it will be both in the interior of the building and in the public spaces, in the public realm, spaces outside of the building. So the stories will be told, and we are being very, very thorough in our involvement in this file to make sure that that happens.
Would you have any objections of ensuring that the Heritage Interpretation Working Group is included in the public realm streetscape improvement strategies and moving forward, to make sure that they're going to be adequately consulted?
No, we would not. And in fact, we are looking at the exterior as an important opportunity to make the interpretation of this site available to the public.
And when you speak about the exterior, is it just the exterior of the public realm that abuts the private property owned by the province of Ontario? Or does it also include extending that public realm with the interpretation strategies to the lands across the street? The ones that are not owned by the province, but the two elevations of the street will speak as a storybook. Is it both sides of the street that you're considering?
Well, certainly, the planning staff are looking at the public realm as one of the drawings that was shown by IO illustrates in a very comprehensive and fulsome way as a precinct of open space.
And this also includes Dundas Street West, does it not? Even though it's not abutting to those lands, but it speaks to the geographical importance, the historical and cultural importance of the ward. Is that part of the intention of where the heritage interpretations will be extended?
I think that will have to be part of the process. It's important that the interpretation happen in a location that's relevant to the site. So it will be part of the full consideration of interpretation where the interpretation actually happens.
Okay. Thank you. And so with respect to, I just want to follow up on some of the concerns that deputants had raised about perhaps or actually Councillor Davis had raised regarding the viewpoint and the view corridor of our symbol of democracy, the building that we are all sitting in today. Has staff considered how the massing and the envelope of the proposed new courthouse will affect the very significant view corridor, I would argue cultural, political view corridor of City Hall?
I'll answer that question through the chair. Staff have spent a lot of time working with IO in terms of understanding what the built form envelope is of this development, of this proposal. One of the views that you were shown today is actually the one view that there will be some overlap between Toronto City Hall and the courthouse. It is the southeast corner of Nathan Phillips Square. As you get into Nathan Phillips Square, there begins to be more of a separation. So one of the things that you have seen today is actually a change in height in terms of the stepping. So the building steps down. It's 125 meters on the western wing and 95 meters on the eastern wing. And what that does is make sure that the building does not pop up above the silhouette of City Hall when viewed from that one vantage point. As I said, as you get further into the square, there becomes more of a separation. Certainly important from a staff perspective that City Hall remain a prominent and dignified presence on Nathan Phillips Square. So the guidelines will even talk about articulating the courthouse so that it appears to be more than one building, so that it fits into the backdrop of City Hall, and that's one of the roles of the guidelines. The other thing I'll point out is that this was also raised by the design review panel, and we have been working with IO in this case to actually set up a special groundbreaking design review panel process, which you heard of today, so panel members will be able to see the process unfold several more times.
And so, because view corridors are very important, especially as they impact government buildings. These are institutional uses. I know that in the past you've put a lot of discipline and scrutiny to protecting the Ontario Legislative Assembly. That was a big battle and a lot of work. Are you applying the same level of discipline, the same level of scrutiny, the same or perhaps more due diligence to protecting the view corridor of this particular building?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll answer that question. The City Council recently passed Official Plan Amendment 199, which were the heritage revisions to the heritage sections of the official plan. And in that amendment, we did identify views of City Hall that would be protected along from the middle of Nathan Phillips Square east to the corner of Bay and Queen. So those are currently protected in our official plan. In addition to that, staff is currently looking at enhancing those policies. We're working on that study right now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Davis has requested a second round of questions. We're at 12:28.
I did not have any questions of staff.
Okay.
Okay, but I don't have time now, so we should have a recess and return as we...
Yes, just how many speakers are there to this item? I know Councillor Wong Tam will speak. Councillor Davis, you'd like to speak as well?
I'd like to have questions of staff.
Oh, pardon me, I thought you just said that you didn't have
No,
questions.
you said I wanted a second round of questions, and I said I have not had any questions.
Oh, my apologies. I thought you
I
had
had
already asked questions.
Okay. I had questions of the
Yes,
deputy.
no, this is true. So we'll hold this item down until after lunch. We return at 1:30. Councillor Matlow, you wanted some consideration for an item further in the agenda?
Yes. I'm asking for your and my colleagues' indulgence to time T17.27 regarding 43 Millwood Road as the first item, I guess after this item, after lunch. We have a number of parents who are waiting patiently here, along with a local school trustee and school principal. So I'd appreciate
I'll
that.
take that as a motion to amend the agenda. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. For everyone's benefit here, what we'll do is we'll return to this item directly after lunch, and then we'll go to item 17.27, which is listed in 11 o'clock item, and then we'll go back to the regularly scheduled programs. Could I just make one plea of my colleagues, is if we could be here at 1:30. We are on 10 a.m. items, and if you want to get home tonight, you are going to have to start at 1:30. So thank you very much.
Take them from the back. He's going to tell you. Nobody sits? No. Nobody sits. Let's go. He should make a rule saying, guys, you have to clear. He's still in it. They're all getting bothered.
Can we clear out the room, please?
Christ, they hear noise. You guys are bothered. I know. You don't have to go anywhere, right?
you like to take him to the office? Over here. Would you want to take him back to your office? Yeah, of course. And work on that.
For the proposal, yes.
did it, I don't know, at the third week, the third Friday in May. And I hadn't heard anything, so I figured. And then yesterday at 2 o'clock, I got this email that I've been matched. And then you had to fill out a form to accept it by the 15th, so I did it right away. And when I sent it in, I said, and it said, I'll hear from such and such to negotiate the start time. And I'm thinking, okay. So I wrote back and I said, I'd like to have a, thank you. I'm looking forward to the discussion. Can you please send me some times? And I've heard nothing. So I figure I'll wait till tomorrow because it's only been, today's only the 14th. So, and I'm really in no rush. The longer it keeps to negotiating, the more reasonable it seems. Like I don't want to start till like the third week of July.
There you go, right?
Because I'm going to CSBA for in Winnipeg, and we thought we'd drive, and not working. So, and that only that's from the 7th. That's like the 8th of July. So I mean, they'll probably say after the long weekend that I'd actually say Thanksgiving myself. But I don't necessarily think that'll work.
Maybe not.
But as long as it can be, I mean, I hope the third week of July will be earliest, because then you get the August 1st weekend, you get the September 1st, and it won't be so. And there's no board things at night, so there's no, like, the start in the summer is a good thing because I'm not distracted. And then can't decide whether the right up front conversation should be about a modified work week or if I actually should be in the job.
Maybe start for a week or two then.
But I was very, I mean, part of my rationale for why I'd be a good match, it's the board experience. So I was completely transparent with that. So I now at my job, my agreement was I just left Wednesdays at 2. Then over the course of the week, made up those couple of hours. I'd like broader flexibility going into a new job. Like I'd actually like to work 4 days and get paid for 5 and take all of Wednesdays off. Which really only means a 9-hour day. It's only 36 hours. So if you start, that's only 8 to 5. And like I have no idea if it's the kind of job where I'd have a BlackBerry or not. So if you get a BlackBerry for your job, then hypothetically that's a couple of hours a week in my opinion. And it may be, I'll work Wednesday morning this week because I need to take Friday afternoon off, or I'll work, but to have that agreement, a couple, what would be an appropriate notice period from your perspective, but the fact is I've got, the board commitment, and that's a commitment. They know that. And my deputy had to sign off on that, so it's a different deputy now, right? So I'll have to, when I meet with my new manager, I'll bring a copy of the agreement from the deputy, I'll just bring everything, because you never know the quirky things they may ask. The minister definitely knows what I do, and if he has a hard time, in fact, I should probably send him a text. But I actually have, on the Sunday night, the 27th, I actually have the counselors, Mehevik and Matlow, Hoskins, and Carolyn Bennett, and Joanne Davis, the Catholic, all coming for dinner at my house. Because we have the summits, but we never have
It's just a PowerPoint presentation, right?
Yes.
All right. There's your PGA port right there. So when you come up, you just take this. I'm usually in the booth, but sometimes I'm not. So
Okay.
this is why I'm showing you.
Yes.
So you plug that in. You see that over there? Go over to this thing over here. See that label right there? RGB1? You can find that button over there. Press it. Goody. That's good. You can unlock your machine. When you're done, you go back to main. Can we get into the operating system? Just make sure that you can do that.
Sure.
Now, pulling it like that,
Yeah?
this has no lock nuts on it.
Oh, okay.
So pulling it
Will
is just the
disengage.
only thing keeping that is tension.
Okay.
So if you're moving this around and you lose image,
I just put that back in. And
See, 1, 2, 3. Calling all counselors to TEYCC.
This is a joint announcement by Councillors McMahon and Matlow. If you're a member of the Toronto East York Community Council, your attendance is sought.
Because we're on time.
And we want you to be too.
Never stuffy, is it?
So Councillor Fletcher, yeah, we did, and some of the, there are amendments to existing. Like this one, this is amending what number, right? And yours is, yeah, now, yeah. Yep, that's amending your new one, that's, yeah. So it's just, that's brand new, and this is, I'm afraid. Oh, that's fine, okay.
Yeah. If I could get everyone's attention, please, and have members of Toronto and East York Community Council take their seats. We can get underway.
Mr. Chair, just
Councillor Mihevc.
yes, I'm wondering, given that there are many people here who have an undeputed item and would love to just go. So my recommendation, my request is that before we hear the deputed item, just go and just clear the deck, as long as they are not deputations and they go through smoothly.
I like the way you think, Councillor Mihevc. We'll do that very quickly, and it's starting with TE 17.13, final report.
There is one. There's a dep there.
No, there is not.
Okay.
68 and 70 Charles Street East, 628, 634, 636, 638 Church Street zoning amendment application, rental housing demolition. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to that item?
13 and 28 together.
That's being considered with TE 17.28, alterations to a heritage property, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Also Ward 27. Are there any members of the public to speak to those items? No? Councillor Wong-Tam. 13 and 28.
Sure. No, I'd like to move the recommendations in the staff report, and with that, to thank the community for their patience, for the tenants who've worked really hard with our city staff to make sure that we have all the requirements contained in the final report to make sure that there's a proper rental replacement plan and strategy in place. Want to thank also the city staff, including planning and heritage staff, who've worked so tirelessly on an application that we've seemed to be able to build some broad-based community consensus on. And I think that if everything goes according to the intentions and true intentions of the applicant and the planning staff, I think we'll have a very attractive building in place once they're ready to construct. And we'll work with the community to mitigate the construction impacts as we move forward.
All those in favor of TE 17.13 staff recommendations? All those opposed? That carries. And with it, all those in favor of TE 17.28, the recommendations in the report? All in favor? Opposed? That carries. The next one with no deputants is TE 17.15, request for direction 203 to 205 College Street zoning amendment application. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to that item? Seeing none, Councillor Cressy.
I'm going to move staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.16, request for directions 452, 458 Richmond Street West zoning amendment application. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to that item? Seeing none, Councillor Cressy.
I'm going to move staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.17, request for directions to report 30 Widmer Street and 309, 315 Adelaide Street West zoning amendment application. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this item? No. Councillor Cressy.
This is my third OMB fight in a row, and I will be moving staff recommendations.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Moving on, the next item without speakers is TE 17.25, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. It's an Ward 18 matter, so I'll hold that down. There is, yes. TE 17.25, inclusion on the City of Toronto Heritage Registrar 585 Bloor Street West, Ward 19. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to that item? 585 Bloor West. Going once, twice, gone. I'll move the recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.26, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 25 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 19 Duncan Street, Ward 20. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this item? 19 Duncan Street? No. Councillor Cressy to speak.
So I'm going to move staff recommendations and 30 seconds on it. We have a heritage conservation district coming into King Spadina and a secondary plan into the East Precinct. This site is within there. While we're waiting on final changes from the applicant and a final report ultimately from staff, it's our hope and my hope that this file can prove to be a new model for King Spadina and the East Precinct, assuming we get all of these things in order.
All those in favor? Opposed? That item carries. The next one with no speakers is TE 17.30, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Registrar 212 Dundas Street East. Are there members of the public to speak to this item? No. Ward 27, Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, I'd like to move the staff recommendations and the recommendations of the Preservation Board.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.32, Heritage Evaluation, 51A, 5353A, 6365, 67 Mutual Street. Are there any members of the public to speak to this item? Nope. Councillor Wong-Tam.
There was a request from the Preservation Board for the deferral of this matter to engage in further consultation with the Toronto East York Preservation Panel, so I'd like to move that recommendation.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. On the deferral.
Correct.
TE 17.34, demolition of a designated heritage property in the North Rosedale Heritage Conservation District and construction of a replacement structure, 3 Douglas Drive. Are there any members of the public to speak to this item?
I believe the gentleman has left.
Okay, it's Ward 27, Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much. I'll move the staff recommendations.
All
and the
those
yeah, and the same recommendations from the preservation panel.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We'll quickly go through the 130 items that don't have deputants right now, and if you wish to depute to an item, just please indicate, and then we'll hold you down till we get around to that. TE 17.38, request for a fence exemption at 82 Bisgarth Road. Are any members of the public here to speak to 82 Binsgarth, Ward 27? Councillor Wong Tam?
I'll have to hold that down.
Okay.
Let's take a look.
What about 64 Galt? 64 Galt, anyone here for a fence exemption at 64 Galt? Let's deal with that. There is a... Okay. TE 17.39, request for a fence exemption.
He's not going to speak.
Yep.
If I'm moving it, you're
Yep.
okay. I'm moving the exemption.
Yep.
He's fine.
I'm just reading it out. Chapter 447, 64 Galt Avenue. Are there any members of the public to speak?
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I'm moving recommendation 2, which is to maintain the fence and allow the exemption.
And I'm moving to Councillor Fletcher's ward, because that's how it's done.
We did that.
All in favor?
All in favor. The next up is TE, you just want, it's your lucky day, sir. You get to go home before 7. TE 17.40, request for a fence exemption at the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, 86 Kenilworth Avenue. Anyone for Kenilworth? Seeing none, Ward 32, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much, and in speedy fashion, I'm moving to grant that exemption.
All those in favor? Any questions? Anyone to speak? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. The next one are 2 o'clock for 34. I have a speaker to that item. Yeah. No, let's just get back on order here, just so we can try to maintain some order. We last left off
Because people are
at
here from
TE
11 o'clock.
17.17. We were at speakers, questions of staff, and it was to Councillor Davis who had a question of staff.
We're at the 10:30 agenda.
I guess I just wanted to ask if you could provide a little more background as to why you are recommending on the west portion of this building a height of 135 meters, when it is an important site and is captured within the sightlines of City Hall.
Through you, Mr. Chair, again, through our analysis and study, we determined that the height was far enough away that in this one vantage point, that the built form for us was acceptable. And we prioritized moving the height lower on the eastern portion in order to get that separation with City Hall from that one vantage point. And again, as you go further into the square or further west, there is an increased separation between the courthouse building and City Hall.
I just wonder, there was some concern expressed about the bylaw being released just today and about the consultation process. I wonder if you could just comment on that.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, the staff report, I think, adequately describes the building envelope that is part of the bylaw. So we think that the report, which was released much earlier, does tell members of the public what to expect. This process, which is a design, build, finance, maintain project, is one where there will be a competition. 3 firms will be selected, and they will be designing the building, and then the province IO will decide which one of the 3 will go on to build it. So it is a building envelope, and the actual building that's going to fit within that envelope is going to be designed through that process.
And will there be other opportunities for consultation in that process?
There could be other opportunities. As part of that process, the winning company will have to go through a site plan approval process, and if the council wants to hold some meetings on that, they could. In terms of the meeting that we did have, the community consultation meeting, it was advertised in an extended manner.
And the design panel, design review panel meetings, is notice given of those? Are people aware they can attend those?
There were two, this project went before the design review panel on 2 occasions. Notice isn't given for that, but they are open to the public.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any more questions of staff? Councilor Mihevc.
Just one. Usually when we have very important structures, for example, Queen's Park, City Hall, important iconic buildings in the city, view corridors are really looked at in a strengthened manner. And I'm just wondering, like, at the end of the day, City Hall is, how many feet is City Hall tall?
80 meters west tower and 100 meters east tower through the chair.
So this is now 135, really within spitting distance of City Hall. How did staff think that piece through?
Sorry, I missed the last part of your question, Councillor.
How does staff reconcile that this is now going to, frankly, at the end of the day, and actually at the end of the day, cast a shadow onto City Hall?
Well, it's north of City Hall and northwest, so it likely will not be casting a shadow onto City Hall except for in late June, and that would be on the blank walls. But in terms of the view protection, it talks specifically about breaching the silhouette of City Hall. And that's one of the things that we guarded and worked hard to make sure that this building does not breach the silhouette of City Hall from the south side of Queen Street. Now, the only place that there's an overlap is actually on the southeast corner of Nathan Phillips Square. As you get further west, there is actually a separation. And certainly council has approved taller buildings. For example, one that is under construction right now at University in Dundas, but it is further away. So again, the further you are from City Hall, further north or further west, that's why we had comfort with that height.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Wong-Tam to speak.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move 2 amendments. The first one is to simply amend clause number 7 and to add the words ward councillor and Toronto Preservation Board to the site plan. Sorry, I just want to make sure the clerks can put it on the screen. Number 7 is just simply to make 2 simple insertions so we can have an opportunity at the Preservation Board to take a look at the site plan because we wanted to ensure that any heritage interpretation strategy coming out of the discussions from the working group was also going to be embedded into the site plan. So this is to deal with the public realm and everything that's abutting the exterior of the project. And the Preservation Board is, of course, very interested in having a better understanding of what the heritage interpretation will be. So it's a simple, I don't think it's going to delay anything, but rather just add another layer of scrutiny to it. And then the second amendment, you ready? Okay. And the second amendment is to ensure that the ongoing discussions around the public realm and streetscape improvement is going to be done. I'm going to have to hold this item down. It actually doesn't have all the language that I had intended in there.
Okay, we'll hold the item down briefly as we'll move to, as previously discussed, to 17.27, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 43 Millwood Road. 43 Millwood Road. Sorry, I don't think my microphone was on there. We're at 17.27 for those parents in the room that we bumped this up for. Angelos Bakopoulos? I tried. My apologies, sir. Not bad?
No, excellent.
Well, some days down on the Danny. From the TDSB.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Folks, if we could,
I know.
let's get the murmuring down to a minimum, please. Thank you. Angelo, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Perks, that's what happens with old age. You start to lose your hair, unfortunately. So away goes the afro, and this is the new look. So, good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to depute on this issue. I'm the Associate Director for the Toronto District School Board, who is responsible for the development, operation, and maintenance of facilities.
It's fine.
And I'm here, with all due respect to the Toronto Preservation Board, to explain why declaring this building as heritage is not a good decision for many reasons. Just to give you some background, we need a new school in this area. The Toronto Preservation Board is recommending that we keep the building renovated and use it as a school. And we believe that we need to build a totally new facility, and for the following reasons. First of all, the existing building is over capacity. If the building is declared heritage and we need to continue using it as a school, it is already over capacity. Currently, we have 572 students in a school with a capacity of 538. Enrollment at Davisville School is projected to reach 682 students by 2024. That means that starting next year, we'll have to put portables out, and at a certain point in time, we will not have enough room on the site to accommodate the 682 pupils that will result from the growth of city-approved developments in the school capture area. The second reason is undersized rooms. Currently, the school is accommodating full instructional classes in 16 undersized classrooms that were not constructed for typical regular classroom use. The classrooms in the existing school are smaller than typical TDSB standard, since they were originally designed and constructed to accommodate the Metropolitan School for the Deaf, which is no longer operational. These rooms are not intended for regular instructional use for classes of up to 30 students and are not considered suitable learning spaces for our students. Reason number 3, loss of ministry funding. The Ministry of Education has provided us with $15 million to build a new school. If we don't build a new school and we go into renovations, we lose that $15 million. Reason number 4, high operating costs for the facility. Davisville has the highest operating cost of any elementary school across the Toronto District School Board that has a similar square footage and enrollment. Reason number 5, the building is in very, very poor condition. The condition of the existing building is extremely poor. The limitations imposed by the existing building include non-compliance with modern-day building codes, non-compliance with barrier-free provisions for accessibility, poor physical comfort for the interior environment because of unbalanced heat and fresh air requirements, lack of washroom capacity, major roof problems, including repeated leaking of the roof. And I think you'll hear from some of the other deputants that the last rainfall destroyed a whole bunch of school projects. It is very, very difficult to try to deal with the roof leaks at the school. Consistent flooding due to major water management issues on the site, layout issues including the undersized rooms. Reason number 6, in order to bring that facility up to a good building standard, we would require $13 million of investment. The infrastructure renewal backlog that needs to be addressed, as I said, is about $13 million by the year 2019. In addition, even if we were to renovate it, we'd need $6 to $8 million to build an extension to the school to accommodate the growing student population, which would result in less play space for the students. And I can tell you from personal experience, anytime we've done a deep retrofit, whether I was here at the City of Toronto when I was in charge of some of the facilities in the city of Toronto, or whether it's at the Toronto District School Board, you never do a deep retrofit on budget. You're always over budget because there are always things that come up that you never plan for. The seventh reason is lack of funding for infrastructure renewal at the TDSB as a whole. We have a backlog of infrastructure renewal repairs of $3.5 billion right now. That's going to grow to $5.6 billion by 2020. 60% of our schools are in poor or critical condition. We're not getting funded enough by the Ministry of Education, so each year we continue to fall further and further behind with our infrastructure repairs. So it doesn't make sense for us to use those valuable dollars, of which there's a scarcity, refuse the $15 million that the province is giving us and try to use our own money to renovate the school. The City of Toronto also wants to build an aquatic and community center on site. If we have to retain this older building, there won't be room on the site to accommodate the City of Toronto wishes. So in wrapping up, I see I'm a few seconds over. In wrapping up, I would say this. Please consider, if we built a new school, it's going to be a compact three-story layout providing adequate space for City of Toronto Community Center and for the appropriate play space for the students. Please, folks, for the sake of the community, the taxpayer, the TDSB, the city, and students and staff of the existing Davisville School, don't declare the building heritage. It doesn't make sense on so many fronts.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Questions? No? Thank you, sir. And we'll move on to Carol Kleinfeld.
Actually, I'm Kim Story. I'm going to present.
Sure.
Carol, we're together. I'm right after her.
Sure, why not?
Good.
I'll start your clock. You're
Thank you, sir.
two back-to-back, each at 5 minutes, but if you could hold it a little shorter, that'd be
Do our best.
really help us move stuff along. Just tighten it.
Oh, where was the full screen? Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. We're here to basically talk about the building itself and its heritage status and trying to preserve the building. Our interest is that in the main, but we understand that the community has been working very hard for a number of years, and they have valid arguments. I mean, every point that was just made is a valid argument. So what we want to show today is that there are options, and I don't believe any of the options have been fully explored or even given any kind of note. So that's what we're going to show you today, that there are options, and if we keep our options open by declaring this a heritage building, I believe that everyone will get what they want within the neighborhood. So this actually appeared in the Village Post in May, which is the local newspaper, and you can see that the school is considered part of the heritage of the area because it's included in this sheet, which is put together by the people in the area. Also, this school, we've heard that it can't be renovated or it has to be renovated for $13 million. That report is something that a lot of us have considered, and we don't agree with the numbers, but that's a different story. On the left-hand side of the screen, you see the 3 stories of the existing building. This was a study done in 2011. And it was a study to see if the school could be repurposed as Spectrum Alternative School. And the numbers that they were coming up with were somewhere in the neighborhood of $500,000. So there is a huge discrepancy between the various players. And you're probably wondering who we are, and we are an ad hoc group of professionals who think that this building is worthy of consideration. And we're architects, historians, professors, developers, and I personally am a ward resident. We're asking that you consider this while you look at the plans that we're going to go through today. And what we're looking at is basically trying to accommodate everyone's requirements, and we believe that we've been able to do that. At the school, if you look at the bottom of this page, Lord Lansdowne, Davisville, Bickford Park, there are a number of schools which represent a certain era of Toronto's sense of adventure in terms of educational facilities, and it's kind of a post-war sense that education is for everyone, and that the architecture should express the openness and availability of the education for everyone in the city. This was certainly a time within the city and within the Toronto District School Board where architecture was extremely important in terms of getting across their ideals to the rest of the public. And for that reason alone, the aggregate of these buildings, of which there are numerous, these are just 3, the aggregate is a real gift to the City of Toronto from both Peter Pennington, who was the architect with the Toronto District School Board, who has now passed, but it was his desire to do these kinds of schools to improve the education system. Next. We know that we have a responsibility to answer to the business case. We heard one business case. We have 3 here. There's probably a dozen more. We have looked at different models because in each model we have looked at, we're incredibly conservative in terms of our dollars and cents. And we actually think, I won't read through all of these, but we can show that there is actually a profit to be made by keeping the building, and that the Toronto District School Board could be able to increase their maintenance without increasing their costs. We're going to go through some options here. The first one is showing that the new school, which is in the dark orange, the hub, which is the community center, and the existing school in red, and the blue is for the Toronto Daycare Center. What we're trying to show is how you can put all of these elements on this site and include a new public walkway through the building, and underground parking, and a large schoolyard. All of the area requirements of TDSB have been used to do these layouts. So open space, playground area, classroom areas, et cetera, they're all to TDSB standards. Whoop, whoop, no. What's that?
There you go.
This is another one just showing where we put the school on the eastern side of the block and maintain a large, almost identical area of the park, a new public walkway and playground area for the school board. And this one is where we have it on the western side of the site. So you can see it is possible to have it all on this site. This is just a bit more, the ground plane, as you can see on option 1, that would be the hub added, the school. This is the school and the hub together, second floor, terrace areas off the school, and a third floor for the school. And this shows just the red dots are people, and it shows the kind of movement through the block that you can get and the kind of public service that this block could give you. This is another option which we're showing on the east side. This is the hub again being introduced, the school. Second story, the terraces are reintroduced again. And you can see that the public is able to move through the entire site, and there's a very large area for the students. And just to reiterate that no one in this ad hoc group has any skin in the game. We're not, we will not be profiting from anything. We're not building any of this. but we are passionate about saving this building for its own sake and for the sake of the aggregate of these schools. Thank you very much. And Kim?
Okay, if I can add to what Carol said, I think that, I think this is sort of a teaching and learning moment for all of us. I think, it seems like every day we're talked to about, divide your garbage, recycle your garbage, don't turn your dryer on till after midnight, things like that. All these small individual moments of helping climate change, of helping our environment, and it seems like this is the big moment where we don't take a beautiful building of this cultural significance and put it in landfill. I mean, I'm just reading a sign coming up here about, how the City of Toronto is now diverting 90.4% of its waste from landfill to recycling. This is a beautiful building. It doesn't prevent a new building from happening for the students of Davisville and their parents and for the community. It doesn't prevent, keeping this building does not prevent the community hub. So I would really like to ask, and Carol and I both would like to ask, please divert the Davisville School away from landfill and into its rightful place as part of our really critical cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the two deputies? No? Thank you very much for your time. The next up is Catherine Naismith. Hello.
Hello, hello. Thank you, everybody. I'm here as president of the Toronto branch of the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario. For my sins, I'm also the president of the provincial organization. We don't come and talk to you about every building that is in front of you or every preservation file. But I want to give you some background on why we feel this one is so important. It's been outlined, the designation report makes it very clear about the significance, how this is part of a larger group of buildings. In March, we held a series of public lectures, and we had a lecture devoted to this period of architecture in the City of Toronto under the Toronto District School Board. And our lecturer was Robert Moffat, and he got up and he gave a whole lot of precedents, international precedents that influenced the design. I came away from that lecture feeling that what was built here in Toronto, this collection of architectural gems, is better than any of the precedents, and yet somehow we don't value what's in our backyard. So that this reaction that is coming from what we're calling ourselves the Mod Squad, people who are interested in seeing a modern heritage in Toronto preserved, because this matter became public when it hit the Toronto Star. No one in the broader community had any idea that there was a threat to this building. So that when that emerged in the Toronto Star, we started talking, we started thinking, there's got to be a way to bring all the players to the table, have a conversation, look at options. But it's very clear to me in sitting through the deputations at the Preservation Board. The Preservation Board did not recommend reusing this school for school purposes. It did recommend designation, and which would suggest an adaptive reuse of some form. There are many different options that are possible. What was also clear, listening to the deputations at the Preservation Board, is the school board has made up its mind that this building is garbage, and it needs to be, there is no question that if City Council and the Toronto Community Council doesn't vote for designation, there'll be no conversation about the future of this building. The conversation has, I think in the mind of the school board, is over and it's done. So that I would urge you to accept the recommendations of the Preservation Board and staff, and designate this building, because it's the only way that City Council is going to have a say in the future of this property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Seeing none, I'll call the next deputant is Shona Fairley. Shona Fairley?
Shona Farley?
Farley, sorry.
That's okay.
We'll have 5 minutes, and the clock's to my right.
Can I go? All right. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. As a former parent, teacher, vice principal, and now principal for the second time, I bring with me a wealth of knowledge of what it's like to live in an alien building that is so close to my heart. Curriculum should be the main objective of every principal. However, my main priority every day is the safety of the building and how it will impact the students, the staff, and the community that very day. I will focus today on the 3 items outlined by the Heritage Committee as the main reasons to save this building: the playful windows, the open staircase, and the roof. Although I don't claim to understand what a playful window is, I do know what a restrictive window is. The classroom windows are very small, open a very small amount, and do not allow for proper airflow. Although in our eco-audit yesterday, we did learn that there is a great deal of heat escaping out of the windows and a recommendation to replace them. A few weeks ago, grade 3 and 6 students wrote the provincial-wide EQAO test in rooms that were recorded at 34 degrees. Imagine having to write the most important and widely publicized test in which you and your school are evaluated in a room at 34 degrees. Would you be able to do your best? Why don't these students deserve the opportunity to do their very best? And on to the stairs, where our students do their best to get up and down the 3 flights of stairs that have gaps so large that any primary child could easily fit through and fall. Luckily, this hasn't happened yet. We did have one student less than a month ago get her arm physically stuck in one of the staircases leading to the basement. We had to go and get a caretaker to unbolt the railing from the wall to release her. The stairs, as you have heard, do not meet the minimum safety code by today's standards. We did try to have them altered to meet safety code, but we're told it could not be done. Don't these students deserve safe stairs? And finally, the roof. Granted, I am not a trained roofing expert. That is not what I went to school for. However, I have become an expert on what to do when your roof fails and fails and fails and fails again. It is the gift that keeps on giving. I have become an expert in relocating students and staff when there is a flood in any number of our classrooms, and how to fill out insurance forms on how to recoup some of the funds lost to those floods. Since our meeting, June 2nd, a mere 13 days ago, we have dealt with 2 floods in 3 classrooms, resulting in lost carpets, student books, damaged floor tiles, but most importantly, student work that cannot be replaced. I know who to call when, twice, sinks have fallen off of the walls in the bathroom. Neither sink has fallen on a child yet. I know who to call when the ceiling tiles randomly fall off the 2nd floor gym roof. No tile has landed on a child yet, but we have had one very close call. I know who to call when random chunks of concrete fall off the points of my roof. No chunk has landed on a staff member yet, but we've had one very close call. I know who to call when the ceiling starts to mold because there is so much water that has pooled in the area between the roof and the ceiling. And yes, we have had allergic reactions and have had to move staff and students into different rooms. But yes, we have the air quality tested very regularly. And while heating concerns aren't part of the Heritage portfolio, it is in mine. I know who to call when a decision needs to be made to close the school because, yet again, we have no heat. I know how to get the message out to the community to leave their jobs and come to pick up their children. For some of our parents, this is an inconvenience. For many of our parents, this is a real hardship. I wish I had photos to show you for those frequent fall and winter days when the boiler isn't working quite right and when students and staff are wearing their hats, their mitts, and their coats during instructional time. How is this allowing our students the opportunity to do their very best? All that being said, the current building was designed for a different student population with special needs. Our school has 16 classrooms that are designed for 8 to 10 students. Next year, each of those 16 classrooms will have between 20 and 30 students in them. Imagine trying to do your best work in a space designed for 1/3 of the students that it will hold. Have you ever tried to work in a space that small? It affects us all. This school was designed for far fewer students than we have now and are projected to have in the very near future. We already have 3 3 substandard spaces for gym because we have no choice, and yet we have many more students coming.
I'm
We
going
have
to
all-
need you to sum up just in one statement.
Yep. Is there space for this site to be designated as historic? Absolutely. The school? Absolutely not. We've been fighting since 2009. Windows, stairs, roofs, and walls do make a building. They don't make a school. People do. And please consider how hugely negative this would be for the thousands of students and community members that you will be condemning to a substandard building.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor Davis. Councillor, I'll remind folks that there's no clapping. I'm sorry, we do this little thing with our hands, these little jazz hands, and that's probably good for now. Councillor Davis, you have questions.
Just one. I know that you've said throughout your deputation, you know who to call. I presume you've called your MPP.
Oh, yes, our MPP knows absolutely what is going on.
Because clearly this building has been let to decline.
So-
It was a rhetorical question.
Okay, but I do want to respond that we have tried very hard to get it fixed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next up is Stephanie Ricard Chata.
Yep.
Thank you very much. I'll have 5 minutes, and I'll reset the clock.
Thank you. Speaking as the chair of the Midtown Community Hub, a not-for-profit organization devoted to building community hubs for Midtown Toronto, I can very clearly state that designating the Davisville Public School building as heritage would be disastrous to our community. Our organization has been working for the past year to build a hub. We have engaged our community through BIAs, ratepayers associations, the media, workshops, street fairs, through our trustee and counselor, and a survey of over 500 people. Clearly, there is a need for a hub in Midtown Toronto. With over 65,000 people in our ward, there's no community center. The growth in Yonge and Eglinton has put tremendous pressure on the facilities around us, and the density will increase drastically over the coming years. The community has made clear through our survey the need for a pool, recreation facilities, a community center, and green space. All of these possibilities would be lost by keeping the current Davisville Public School building. The TDSB has proven that the building is not viable as a school and has an insurmountable maintenance backlog. It is not accessible and has faltering heating systems and no cooling system. This building is a huge liability. The architects who want to protect the building suggested it be a hub. Even if the TDSB could afford to lose half their property to sell the land to the city or an organization to run a hub, the value of the property and the taxes alone would cripple any organization, never mind the cost of refurbishing it. Despite the province's focus on community hubs, there is currently no funding available to support a hub. Karen Petrie, the Community Hubs Advisor for the provincial government, recently called me when we told her that we engaged John Van Nostrand, a prominent architect and planner. She was concerned that we were spending money on a project that might go nowhere. The province is encouraging community organizations to find alternative funding and leverage local networks to enable hubs. Through our networking, we have learned that very few not-for-profits would get funding to operate out of our community, as it's not a high-priority neighborhood and rather is seen as Rosedale by many, despite the fact it's a high-contrast neighborhood with million-dollar homes and affordable rental buildings. The land is not zoned for commercial use, so no commercial organizations could run out of this building. So who's going to pay for this community hub? The size of the school at 85,000 square feet would be completely prohibitive. Many organizations would have to pay high lease rates to support the use of the building. It would need a serious overhaul, as half the schools consist of very small classrooms, and the gym is on the second floor with no elevators. There would be very little green space should the new school even be able to be built. The application says there's no financial implication, but the financial implication on the TDSB and/or the City of Toronto would be huge. Who would pay for this building? Choosing to save this building for its architectural heritage and interest is irresponsible. It is a community asset and has absolutely no value in its deteriorating state. If it is important to keep some elements, those parties interested should fundraise to do so, like North Toronto did when they saved the fascia to make a usable courtyard in the school. Please do not designate Davisville Public School as a heritage building and kill the possibility to create a much-needed new school and community hub for our Midtown community.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, I'll call our next speaker is John Hidema. Hidema.
Happens a lot. As you've heard, my name is John Hidema. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about this very important matter to our community. 6 years ago, I began working with dozens of parents, neighbors, community leaders, our trustee, and our counselor to get our community a much-needed new school. In all that time, I have never encountered anyone until now who expressed any interest in preserving the old school building. It's disappointing to me and frustrating that it seems that the people who very recently insist they care very much about this building did not care to engage with our community in all that time. There were public meetings, there was press, and in 2011, 5 long years ago, there was a call for a consulting architect to help in a design process that the TDSB ran. So this was not a secret, and I'm amazed that we're here today discussing this so late. I very much wish we could have talked about this sooner. But while we're here, let's talk about the building. And I'd like to look with you at a couple of important aspects of its architecture. You've heard about the roof. It is as it was originally designed by its architect. While it is attractive to some people, and taste is a matter of individual preference, and I fully recognize that and acknowledge it, the problem is it doesn't work. It leaks badly, and no one inside or outside of the TDSB has ever been able to fix it. Water seeps through the ceilings and walls, and as you've heard, ceiling tiles in our tiny windowless gym come down without warning while our kids play below. And I know this very well because my son was in the gym one day when that happened. And it's important to remember that all of this is a direct result of the architect's flawed roof design, the design that is so much admired by the preservationists. The roof doesn't perform its most basic function of shedding rainwater properly. We rely on our architects to do their due diligence and to design for function and layer art on top of that. We look for magic, but we must have functionality. And unfortunately, sadly, this architect failed in that duty. It's an architectural failure. Second point I'll make for you is about the entry. Its location is not obvious from only a short distance away. When you do find it, you see the center is blocked by a large concrete planter box. The side walls and roof come in on you as you approach, giving you a sense of confinement instead of arrival or welcome. And when you enter the narrow office hallway, you immediately run into a large pillar, now thankfully disguised as a papier-mâché tree. If you go a little further past the crowded office, the hall narrows again with another pillar in the very middle, blocking your view and your passage. Just a few feet farther along, you run into a wall. I'm amazed that there is nothing better in this building from an architect who obviously had a flair for design from some of the design features that we've seen. The entry's unwelcoming. It's a tight and jumbled mess. Why is there not something even as simple as a bank of doors and windows at the end of that entry hall with a staircase leading up, giving you a sense of where to go and bringing light deep into this cinder block dark building? In the entry, as with the roof, the architect seems to have put his energy first into decoration without ensuring the basic functionality was in place. So sadly, preserving this building in its entirety will create a monument to architectural failure. That said, this building is part of the story of our community. I would like to see it remembered. So I urge you to reject the recommendation and to vote for Councillor Matlow's motion. And I also request that you ask the city preservation staff and anyone else oriented to preservation to come and help our community and the TDSB find meaningful ways to memorialize this building so that we can move forward and get the new school, community hub, and green space that our community so badly needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of this deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. I'll call Tanya Murdoch, please.
Hi.
Hi there.
I think Andrew's going to give me a hand to plug this in. Maybe I can do it here. I made a video because a lot of people who are affected by this can't be here because they're teachers and students. It's 5 minutes. Is that one? Yeah? Oh, okay, good. Tension. Okay. All right, we're hoping to have sound, but I put subtitles and everything, so
Okay.
up here though.
Oh, I think we may need some help from the clerks to switch it over. No? No, it's just playing on there. Don't worry. Sorry.
Sorry. Okay.
There you go, so it's.
I will, yeah. Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Enjoy, sit back, relax.
Thank you very much.
I love Davisville, but being a phys ed teacher here at Davisville, it's one of the smallest gyms probably in the TDSB. Our kindergarten classes are up to 28 students. Classes of 25 junior students makes this very hazardous safety-wise.
I love Davisville, but as a gym teacher, we have several problems. You can see we have a very large hole that rains down water on the kids when it rains outside.
It's not a job here at Davisville, it's an adventure. Whether our old boiler decides to work or not, that's another thing. And our trusty vacuum return pump, it's died on us 4 or 5 times this year. We have more leaks. This is in the basement. It's leaking underneath the floors. It goes on and on.
We run a lot of athletics out of Davisville. For example, basketball, we only have 2 basketball nets, making it very challenging for phys ed classes and for teams to practice. We're constantly traveling to other schools to compete in inter-school sports. Scheduling is a bit insane here at Davisville. We have Spectrum, who's a 7-8 school who like to do concerts and dances. We have kindergarten concerts who want to practice in here. We have primary concert classes who want to practice in here.
Moving on to another thing, did you hear our Davisville choir sing? We need a practice, so we need a bigger room. This will help us to shine in blue.
The only other spaces we have in the school are a small sort of open area classroom, that's our activity room, and a basement that has a lot of safety hazards down there as well.
Good time to wash the window.
The outside of our kindergarten classroom is leaking. And you can't see it coming down the wall because it's actually coming down and then coming up through the floor. Tiles here.
Yeah.
And also down at the other wall.
They just redid these tiles, didn't they?
Yep. But in order to repair this, you're going to have to excavate all the way outside.
We're doing the best with what we have, but man, am I ever looking forward to a new facility where we can really run proper programs at Davisville.
So the other issue, one of the many other issues we have here is that the roof is falling. There's concrete portions of the roof that are actually falling off. And one of them, if you look up there, it fell off. It was the first piece to fall off, and it just about missed our caretaker Patrick by like that much. It was pretty scary.
We love Davisville School. However, about a year ago, my daughter was in a wheelchair, and we found out the hard way it is not an accessible school. Not only are the kids up and down the stairs all day, the bathrooms aren't accessible either. So anybody in a wheelchair, either a visitor, staff, or student in a wheelchair at Davisville can't use the toilets. We look forward to an accessible Davisville so everybody can use it and it can serve our community well.
Have you ever been in a straitjacket? Had to play in a small group? Had no freedom? And feel that every single day. Feel us. We understand that it could get noisy and loud, but we think sitting with your friends should be allowed. Now here comes the big part. I'm just being smart. Don't you think our classrooms should be a little bigger? Some people might disagree, but I beg to differ. We love our school bus, but our classroom is too small. Magic jelly! Thingamabobbers! In 5th grade, we had
everyone was super distracted, everyone was like chatting, and so we never got any work done.
We love Davisville. Davisville is an amazing place. However, if you take a look around you, to be very honest, we don't have any area that we can bring our kids outside and do any kind of outdoor classroom out. And what we do have around us is really concrete buildings, not enough spots that we can even sit and teach, not even a blackboard outside. And we're trying to work on these things, but it's very difficult when we don't have the space.
Everyone crammed in small spaces with their desks right in their faces. It's a claustrophobic nightmare, but the future is right there. The choice is yours to change the world. Help those little boys and girls. Bring hope like a solemn dove, and bring happiness to those you love.
A school is not a building. A school is a community, and this community deserves a new school.
And right at 5 minutes, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, I'll call our final deputant, Shelley Laskin. If there are any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item, if you could please introduce yourself to the clerk's office over here to my right with his hand up, that'd be great. Hi there.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. When we presented a few weeks ago the application to designate 43 Millwood, I told the committee that I respected their mandate, and although I did not agree, I understand according to their checklist, the site met their threshold. But I reminded them that we're not speaking of a building with an address on Millwood Road. We're speaking of an operating school in the Toronto District School Board that rose to #1 on the board's capital priority list for a replacement building to support enrollment growth, address facility condition, and inadequate learning environments. In other words, their checklist and our checklist simply don't support each other. At the TDSB, we must care for the quality of our learning environments, and as a school, Davisville no longer serves a functional program, and the passage of time has not been kind. The existing school is inherently not suited to the current needs of students, nor is it possible to accommodate the enrollment growth anticipated from the development in the area. We first began conversations on rebuilding a largest Davisville a number of years ago. City Council was involved at the beginning through the councillor's office. The resident and ratepayer associations were involved from the beginning. We did an RFP for an architectural firm to help us map out massing on the site. That well-respected firm, who also redeveloped the North Toronto site, looked at 41 different available designs. One of them did include leasing, one of them did include selling and severing for redevelopment. All the things that this group has put before you today, the board in its due diligence investigated years ago. We had professional architects, we had professional quantity surveyors, and we had our community involved from the beginning. Business cases must be prepared and submitted to the Ministry of Education for funding consideration. As you well know, as you struggle with your tax base to meet your community expectations, we don't have the luxury of any tax base, and we are wholly beholden on the provincial government to fund our capital projects. For 2015, the ministry allocated the TDSB $112 million. The TDSB has a school repair backlog of $3.3 billion. From 2008 to 2015, TDSB received less than 3.8% of ministry capital grants, even though we support 12.5% of the province's students. In many other school boards, growth is funded through education development charges. We don't get those. The ministry determines that we have too much surplus space. Problem is, how do you fund growth at the same time? And how do you be responsible from a school board perspective, knowing that your backlog of repairs keeps growing exponentially, and you don't have any ability to fund that except by selling and severing sites? Yes, our provincial government is very well aware of this. We have not stopped advocating. Capital priority projects are ranked in a priority sequence that's outlined by the ministry. Davisville meets all 4 criteria: enrollment growth and accommodation pressures, the state of the facility, the substandard classrooms, and the support of the community review through a public process that knew that the new school would be required on the site to accommodate the significant growth along the Yonge Street corridor. After a number of years of advocating, the province actually recognized this need, granted us as a priority funding project to build a new school for Davisville. The board recently underwent a deep retrofit at Nelson Mandela, which escalated costs from $18 million to $29 million. The board could not consider refurbishing the current building. It would not be responsible within the state of our capital repairs. We can't expose ourselves to this risk, and frankly, the ministry would never allow it. Analysis of the site and facility by both professional staff and architects from the beginning determined that a replacement building was the only responsible and reasonable conclusion, and the province agreed. I believe the board is looking to a school that will serve all the students in its community with increased capacity, and as a result, can be a valued part of the city's culture and infrastructure. We feel our public schools are part of your city's infrastructure. We feel passionately about that, and we know that our councillors do too. Keeping the existing school does not accommodate the city's interest. It's a liability for the board, and it certainly wouldn't provide the amount of green space and playground space that our school kids deserve. The site needs to be reconfigured, and it's not possible to keep the school and make it work. You've been given an impact statement from our staff. You've heard our community voices, and we just ask you to please realize that the importance in the City of Toronto that the province actually provides funding to build new schools. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. It looks like you have a question from Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Shelley. So the ministry holds all the purse strings.
They do.
So the City of Toronto has requirements for green roofs, other environmental standards. It has responsibilities for preserving heritage and other important policies. How do we go about achieving those as a city if the provincial government holds all the strings and you have no power?
Well, I think, I wouldn't presume to tell you your role, but I think that understanding all the different competing interests, it's the balance of what's best for the community. And I do believe that there could be part of the preservation of some of the heritage elements of an old building built into a new building. I believe that's part of the process. We did that at Eglinton. We did that at North Toronto. I do believe that in terms of a green roof, we require your advocacy to convince the government that that's something they should approve for us. They're willing to give us money to meet your requirement. They won't pay or support a green roof. That's city advocacy, along with, because you're the ones that set out the requirements for your city, your advocacy on behalf of that would be much appreciated.
We've done that, but anyway.
And we've done that too.
Green roofs.
We've done that too. So it's the issue of, we understand that there are competing interests at play, but we're here before you to say that it's a red letter day in the history of a school board when the province actually gives funding for a new school.
I understand all that, and I know you've made a strong case. And I'm going to ask questions of staff. We asked our staff to look at all of the buildings that were on your 123, or whatever that big list was, or it went down to a small number afterwards, to look in advance of which of those buildings ought to be designated. So would you agree that we have an obligation to preserve important heritage buildings that are schools in the City of Toronto?
Again, I'm not going to presume to tell you how to do your role, but I will tell you that preserving heritage elements of a building that no longer serves a function for an operating school is another question, and that is your decision before you.
Well, no, I'm not talking about Davisville, and I'm not talking about state of good repair. I mean, many of them have now declined. State of good repair is so bad that they're not preservable.
Councillor Davis.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm finished.
Thank you very much. Can I just remind people of the time here, and we still have 10:30 items to manage here. So given that it's the likely outcome of this that we've all heard, perhaps we can try to keep our questions to a minimum and on track to the item before us, not wider issues of school funding, which we certainly would like to bring to people's attention. Councillor Mahavik.
Yes, thank you. I'm just wondering, Trustee Laskin, when the school board applies to the province for a new school, as you did in this case, and you submit a business plan, is there a heritage impact assessment that is also part of that submission? I maybe should have asked this of...
The school board itself does not have a heritage department, for example.
No, but do you highlight that right now it's listed and that's got to be part of the ministry's consideration?
Actually. It wasn't, right? So when we applied for the business case in Davisville, the heritage elements of Davisville were not highlighted.
Right, so it wasn't part of the ministry's evaluation of whether to fund and how to fund and what to fund with this school.
Correct, but in the future, we've just developed a new guidelines for new builds and additions, and in there will be a chapter on heritage preservation. So in the future, should there be a designation, that would be highlighted in the business case.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions of this deputant? Seeing none, we have one more deputant to speak. Roman Michalausinch? My apologies. Not even close. I know. That's my worst one of the day. Just a couple, but yeah, this one particularly badly. My sincerest apologies, and I'll start your clock. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I won't take 5 minutes. I'm an architect. I'm a resident of the ward, and I wasn't intending to speak. However,
Yep, it's on.
I think it's on.
Great.
Okay. I'll start. Roman Mihailovich, I'm a resident of the ward. I'm also an architect. And I think I've listened with interest to what has been said, but I think, and I would urge councillors to consider heritage really on the merits of the actual heritage object. And while all of the issues that have been raised by everyone are important and material, and yes, of course, the current school was never designed to operate as a current school. It was for a special purpose. Nonetheless, there are plenty of special purpose schools out there who would be happy to take on this task, and I've talked to a number of them just accidentally. But the crux of it is really, do you designate on the basis of merit, irrespective of the ability of the owner to actually pay for maintaining the building, or their failure to do so properly, or deferred maintenance? It's a slippery slope. I mean, or is there a better use? I mean, we saw a report coming that, the new City Hall should be an extension of the Eaton Centre and turned into a shopping mall, because that's probably the best use for it, because it doesn't work it's not a city hall, it's a terrible office building. But will we do that? I hope not, because that's immaterial. And I think we should really be thinking about, and I would urge councillors to think very sort of objectively and from a narrow point of view, regardless of all of the other very valid considerations. And just looking at this, I think we need to take a more sophisticated look, or a more nuanced look, about preservation, because this site is large enough to accommodate every need. I think it's quite clear from anyone experienced in this. So that's pretty much what I would like to say, but I think we have a whole group and a whole string of these mid-century buildings coming up, which have been poorly maintained for, probably legitimate reasons of lack of resources and funding, but I don't think that should color your actual decisions on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, it's not your opportunity to ask questions. Are there any other members of the public to speak to this item? Seeing none, if you'd like to, yeah, you can come and you'll be given 5 minutes. And again, I'll just say if there's any more members of the public to speak, if you could first check in with the with our clerk staff there. We're going to be moving on this item pretty quickly, hopefully, so please go ahead.
Hello, I also had not planned on being able to speak today, but the timing worked, so I'm here. I have pictures of inside the school, which is being pretty much held together by duct tape, if you would like to see them on my phone. I appreciate that there's a need in Toronto to be able to keep some of the heritage buildings that we have and be proud of those. However, I'm unclear as to who exactly is going to be using this building once the new school is built, and who is going to be responsible for the upkeep of this building. Will this be the city? And if it is the city, who exactly is going to go into this building? At this point, you have children who are there, but they don't know any better. And I'm not convinced that any of you would like to move into this building yourself. So the question becomes, what exactly will be the purpose of this building apart from falling apart, pieces of cement that are falling? The beautiful graphics that were there were fine, except for the fact that the building is falling apart. And for children to be able to play in this area is a little bit questionable as a parent. I don't want them to be around this building. It's a safety issue. It is also a health issue. It does not meet any of the requirements that provincially or even federally you could look at from an accessibility perspective. The bathrooms, the water system is atrocious. You can't drink the water in the basement. The other sections of the school is questionable as well. I appreciate that there is an element of being able to save certain portions of the building, but the reality is this. This building, if it's kept and is designated as a heritage, will be a burden to whomever is going to take it on. And I doubt the TTSB is going to be happy about that. Is the city going to be really happy about having to fund this building, the renovations, and then who is going to be, again, using this building? In the graphics, it was very lovely to see all these red people floating around, but I have children there, and how exactly do you think you're going to be able to manage a community center along with children and the protection that need to be involved in this? There's a big community, and it's a good one at Davisville. Do not allow this building to stand there and stop the children from being able to play on the space that is required for them to do that. There are almost 600 students there. This is not a time for people to be going, and I agree. Where were you 10 years ago when the TTSB was going to sell the land completely and sell it to a developer? I don't remember anybody causing that. It seems to be a late-minute attempt to try to save a building, and I'm unclear as to why this building is a great structural. Physically, if you want to keep it, we can build a Lego piece inside to pay homage to the architect for this. We can take pictures of the building, perhaps 50 years ago when the building was new and shiny. But at this point, it does not serve the community, and I cannot believe that anybody is going to say who exactly is going to go there. No adults are going to want to rent any space in there. There's no possibility for us to actually make money from this perspective, and I'm unclear as to whether Toronto, the city of Toronto, is going to be, yes, we're more than happy to continue to pay a bill on building that we can't use, that is slowly being eaten up. And if you go in the building, I promise you, that is slowly being eaten up by the dirt on the east wall that is blocked off, thankfully, from children. But the dirt is coming into the building, not a great building to be looking at to save at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any more speakers to the item? Seeing none, questions of staff? No. To speak, Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion to defer the item indefinitely. There's actually a very long history to the Davisville community and the Davisville School, and I also know that I imagine that not all of you want to hear the entire history today. But if you'd like to have a coffee with me at some point, I love talking about it, and I'd be happy to fill you in with all the details. We've had a school here, though. This facility is just the latest in a series of school facilities at Davisville. First one was a two-room schoolhouse that was built, I believe, around the 1860s. Then in the early 1900s, it started expanding because of growth in the area. And what we find ourselves facing today is an explosion of growth in the greater Yonge and Eglinton area, which affects Davisville. In fact, not only do we need more school capacity in the area due to the growth, but we also need, well, parks, absolutely. And I know that Councillor Cressy is advocating for his community, as I am mine, where we see more growth. Along with other social and hard infrastructure, we also need recreation facilities. We need a pool, we need a double gym. We need programming space for the community. And that's why, for a very long time, we've been working on not only supporting a modern facility there that isn't falling apart as you see this one is, but also creating a community hub that will finally provide the kind of recreation opportunities that the community, the growing community, needs. You're going to see a planning and growth report come out tomorrow actually supporting moving forward with the community hub. And this has been work that we've been working on for a very long time. The school itself, how often do you hear in this city the province announce $14.7 million for a new school? In fact, the majority of the headlines are about the school board considering closing schools, selling land. This is actually a really good news story. But we only arrived here after many years of hard work, and I want to acknowledge a few people. First of all, I want to acknowledge my community colleague, Trustee Shelley Laskin, who's been a dedicated and committed champion for the students' interests and the community's interests. I also want to acknowledge, you heard from Shona Fairley earlier. Shona, when they had the Deaf and Hard of Hearing program, and remember, this is one of the challenges with this facility, the building was structured in a way to accommodate that deaf and hard of hearing classes, much of it. Since the advent of the cochlear implant, that demand has just lessened, and now they've centralized those programs. Shona knows American Sign Language, and I remember Shona walking around bilingual in that context, speaking with all the students, making sure that they all felt like they had a home, a respectful, caring home. And I just wanted to speak to what kind of principal Shona has been, and we really love her and appreciate her. And the community, the Midtown Hub group, and all the other parents in the school council and others who've been advocating for years to just get a school that's in good repair for their kids, a school that actually functionally serves their interests, a school that won't end up with a bunch of portables as the population continues to grow, and a community that's been advocating for finally a pool and the gym space and the programming space and everything else we need to meet the community's demands and pressures, as you will read more about in the report tomorrow. Now, like you, I've advocated for a number of heritage issues in this city, and even closer to home at the Davis General Store, where Starbucks is at Davisville and Yonge, and Sam the Record Man signed along with Councillor Wong Tam. But in this context, we have not seen a realistic proposal on how to maintain that facility in a way that is in good repair, that functions as a school, that provides the capacity for the growing population, that meets our needs as a city and our objectives to support it with a community hub. If there were to be a plan, I know the TDSB and I, in a heartbeat, would review it with honest eyes. But we haven't seen that plan. What we do know is this: if we don't move ahead now, we will lose the $14.7 million, and I also want to acknowledge outgoing Minister of Education Liz Sandals and our MPP Eric Hoskins for their support and advocacy on that. But we will also not have a community hub. In other words, the students lose, the community loses, and there hasn't been a real plan to maintain it. And frankly, it couldn't be repurposed because we need a school on that site. If we don't have a school, then frankly, everyone loses. So I ask you to support my motion. And I know this kind of raises questions about a bigger conversation we need to have at our City School Boards Committee, but ultimately I hope that you'll support our community today.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? No. To speak, Councillor Perks.
Thank you. So this issue both infuriates me and breaks my heart. Here we have groups of people who are passionate and intimately engaged in making Toronto a better place to live on two different sides of an issue. It's a fundamental failure, frankly, of the public sphere that we are unable to protect this very important building and solve the problems of the school at the same time. As recently as 20 years ago, we would have figured out a way to do it. it wouldn't have been hard. And here we are, just as we were with all the school pools, which we had to close a decade ago, once again having to pick sides in terms of which public good we deliver. It's wrong. It's just plain wrong. And it's very clear why we're in this circumstance. And I ask everyone here, instead of being angry at the people who want to preserve or being angry at the people who don't want to preserve, just go through this little exercise. The next time someone tells you your taxes are too high or that government needs to be run like a business, remember this day. This is the consequence of trying to run government like a business. We're not a business. We're a group of people trying to figure out how to make the best city we can. And for more than 20 years now, it's been whittled away and whittled away. You know, I'm going into buildings now in my ward that look like they haven't been cleaned since I was in public school. And it's not just this one building, it's many of them. We're losing parts of our history because of the very legitimate question that one of the deputants asked, who on earth would maintain this building if we preserved it? It is shocking to me that the public sector actually can't even meet the standard that we would expect of a private owner of a heritage building. This is effectively demolition by neglect. That's what this effectively is. And to watch a public sector agency cornered by its funder, the provincial government, into demolishing by neglect is sickening. It's indicative of government gone wrong. We need to change the conversation in this city so that we're able to meet multiple public goals at the same time.
That's why we all love Councillor Perks. Councillor Davis to speak.
I feel exactly the same way, that the Toronto School Board, I'll take district out, I will be supporting this. I will be voting in favor. You, as Councillor Perks said, are cornered, and there's no question that this building needs to be replaced at this point, and whether it can be preserved or not. And what elements can be preserved, I gather, is still going to be part of the discussion coming up, and I hope that you will be preserving some significant elements of it. Because the Toronto School Board, I'm not talking about the Toronto District School Board, the Toronto School Board prided itself on building beautiful buildings, beautiful public buildings. And this, you know, this modern expressionist period, when Etherington was there, we built beautiful buildings. I'm so proud that we're still able to do that at the Toronto Public Library. We build beautiful buildings, and we are recognized for building beautiful public buildings. And I hope that 50 years from now, they won't turn in, we won't be in a position of having, not been able to maintain them, so that they will have to be demolished. It is not right that the provincial government does not fund the environmental standards that we require at the city, and that they do not fund the ability to maintain heritage buildings. It is wrong. And yes, we have a committee, a joint committee, that for the first time is going to take to Queen's Park a united position around development charges and other matters that need resolution. One of them is the pupil accommodation formula that requires the Toronto School Board to sell its buildings in order to pay for repairing its buildings. That is a shameful equation that should not exist. The Toronto School Board should not have to build buildings with small classrooms, skinny hallways that don't recognize the beautiful large hallways and other features that exist in our old heritage buildings. And I didn't ask questions of staff, but there is still an outstanding report that has asked our city to study the heritage value of all of the schools that were on your surplus list last year, or 2 years ago, or 3 years ago when we first heard the 123 list. So maybe we should be saying, and do you know why we're not doing that? Because we don't have the money, apparently, to do the heritage reviews that are necessary to get ahead of this, so that we're not stuck at the 11th hour saying, oh, we haven't done it, we haven't designated that building yet. We should be designating the buildings, designating them well in advance, so that the provincial government knows this is not a building that can be destroyed. So I hope that report will be coming soon, and that we will be able to preserve what the Toronto School Board did for decades, which is build beautiful, architecturally significant buildings in the city of Toronto.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of committee to speak? Seeing none, all those in favor of the Councillor Matlow's deferral, all those opposed, that carries. We'll move back to, Councillor Fragedakis has asked us to move to TE 17.17, parking permit on Westwood Avenue from Pape to Carlaw. 112. That's 112. Okay. Can you bring up the amendments for 112? Councillor Fragedakis?
Yes, I just wanted to move some amendments to tighten up the language to be more reflective of the condition on the street. And this is actually urgent as the townhouse development is complete and the residents are actually in the process of moving in.
Okay, all those in favor of the amendment in the item, all those opposed, that carries. We're moving back to our 10 a.m. items, TE 17.14, final report TO Core, updating tall building setbacks in the downtown core, city-initiated official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendments. I have two speakers. First is Tom.
Just on 14 is we have a deferral motion, and so which Councillor Wong-Tam has to move. And so I just wanted to mention that, because if the speakers, you're of course welcome to speak, but we will be moving a deferral motion.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I have two speakers, Tom Giancos and John Caliendo. Do either of the members of council wish to speak, given that we've just heard we're going to get a deferral motion? No hands going up. Any other members of the public to speak? No? Is Councillor Wong-Tam in the room? Okay. Okay, Councillor Cressy?
So that the Toronto and East York Community Council adjourned the public meeting for TO Core on this item until the September meeting. And this is to give time for some additional consultation, given that a technical piece of the bylaw was only recently released. And on staff's advice, we are proceeding with that adjournment to September.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Next up is TE 17.18, request for directions report 411 Church Street zoning amendment application, Ward 27. I've got two speakers, Leanne Fetter. Hello. Then next up is Lisa Fleischman.
Lisa had to leave like literally 5 minutes ago. She's been here since 10:30.
Could have left 5 hours ago and she would have saved herself a lot of time.
She left me her speech, if you don't mind me.
Perfect. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you if you could.
But I will do me first. I just wanted to comment briefly. I believe this is a direction that if I'm...
Yeah. If we could have the room just sort of dial down the level of noise, that's great. Thank you very much.
If I'm not wrong, this is just a direction that that we need a report on this, request for direction report. I just wanted to be here. I live at 84 Carlton. My balcony overlooks this lot. It also overlooks the school. There's a lot of concern about this development. The developer is asking for, I think, 116 meters or 122 with the mechanical in an area that even the tall buildings guideline says should be 77 meters, right next to a school where it's going to shadow a school. It just, I don't understand the need for this kind of massing at that corner. There should be a step down from the corner building, which is 37 feet, and this looks like, if anything, equal or a step up, even though it's that much closer to the school. So I have the sheer size and sort of measure of it doesn't seem in keeping with the neighborhood. Also, there's been absolutely no wind study, even though it wants to be in very close proximity to the 72 tribute buildings. And I have a balcony on the 6th floor facing this, and there's just no indication of wind at all, or whether those balconies or any of that will be usable again once this goes up, because buildings close to each other tend to create wind tunnels, and there's been no indication of a wind study attached to this at all. So that's all I had to say. I'm really sorry for rambling. I'm not accustomed to public speaking, and actually, I
You're doing a
hate it,
great
and
job.
I'm about to fall apart. So if you don't mind, even though I only did 1 minute on my own behalf,
You did a couple. I was a little bit late.
Okay. I'm going to move on to reading this. This is not my statement. This is Lisa Fleischman's statement. She was here until like almost 3 o'clock, and then she had to leave. So if I proposed development at 411 Church Street. Hello, I'm obviously not Lisa Fleischman, she left. A parent of a student at the Church Street Junior Public School on Alexander Street. I'm also an academic teacher at Canada's National Ballet School. Again, this is Lisa, not me. Thank you for allowing me the time to make my points today regarding the proposed development at 411 Church Street, directly to the south of the public school. First, I respect that growth and development is rapidly occurring in our downtown core. However, our downtown schools are repeatedly being compromised by it, as seen at Jesse Ketchum, Lord Lansdowne, and now here, possibly for the 3rd time, at Church Street Public School. Though there are many members of the community tightly coming together on this, including the TDSB this time, my primary concerns are focused on the safety and well-being of the CSJPS students. Keeping in mind, I'm aware that my child will have graduated from this school by the time the developments have been built. Already, due to previous city and TDSB deals struck with the neighborhood 2 radio towers to the east and newly approved tribute tower to the south, the school's playground has had and will have its sunlight depleted by approximately 50%, far more than the community ever wanted. As a designated open space, TBG, tall building guideline, new developments are expected to only adequately limit any new net shadow. The developer for this proposal at 411 Church Street believes their application is sound, when in fact it adds nothing to our community. The scale for this large slab of building is proposed at 38 stories, 13 stories over the maximum recommendation by the tall building guidelines, and more than 3 times the as-of-right height. Not even the tribute tower was this over the as-of-right height limit. Number 1, the 411 proposal combined with tribute Stanley Tower of 37 stories would almost obliterate the remaining sunlight on the school's grounds for virtually the whole school day and the extended hours of the after-school daycare program. Number 2, further, there is a great concern that there will be an unsafe level of increased traffic flow for the families and children coming to and from the school during the rush hours before and after school due to the planned egress in the middle of Wood Street, which happens to be directly across from the back entrance gate to the school on this narrow street. Number 3, the scale of this development will block almost all remaining sky view from the school, but it will also closely block the windows and balconies of the buildings adjacent at 95 Wood Street and for the some of the homebound or for the homebound residents of Tobias House. The existing bylaw height limit for this property is actually set to less than 15 stories, which may seem outdated today. However, I'd like to point out that there has been a school on the property to the north for over 100 years. In fact, the recent school structure that was built in 1957 had an additional floor added only a few years ago, and now they're talking about the need to add portables due to the increased capacity. Please consider that given my points, perhaps the existing bylaw is very sound and it deserves to remain in effect to protect this school from any further impediments and for the children's cognitive need for sunlight and to safely play and to safely get to and from school. Sorry, it doesn't say play, it says to and from school. It's not my writing. With dozens of large-scale new developments arising within a short radius of our neighborhood, perhaps there doesn't have to be a towering condo on every inch coming available in the downtown core. It might not seem that shadow would have a large impact, but I can tell you it does to the kids who are mandated to be outside 3 times a day, especially during the very
Leanne, my apologies.
Full
I'm
months.
going to have to cut you off if there's one more point.
There's
maybe.
one more sentence.
Perfect.
And point of fact, their gymnasium is so small, about less than half the size you saw for the Davisville School, that they conduct many of their gym classes outside as well.
Well, and Lisa just proved she was here for the last discussion by reference to the Davisville Public School. Are there any questions of the deputant? No, thank you very much. And our next deputant is Adam Brown. You've got 5 minutes. I'll start your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of Community Council. My name is Adam Brown. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I'm actually co-counsel with Mr. Bronsko from Goodman's. Shamez Varani is the principal of Center Court Developments, who's worked on this proposal since the outset, and I'll give you a bit of a chronology. Up on the board, I put a chronology which starts with August of 2015 with the formal application being submitted. That application went in following consultation with the city and with the school representatives that led to that original submission. December, there was a first community information meeting, 2015. There was a follow-up February 2016 meeting where revisions were presented. Goodman's, who was original counsel, filed their original appeal in February of 2016. And in April, following my involvement in the project, working as co-counsel, and following extensive discussions with Center Court and their investors, we had filed a on-the-record with prejudice settlement proposal. And we did that with the hopes that it would resolve all issues. And I can tell you some of the changes that were made, and then I'll show you the plans. But in essence, maybe that's not easy to read, so I'm going to just summarize it for you. The overall height of the proposal was reduced. It was reduced from 142.8 to 116 meters. That number was picked because there was recently an approval, and this is showing you in yellow the reduction of the height, and the podium height was also reduced because there was a development to the immediate south that the city and the applicant had settled upon all the conditions, and what you'll see is our development was actually 3 meters lower than that approval. Our development had a podium that matched the podium that was reached as a settlement to that development. The retail at the northwest corner was recessed to create an 8-meter-plus setback from the corner. The public plaza with European-style pavers and planters at grade, consistent with the desire of planning in the community, was installed to create a walkable pedestrian environment along Wood Street. Retail uses along the eastern portion of the podium were eliminated. They were replaced with townhouses as requested. The lobby was relocated and centralized along Wood Street. Construction materials for the podium were revised, replacing metal panels with natural wood and stone. The parking overall was reduced to a standard of 0.0 over what the city has been recommending these days. The overall height of the podium, as I mentioned, was reduced to line up with the podium of the approved building next door. And as well, there was concern about big box retail, so the second floor of retail and commercial was actually removed, and the retail was revised at grade to ensure that it wouldn't be big box retail. All of these changes were made, and in addition to those changes, just to give you a bit of a floor plate, outlined in pink is the floor plate. Around it is a podium, 6 stories along Wood Street, again, and Church Street wrapping around, 1 story in the back. And in response to the comments that were raised, we actually met the 12.5-meter setback to the east, 12.5-meter setback to the south, ensuring that the tall building guideline setbacks were met. And then finally, we did do shadow studies to show that we weren't going to have net additional adverse shadows, as was commented, and there were wind studies even presented that confirmed the higher building was acceptable, again, revised with addendums for the lower building. So all of that was done as part of a hope that we could resolve the appeal following our consent from the investors and our client group to submit that on the record. So that was done in April of this year with the formal submission of the revised plans that are before you today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Nope, seeing none. Are there any other members of the public who wish to depute to this item? No? Are there any? Yes, please come on forward. And if there's anyone else, please, I'd implore you to register with our clerks here on any item if you haven't yet. It allows us to move forward and understand how long we have in the agenda a lot easier, because we can't tell anyone and any of you when your item's going to come, because we get folks adding their names as the day goes on. So please register if you haven't already. Go ahead, you'll have 5 minutes. I'll start your clock.
Thank you. I appreciate Councillor. Now, I would have registered, except I wasn't expecting to speak, so my apologies. I was here just because this is a request for directions report, so I was just trying to do more listening than really have any input. I wasn't at the second meeting, I was at the first, so I didn't see all the changes that were just been made. I have to admit, for my own purposes, I thought at the first meeting the building was attractive. I just thought it was too tall. I thought there'd be problems with the OMB regarding its height. I appreciate right now that I still think it's possibly taller than the North Downtown Young plan and possibly the Tall Buildings plan, but I'm not totally certain on that one. I have to admit, given the little block that is on, the fact that the two buildings are kind of parallel doesn't really appall me, as it maybe not consistent with all the intentions of the various plans that have been, official plans that have been put in place, but aesthetically, it doesn't seem to be too terribly bad because of the way the building, the site is situated. The point that was just made, that the additional shadow is minimal, they've studied that. I think that's particularly relevant. The fact that the wind studies have been done and they're not supposed to have a significant impact, I think that's also fairly relevant. I wasn't aware of that. That's my fault for missing the second meeting. I just wanted to say, in general, I think the building is probably, given the density requirements that seems to be on so many of different official plans, seems to make sense. I would turn around and say my biggest concern with this would be the height, but given the, if there's minimal impact on the surrounding neighborhood, particularly regarding wind and shadow, parking and safety is a different issue, but I don't think that'd be materially affected by the addition of 2 or 3 floors, but I could be wrong on that one. I can't see where there's a whole lot of horribleness regarding this revised plan. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant?
Happy Pride Month, Quinton.
Thank you. Seeing none, any more members of the public to speak to this item? And if there are none, we'll go to questions of staff. No questions of staff. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, and I would like to move the recommendations in the request for a directions report, which is simply to ask staff to bring a directions report directly to City Council at the July 12th and 13th Council meeting. And I'm just going to speak very quickly to this matter. Mr. Brown showed an image where he had 2 towers sitting side by side, situated on the overhead screen. Interestingly enough, the 70 to 72 Carlton application, which was an OMB settlement, was adopted by City Council, but it was done ever so reluctantly. The massing of that podium is as big and as wide as Maple Leaf Gardens, the historic Maple Leaf Gardens, and is not necessarily a built form that anybody wanted to support. And certainly we end up doing it because it went to the Ontario Municipal Board. The density of 70 to 72 Carlton was also too much massing. Too much on that site. But we did so because the Toronto District School Board at that time took a $1.2 million settlement to write a letter of support for that particular application, which left the City of Toronto completely exposed to the fact that we were not even able to lean on the school board to defend keeping the shadows off the playground of the Church Street Public School. So that was a really difficult decision and unfortunate decision that we were forced to make in order to do the best that we can with a horrible situation. Now we have 411 Church Street, and just as Mr. Brown had shown us the chronology of events, beginning with meetings with staff in the pre-application starting in April 2015, what he omitted to tell you was that both staff, planning staff, and myself had said to the applicant and the property owner at that time, before they even closed on the transaction of those lands, is that it is not a tall building site. Do not look at 70 to 72 Carlton as a precedent. We don't support it. And so we are here today with very few options before us, because we compromise the planning principles and we compromise the quality of experience and learning for kids in the neighborhood when we put profits before people. And so you'll recognize we've got some very difficult files in Ward 27, and I have noticed that the applications are coming in far more aggressive than they have in the past. And they're really difficult, because you only get to make a good decision and hopefully make it based on good, solid planning principles where you can defend the community interests, work with the developers, work with the applicants, and the community to come up to a resolution that will make sense for everybody. But to be able to hear a solicitor come forward to tell you that he went through the proper steps and not tell you the full story, I think is not fair. So we are going to have a directions report. It will go to City Council. It will not be a pretty situation, and I am fearful, and I'm very fearful, that whatever sunlight that the kids have at Church Public School and all the planning concerns that we have around this application, where we had said, please do not close the transaction on the land, don't buy it, it's not a tall building site, don't bother with us with your application, because you're going to have a fight. And that's exactly what we have before us, is another fight. And what is going to be lost in all of this, I fear, is the quality of experience and learning for the kids in the neighborhood. And it cannot be said that that City Council did not try. So when the TDSB comes in other files and says the City of Toronto didn't defend us at a particular time, I'll tell you right now, we were the ones that were left behind for $1.2 million. And sunlight is something that, I may choose to go to a different patio on a different sidewalk across the street. I can do that as an adult. Kids don't get to leave the playground. They have to stay there, and if their school is going to be cast in shadows during their time of learning, then that is going to be in perpetuity. And that's exactly what has happened here. Very unfortunate day, but we'll fight again at the July meeting of City Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cressy, to speak. And can I please remind folks, and I am timing councillors as they're speaking as well, because we are way behind schedule here. So we need to catch back up. There are people that have been here since 10:30 in the morning. So Councillor Cressy to speak.
I'll hold my comments. It's fine.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers to the item? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Councillor Fragedakis.
Yes, my apologies. Item 55, I was going to ask if we could consider that now. I know it's a 3 o'clock timed item. One of the deputants has told me they have to go to a funeral this evening and cannot be here, given that we are so far behind in the schedule. I was wondering if, as a courtesy to them, we could move that item and deal with it.
I'll take that as a motion to reorder the order paper. All in favor of moving to hear item T 1755 now? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. So we'll call the speaker. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like
Councillor
to
Fletcher.
defer 61 to the next meeting. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Beauregard's here. It's TE 1761, tree protection policies as they relate to removal and development applications.
To defer it to the next meeting?
Yes, please.
Sure. All those in favor of that deferral? Opposed? That carries. My apologies to our forestry staff who sat here all day.
And Mr. Chair, and add into it the application, not just the removal and replanting, but the actual applications to remove.
Let's just take that.
Mr. Beauregard.
Let's take that as just some offline direction.
Thank
So there are two speakers to item 17.55, Laura Corvo and Neil Robinson. Laura, if you're here, if you could just come and join us up here at the front. You'll have 5 minutes. And just to the benefit of everyone else, we are getting through as fast as we can. As you can see, we're well behind. There's about 60 items in the day. We're still trying to deal with our early items. This is not uncommon. We can't often tell how many deputants there will be to items, and as this is the last meeting before the last council meeting, before summer, there are a lot of very significant development files that were on this agenda. So moving forward, you'll have 5 minutes, and if you could please introduce yourself and then go ahead. I'll start your time.
My name's Neil Robinson. I'm the owner of 58 Woodycrest Avenue, Toronto, and I'd like to build a pool in the backyard. I have a quotation and everything from the swimming pool manufacturer, so I am going ahead to do it. I'm selling my family cottage and fed up with the drive up to 400, so I want to put a pool in the backyard for my grandkids. As the problem I have is that there's a lot of large trees in my backyard, and if you look at the tree plan, there's a 6-meter TPZ zone and a 3-meter TPZ zone around the tree I want to remove. And the distance between them is only 3 meters, so it's impossible to fit the pool in without taking that one tree out. I do have another letter from a neighbor who's in favor of removing the tree, and the address is 65 Woodycrest. He lives across the road. The tree is not visible from the road. It's in the backyard. I've also got photographs of the backyard. There's a lot of large trees in the backyard. There's 5 cedar trees along the property line on one side, and there's an apple tree in the backyard as well. So I have a lot of trees in the backyard. It's not like I'm cutting down the only tree. Thank you very much for your help in this, and that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and you must be Laura Corvo.
Yes, and I'm here to support my neighbor's request to remove the large maple in their backyard, planted by the former owner roughly 20 years ago. I do have color pictures, but you can see by the pictures the tree has pushed our mutual fence in on my side, as well as left exposed roots, making it impossible for me to plant grass or garden. My costly interlocking brick is now heaving upwards, leaving a danger for walkers. I broke my foot on a similar ground several years ago, so I know it can happen. Lastly, and the most important thing, the tree overhanging my house has required professional trimming upwards to $300 per year, as well as clogged eaves troughs. An expensive waterproofing job on the side of my house closest to the tree had to be done in 2014 due to the damage to the eaves and the roof. Heavy raccoon and squirrel activity has required the replacing of the back roof at 15 years instead of the guaranteed 20. Our lane garages obliterates the view of this tree to all but our immediate neighbors, so I don't consider it a sacrifice to this neighborhood in general. Thank you for the time, and I would request serious consideration of this matter. This is now up to about $20,000 in costs for me.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputants? Seeing none, thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item? No? Any questions of staff? None? To speak, Councillor Fragedakis.
So I'll be moving an alternate recommendation. I've actually never done this before, but I don't see how they could actually install the pool to put this without taking down the tree. And since the co-owner is actually supportive of it, I would ask that you please consider supporting this motion, because if they were to actually extend their house, then they wouldn't even be here at council. They would actually be able to get, I believe, their this tree cut down. But I'm asking that it's conditional upon a replanting or on-site or cash in lieu.
Are there any other speakers? Oh, seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? That motion does not carry. Oh, do you need a recorded vote on that? So the clerk is requesting that there be a recorded vote on that, just if it lost.
Well, you know, if you're okay with that. Okay.
Okay, and then it's fine. We'll move on to item this. Oh, does someone have to move the staff recommendations? Yeah, Councillor Perks, all those in favor of the staff recommendations, all those opposed, that carries. TE 17.19, request for directions report 60 Mill Street, official plan amendment and zoning amendment application. I have two speakers. First is Victor Smith. Victor Smith, are you still here? I'd love you if you are. That was a long day for Victor Smith and all the next 10 deputants. Victor Smith, no. Michael Stewart. Michael Stewart, I see an LLP beside there, so you're here and you just made your clients very unhappy. We're on item 17.19. We're at a 10:30 item. Just imagine how many billable hours just went into this gentleman's day. Little legal humor, come on. You'll have 5 minutes, I'll start your time.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Michael Stewart. I'm here on behalf of the Distillery District owners. I'm here to speak both to this item and the following item together, since they both involve development proposals at the Distillery District. Our clients have been working very closely with city staff in respect of these proposals. The discussions have been very constructive, and we hope that they continue. While we do not agree with everything in the directions reports, we are in favor of the recommendation that city staff continue to work with the applicant. All of the revitalization and redevelopment within the Distillery District to date has been on the basis of agreements and settlements between the city and the owners, and it is the distillery's strong preference that that continue. Subject to any questions, those are my brief comments on this and the following item.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Any questions for Mr. Stewart? Seeing none, are there any other members of the public to depute to item 19 for 60 Mill Street? We'll move on to Parliament after that. For 1960 Mill Street, going once, twice. This is Ward 28. Are there questions of staff? No? To speak, Councillor Fletcher on behalf of Councillor McConnell.
The staff recommendations.
Oh, we sure about that?
Is it 17?
18. Sorry, 19. 19.
I have approved staff recommendations.
Perfect. All those in favor? Opposed? That is approved. TE 17.20, request for directions report 31R Parliament Street through 370 and 370R Cherry Street official plan amendment and zoning amendment application. We've heard from Michael Stewart. Michael, you have the ability to speak again, or you're good? All right. Kareem Laddick. Hi there.
Hi there, how are you?
I'm doing all right. We'll start your time. You'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm not billable, but at the same time, I want to speak on behalf of several people who are not able to attend here and some people who had to leave because it was getting very, very late. I attended the first community consultation back in early 2016, and the comments I'm going to provide have been provided to Henry Sang in the City Council's office. I want to thank him both for his responsiveness and his professionalism. The overarching comments are around congestion in the area, around density in the area, around traffic in the area, around safety in the area. Specifically, the proposal of a 57-story building will just be very, very overwhelming for a neighborhood that is right now, I think, at the peak of the traffic it can hold. Specifically, what we are seeing right now as residents in the Distillery District is whenever there are peak seasons, like the Christmas market, like summer seasons, I tell you, we almost feel like we need to creep up back into our dwellings because it feels like a zoo. It feels like people are coming to see us and the place is not livable anymore because it's already too congested. This is one point. The second point is the light in Trinity Square. If you have ever sat in Trinity Square and had a coffee outside Balzac's, I think a huge amount of that light is going to be taken away if we move ahead with this 57-story monstrosity. The following issue was around parking. When we calculated the number of parking spots that the developer has recommended in the building and how many are taken away and how many additional people are going to come in, the math does not add up for us, and I think we're going to be in a deficit mode on parking within the Distillery District. The following point is around handicap access. I think the proposal that I had seen would not allow people to come into the lobby. That's already an issue today. If someone is in a wheelchair, it's incredibly hard for them to get out of a car and navigate right through to the lobby entrance. The developer has actually blocked the entrance right below the ramp. So this is very problematic for young children, for people with handicap access. The following point is around deliveries, where the deliveries are going to be made, how the trucks will go in for the restaurants when people move in, move out. It's unclear to the residents how all of this congestion will be handled. Finally, my two other points are around one of the arguments that the developer had proposed was to say that the commercial, the shops and so forth right now don't have enough people, so why don't we put in more buildings so the shops will get a little bit more traffic? I think that argument is fallacious, and here's why. The people who live in the distillery, by and large, work. They're not able to go to the shops in the daytime, so until we change the business model and actually advocate for the shops to be open during hours that people are at home, I think that's what's going to resolve the problem, not putting more people in and putting more empty shops in. They're just going to be skeletons yet again. So that proposal makes no sense to me. And finally, traffic. If you have ever come to the distillery to visit, you will know that for us residents, traffic is already problematic. In high peak hours, it takes us a long time. I speak on behalf of my niece who drops off her daughter in the morning and in the afternoon goes to pick her up. In the distillery school, I don't know what kind of a nightmare she's going to have to undergo, both during the construction of this project as well as after the project is delivered. I also speak on behalf of the mother of one of my friends sitting back there, who I just don't know how she's going to be able to navigate through all that cobblestone and get in and out of the distillery. So to me, it's going to be a nightmare of just not safety, but traffic, congestion. I do not see any practical proposals from the developer to address these needs. They talk about architecture and beauty. They say that they are taking models from Europe. I have lived in 4 countries in Europe, but I'll tell you, I've never seen something like this put in place in such a beautiful district and fear the loss of something that right now is actually a very, very pleasant neighborhood. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? I have another deputant, Ike Doogie. For this item, I only have 2. Sure. This is the only other deputant I have here, but that could change any minute. You'll have 5 minutes, sir. The clock's to my right.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to apologize, first of all, for my earlier attempt to speak out of turn. I know that Mr. Trudeau is trying to bring some decorum in public discourse. We saw that on TV, and I apologize for my share of it.
Thank you.
I'm one of those people that bought into the distillery about 10 years ago. So I know that the city council staff have their own position on the development. I just want to talk about it from a personal point of view. So I'm retired and like many people decided to come downtown for the quality of life. The original plans that were presented to us for the distillery were very, very good. It was suggested that the council had made special disposition to allow those 2 towers to be built there because of the fact that the distillery was a challenge. And it was a challenge for those of us who invested in it as well. We took a risk and we came down. At that time, there was a beautiful ribbon building that was going to have a gym. It was going to have a swimming pool that was going to be attached to the towers. Somewhere along the line, in the 7 years that we were waiting for the building to be built, that ribbon building disappeared. I have learned now, I think from the documentation that was recently presented, that there was an agreement with the city with respect to the fact that that ribbon building was going to be 4 stories high, which is a reasonable consideration given the fact that the rest of the distillery, the actual heritage properties, are all 4 stories high. So when we came in because we felt that the Distillery Corporation was a city builder. They were doing what a lot of people would love to do, which is to preserve our heritage and also make it useful. What transpired after that was really a transformation of that corporation. It became, instead of just a city builder, it became a very, very commercial-oriented organization. And some of this, well, my colleague has just mentioned to you how the actual distillery district is now marketed across the city and across the province as if it's a CNE grounds. It's no longer the little piazza that was put out at that time. But I accept the fact that if people want to come downtown and come to the distillery, that's all fine, you know. But at the moment, it is, in fact, overly congested.
Thank you.
Now, one of the things that attracted me to the distillery was actually its heritage aspects, the buildings, the cobblestones, and particularly the concentration of those buildings, the heritage buildings, in a way that it gave it a particularly pleasing view into how Ontario used to be or how Toronto used to be around that area. That aspect was elaborated by someone earlier in a couple of other developments. It was called a silhouette. And I think the silhouette of the distillery district is going to be totally devastated by what is being proposed. I think the council rules, the planning rules allow for an 8 or 9 story building extending from the neighboring properties and a 4-story ribbon building. And I think that's a fair enough development in that area, because a 52-story tower in that neighborhood is simply going to lead to a totally different creature than what Distillery District has been. We have some, some precedents from other parts of the world. I mean, we don't live in isolation here. We know what happens when creeping development comes into monuments. You have to look at what's happening. I know this is not the Taj Mahal, but what you have to look at is that what happens around Agra, where development keeps coming in and commercial interests take over, and then finally, of course, you have a damage and a historical aspect is lost. The other example that I wanted to give you councillors is the fact that in another part of the world, in Turkey, I was visiting Turkey, and there you have the Hagia Sophia, if you're familiar with that, and the vista of the Hagia Sophia was affected by a building, a tower that was built not within that area. It was built significantly away from that. But the position of their courts in Turkey was that when you look at it from one side, across...
Sir, I'm going to have to get you to sum up.
It's the summary that I'm giving you. That was the only thing I wanted to say, was that they tore down a 60-story building that they felt was destroying the vista. I feel disappointed.
I'm going to have to cut you off there because
last sentence,
no,
sir.
we're over 5 minutes now. We're about 5:30. So my apologies.
For the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? None. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
I'm just going to move, on behalf of Councillor McConnell. She's asked me to move the staff recommendations.
Thank you very much. The staff.
Appreciate you keeping people right to the minute.
I am doing my very best. All those in favor of the staff recommendation to refuse? All those opposed? That carries. TE 17.21, Request for Directions Report 1 to 7 Yonge Street Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Amendment Application. I have a Patrick Devine. Hi there.
You really need to speak.
Just very briefly, Chair and members of Community Council, I represent the applicant, Pinnacle International. As you may recall, at last month's meeting, there was the Lower Yonge Precinct Plan, which was approved and has now been approved by Council. This is the culmination of extensive collaboration for over 3 years among city staff, Waterfront Toronto, the neighbourhood, and my client. It's unfortunate that Councillor McConnell can't be here today due to illness, because she also deserves credit for encouraging and supporting the dialogue. In summary, then, the report before you represents the culmination of that extensive dialogue and process and an appropriate framework for the settlement of the matter, so I'd ask that you adopt the recommendations in the staff report.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor Mahavik.
Only because really this one and the one beside it, I was doing some comparisons. Sorry, not to the deputy, and actually this is to staff. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Devine. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Any other members of the public? No. Questions of staff? Councillor Mahavik.
Yes, sorry, and I only gave this a cursory glance. Is there, the section 37, is that going directly to council?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if you see the recommendations in the report are to request staff to go to request council to go to the OMB to support the matters contained within the report. There's a number of issues still outstanding before we get to the OMB hearing, and the drafting of the Section 37 agreement will be one of them. So the application's been appealed, so we'll be bringing the Section 37, the OPA, and the zoning bylaw to the OMB, hopefully at the hearing at the end of October.
But between now and October, we'll get a copy of our staff position and therefore our council position. Is that not right?
Yeah, the recommendations contained within the report outline all the items of contributions and matters of legal convenience in the Section 37. So hopefully that's a direction. We won't have the Section 37 agreement drafted because there's still a few items outstanding that are awaiting the results of two other processes that are currently taking place.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions of staff? No. To speak? Councillor Mahavik.
Well, it does say here, I think, move the staff, let me just lift up here. Right, move the staff recommendation. I'll let Councillor. But, you know, I was meditating on this the other day, and the city of Stratford, it has 33,000 people. 33,000 people, that great city of Stratford. You can do this two-block thing, or you can buy the city of Stratford. That's how big this is. That's how big this development is. And so, you know, it's just for me a point of notation. I hope that you're kind of building a little city in a two-block area, this being one of the two blocks. Sorry? Theater in the podium, yeah. So I do hope that image to me gives the enormity of what is being built at the foot of Yonge Street. And, you know, I haven't been obviously involved in the nitty-gritty of it, but when you think of it as a grand city-building initiative that is equivalent to the size of the city of Stratford, I do hope that Section 37 is vigorously talked about and argued for on behalf of the city.
We all know that Councillor Mahavik needs something more relaxed to meditate on. Councillor Fletcher.
I'm finished.
Thank you. I will move these staff recommendations, Mr. Chair, and simply say that there's probably no councillor better at negotiating Section 37 than Councillor McConnell, and I have full confidence in her ability to do that and get as much as possible for this development, and also be prepared to speak to it at City Council on July 12th. And with that, I move it.
Thank you very much. Any other councillors to speak? All those in favor of relocating the city of Stratford? All those opposed? Thank you very much, Councillor Fletcher. Next up is TE 17.22 Refusal Report 390 to 398 Spadina Road Zoning Amendment Application. I have 3 speakers. The first is Hartley Robbins. Hello, sir.
For the record, I've asked them to kind of come together, so 3 deputations will go into 1. Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I've asked the 3 deputants to try to present together.
Wonderful.
And make the meeting more efficient.
Thank you so much, and we'll start your time and go right ahead.
Not quite, but I'm Hartley Robbins. I live on Montclair Avenue, west of Spadina Road Avenue. I completely agree with the planning staff's report refusing this application.
When you're
Not against development that are reasonable and beneficial to our neighbor, that adds to the streetscape and the ambience of the village. This proposal does nothing whatsoever for the village except to destroy its small-town charm, its quaintness, its uniqueness, and its historical value to the city. I, along with other residents, have been concerned for the last 10 years about development around the village and met with both Councillors Mihevik and Walker at the time in 2006 to express our concerns. We then suggested that the village become a designated heritage area. We met with Denise Gendron, the manager of the Heritage Preservation Services, and formally requested that Forest Hill Village be designated a historic village of Forest Hill. For various technical reasons, this was not accomplished, but the city did finally pass last year the Forest Hill Village Urban Design Guidelines. At that time, one of our concerns was the development of 390, 392 Spadina. Since the leases were being terminated, the building was becoming vacant. Once the building was fully vacant, RML Corporation, the owner, made application for a building permit for a 3-story mixed-use building with certain minor variances, which basically conformed to the zoning bylaw. We did not object to the Committee of Adjustments, and I believe a building permit was issued. Then nothing happened. It's been sitting there for 10 years and deteriorating, and has become an eyesore for the whole village. Last year, RML joined with the next adjoining owners, 394, 96, and 98 Spadina, and the application is now submitted for a development that is 3 times higher and 2 times over the density that is allowed, completely disregarding and making a mockery of the zoning bylaw and urban design guidelines. The proposed building would completely overpower and overshadow the rest of the village. In my opinion, this is much more than your usual rezoning matter. It's a matter of preserving a very important part of Toronto's history. The village of Forest Hill was an area in York Township known as School Section Number 30 and was incorporated in 1923 as a village, separating it from the Township of York. Its center is located at Lonsdale on Spadina between Montclair and Thelma Avenues. It had a Reeve Council, Fire Department, Police Force, movie theater, best school system in the Toronto area, and it was, right from the beginning, very concerned about future development and had a development review board that had to approve all new buildings. Each house front had to be designed by an architect, and there had to be 1 tree in front of each lawn. It had over 350 bylaws controlling development. It has maintained its small village quality since its incorporation and still has several of its original buildings. The 4-story apartment building at 404 Spadina is a heritage building built in 1931 and was unique at the time because it contained retail at street level, now known as mixed use. The barber shop has been there since 1931 with its striped pole. When Metro was created in 1954 as a regional government, Fred Gardner, the Reeve of Forest Hill, was its first chairman. It was made up, as you know, by the City of Toronto, the townships of York, North York, East York, Etobicoke, Scarborough, the towns of Weston, Leeson, New Toronto, and Mimico, and the villages of Long Branch, Swansea, and Forest Hill. In 1967, when full amalgamation took place, Forest Hill objected and wished to remain separate. This did not happen. However, only Forest Hill remains recognizable today as a distinct village. The other towns and villages have been absorbed into the city proper. On all internet websites and public information, Forest Hill is pointed out as a unique country village in the heart of the city. When you approach on Spadina from the south going north, you go over the hill at Heath Street and see a streetscape of a small village with low-rise buildings, bustling with people walking in front of small stores, talking to each other. Tour buses regularly drive by the village to point out its charm. This 11-story building or any other development higher than 3 or 4 stories would effectively kill the village of Forest Hill. A world-class city is not known only for its modern large buildings and services, but how it honors and maintains its history and heritage sites, of which the village of Forest Hill is a unique part of Toronto with a small village charm in the heart of the city. Please keep it that way and vote to accept the report. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Andy Tiedemann, and I live at 60 Montclair Avenue, the apartment building immediately west of the proposed development. I'm president of the board of the 60 Montclair co-ownership, and I'm speaking on behalf of the board and the co-owners. We completely support the planner's report on this development. The site has been essentially vacant and derelict for almost a decade and should be developed and occupied, but within the established rules and guidelines for Forest Hill Village. They are reasonable and logical guidelines to preserve the unique qualities of the village. It would be rewarding bad behavior to approve a development that flouts the rules and guidelines so flagrantly. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marcy Gilbert, and I'm a resident of Montclair. I'm also the president of the South Forest Hill Residents Association, an incorporated entity which takes in the area of Forest Hill Village and the surrounding residential areas. We represent homeowners, apartment dwellers, condo owners, co-ownership owners, and we also have a very good working relationship with the local BIA. We're not opposed to development, and in fact, we are disappointed that the buildings on Spadina and Montclair have been neglected for a very, very long period of time. What we want is development consistent with the character of the village. Spadina is a very busy street, and the density they are proposing cannot be handled by the current roadways. Already on Spadina, there are terrible backlogs during rush hour, and at any time, it's hazardous to enter Spadina from Montclair. Montclair is a dead-end street, so the only exit is from Montclair East is through Spadina.
Probably do it.
I've witnessed people trying to cross Spadina from Montclair. They're in danger of being struck by vehicles traveling on, and especially cars that are in a hurry to turn off of Spadina to Montclair or Montclair onto Spadina. As a former Montrealer, I know how to dodge cars. This one is really extremely difficult to manage. So all in all, this proposed development, as it stands, will compromise the quality of life for the local community, the safety of the local residents, and will cause further congested traffic on both Spadina and on Montclair. We congratulate David Dreger, the city planner, on his report, and thank our city councillor Joe Mihevc for helping to make Toronto a better city to live, work, and play. And also, it's true. I'm also going to add Josh Matlow, Councillor Matlow, who also has played a very key role. So a huge thank you.
That we don't believe.
And really, wherever David is back there, so a huge thank you to David. And thanks for listening to us. I really do hope that that this development as it stands does not go forward. It's really not a way of building healthy cities. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputants? Seeing none, thank you all. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, any questions of staff? No. Councillor Mihevc to speak.
Thank you very much. I appreciate. I have a 5-minute version or a 2-minute version. I think I'm going to go with the 2-minute version.
Now we'll vote for it.
Yes. And first, I want to thank the deputants for coming and enduring these long meetings. This long meeting. Welcome to our world. But really, you have done a good job in explaining why this particular development doesn't really fit into the neighborhood. I want to also thank David Dreger, the planner on this file. And just to sum it up, I think it could be said no better than the second paragraph of the summary report. This proposal represents overdevelopment and is not good planning. The proposed building is too high. It will destabilize the low-scale built character of Forest Hill Village, a small commercial enclave along Spadina Road surrounded by neighborhoods. A low-scale building would be more appropriate for this site. That's the conclusion of this report. That's what's in the motions. I'd urge you to support it. Thank you very much. And just by the way, the planner's on board with that recommendation. The two councillors that have been working on this file, Councillor Matlow and myself, are of that mind, and frankly, the vast, if not the unanimous voice of the local community.
There's your 1-minute version. Councillor Matlow.
So I've got a 1-minute version. First of all, I want to acknowledge my colleague, Councillor Mihevc, who represents the other side of Spadina, for his leadership and evident competency when it came to this file. He's done a terrific job, and on behalf of our side of the community, we are one community, and I appreciate the work that Councillor Mihevc has done. I also want to thank our planner for a terrific report, and our community itself for really coming together, literally coming together, and forming an association that could represent the community as a whole and advocating so effectively and well. Our concern from the get-go about this development is that it would literally set a precedent that would ruin the village feel of Forest Hill. It completely ignores our official plan. It completely ignores our new guidelines for Forest Hill that we all just supported a year or two ago. So I'm just so happy that we're moving forward in this direction, but obviously with Councillor Mihevc's leadership, along with the community, we've got a long way to go from here. But I'm glad that we're taking this step. Sometimes we call it a village, sometimes we call it a shtetl, but we love it. And we love it, and we want to protect what we love about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members to speak? No. On the staff recommendations, all those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Councillor Wong Tam is ready to deal with item TE 17.12, final report 11 and 33 Centre and 80 Chestnut Street zoning amendment application. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm going to try to move two motions. The first one you've already seen, and the second one is on the screen, and that's to ensure that Infrastructure Ontario and the Ministry of Attorney General designs a public realm and streetscape improvement plan informed by the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commissioner of Canada, calls to action, and to do that in consultation with the Heritage Interpretation and Working Group for the city boulevards surrounding the courthouse, and all this to be subject to the satisfaction of the General Manager of Transportation as well as the Chief Planner, and hopefully in consultation with myself. And with that, I'd like to thank the planning staff as well as our heritage preservation staff for working really hard and diligently and around the clock to make sure that the Government of Ontario, by way of Infrastructure Ontario and the Ministry of Attorney General, is able to meet their internal guidelines and in their own internal deadlines. This is a very significant site, as already pointed out by members of the community. And not only is it the original priority neighborhood for the City of Toronto, but it also is an area that we are intimately aware of. And I think that for the thousands of people crossing the streets every single day of this neighborhood, we don't necessarily take time to pause to recognize the historical and cultural contributions of the early settlements. And so what we'd like to do is work with an institutional partner. We don't oftentimes get the cooperation with the private sector developers, but I think that we can certainly count on our provincial partners to work with the City of Toronto to do what's right. So today you get your massing envelope, but we have still a lot of work to do, including making sure that the Heritage Interpretation Plan is going to speak and tell the story of all the many peoples, including the very significant historical component as it relates to the Underground Railroad through the British Methodist Episcopal Church. And I think that we want to take that opportunity to not just work on the physical architecture, but also through the built form and the streetscape plan. So in about 5 years or thereabouts, when we walk on the streets of Chestnut, Centre, Dundas, and Armory, you will know who were the original inhabitants of this land and the settlements that followed afterwards. So I'm very excited, and we'll look forward to this continued dialogue. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Are there any other members of council to speak to this item or questions of staff? No? Questions of staff. Questions of the mover? No? All those in favor of the amendments and the recommendations as a package? Oh. Okay, let's take the amendments first, on the motions first. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And on the item, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Let the record reflect that Councillor Davis opposed.
No, we can't, because then we have to do a recording.
I need a recording.
Then
Let us all remember in our hearts.
Okay, let us remember in our hearts, sure. We're at item TE 17.23, refusal report for 395, 387, and 413 Leslie Street Official Plan Amendment Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application. Andrew Smith.
Congratulations. Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon. The first thing I'd like to do is thank Derek Wong and the staff of the Planning Department for their comprehensive and, in my view, accurate review of this planning application. 20 pages that says no, no, no. There are so many things wrong with this proposal, it's hard to know what to address. I'm going to stick to height and density. This project is constantly referred to as a 4-story building.
Sorry.
It's quite all right. It's constantly referred to as a 4-story building. But however, 20% of it is 6 stories. If you go to the northeast corner of this project and you start counting floors, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And where I come from, if it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, and it has 6 floors, it's a 6-story duck. This is a 6-story building. In their application, the developer listed 18 properties, 16 properties that in the Lower East Side built over the past few years that they felt have justified their proposal. None of these projects has a 6-story component or a 5-story component. Only 3 of them have a 4-story component, and all of those projects are on major thoroughfares. Jones, Paper Queen. They are not landlocked like this project is. This project is asking for a height allowance above grade of 12.9 meters. This is the most that's been asked for of any townhouse project in the Lower East Side. So it's going to be the tallest townhouse project in the Lower East Side. Given the vagaries of this site, which is literally 9 meters above its immediate neighbors, you end up with an effective height for a building of 22 meters. That's a little more than the 10 meters that is under the bylaw. The effective height of this is enormous. At, let's see, where is it? At 1.41 GFA, this will also be the densest project in the Lower East Side. It's the only project that even comes close to this is the one on Jones Avenue by the church. Every other project mentioned in this application for justification is considerably lower. So the developer is asking for the tallest, densest infill townhouse project to be built on the Lower East Side. All of this on a plot of land that is 9 meters higher than its immediate neighbors and has serious accessibility and ground issues. As a side note, there was I mentioned in the Planning Department report of a previous application in 1996 that was withdrawn. This application was for only 12 townhouses, and there was considerable neighborhood opposition to that proposal as well. What is not mentioned in the report is that the site at that time was 50% larger than it is now. So we now have a site that is 1/3 smaller, and yet they're asking for 1/3 more density. Back to the application at hand. Realistically, this is a no-brainer. There are so many things wrong with it. The applicant took the official plan and tried to throw it out the window. Then they designed the biggest, densest project they could and shoehorned it into a site that is relatively inaccessible with no concern or consideration for adjoining properties of the neighborhood at large. In my view, this is a greedy proposal, and I respectfully ask that you reject it. That's it.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant?
Yes, I do.
Yes, Paula.
Because he waited here for so many hours.
Thank you, Paula.
Just in the report, the staff have said that they asked for additional info, which they did not get, such as a hydrogeological report.
Yes.
Would have been important because of the sheer cliff.
You have to realize that this is a very unusual site. It's what used to be known as Devil's Hollow, and there is a river that runs underneath it. To this day, every house on Hastings has water issues in the basement, every single one of them. There is great concern about the stability of a 9-meter site immediately behind these houses, and we really don't want to see it go down into the backyards. either during construction or after the project is built and the developer is long gone and who knows whose liability it is. So yes, a hydrological survey is critical to the understanding of this site.
And I also note that the planner said the access contemplated does not meet city standards for a private driveway or mews as prescribed in our DIPS.
They're asking, the original proposal for this was 18 townhouses, and the only access is, I believe, 7.5 meters wide, a house that they bought so that they can drive in. Then they found out that they couldn't turn a truck around. So they had to rejig the project, and it's now 16 townhouses, and they think they can turn the truck around.
So we do see, though, that the city report says because it doesn't comply with DIPS, the city is unable to confirm access to services for future residents, including fire, solid waste
Precisely.
pickup, turnaround servicing vehicles, appropriate pedestrian walkways, and landscape opportunities, and then calls it overdevelopment. Would you agree with that?
Considerably. Yes, I agree.
And do most of the neighbors that surround this site, have they spent quite a while studying it and coming up with that same conclusion?
Yes, very much so.
And you would ask us to follow the staff recommendation and refuse this official plan and zoning bylaw amendment?
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Any more questions of this deputant? No. We'll move on. David Donnelly from David Donnelly Law.
I apologize.
You got to put on a show for us here.
I know, and I don't even have a bow tie on.
No, or fancy socks, I bet.
Placement. No.
Or bad
have a
jokes.
pattern?
Yeah.
No,
please.
there will be no bad jokes.
Thank
that
you,
I can
thank you.
guarantee.
Good jokes.
My name is Ann Sabarin. I'm David Donnelly's associate from Donnelly Law, and we represent the applicant in this case, the developer Leslie Muse, Inc. As you've already received from the previous deputant a brief overview of the application. The original application was for 18 townhomes. This is an infill project. It's an intensification opportunity within the ever-changing Leslieville neighborhood. And we appear on behalf of our client in response to the staff report and the supplementary report recommending refusal. And we respectfully request the committee direct staff to withdraw the staff report and review the forthcoming revised plan and supporting documentation when it is received through a formal resubmission. We've submitted a letter late last night that I understand was included in the agenda package this morning. I'm just going to touch on a few highlights in it for you. So our client submitted this application for an OPA and zoning bylaw in August 2015, and the applications were deemed complete as of August 26, 2015. Preliminary staff report was never prepared for this application, and in our team's experience, that was unusual. And for over 10 months, our experienced development team, including planners at Walker Knott Dragicevic, have been working with Mr. Wong and staff at the city to respond to comments and resident concerns. And we'd also note that the statutory public meeting for this actually only came on in April 2016, about 7 months after the application was submitted and deemed complete. At that meeting, we did receive a number of comments from local residents and encouraged them to bring those concerns forward to us and the development team. And at the suggestion of the city, the technical team began working through that list of questions posed by the residents. And these issues raised of traffic, hydrogeology, as you've heard, landscaping, and privacy and shadowing have been addressed to the technical team's satisfaction, and they're finalizing their reports to provide to city staff now. And finally, just on the development, our client believes the development represents a unique opportunity to fully utilize a lot with considerable development potential in an area that's already zoned residential. We note that climate change is top of mind, and this would be maximizing use of an already designated space within the city, and it's actually has very good transit access with bus lines, and hopefully in the future with the more recent announcement of a potential downtown relief line and smart track station only under 500 meters away at Gerard and Pape. Accordingly, this subject property will be located within a gateway hub under Metrolinx's regional transportation plan and a major transit station area, where modest intensification such as this development will help support the viability of rapid transit. And in light of the foregoing, we request Community Council to seek a careful review, send this back to staff to assess the formal resubmission on the 16 units with the accompanying studies before a client is forced to resort to an appeal. We believe this is a genuine opportunity to fill in this gap in the neighborhood through intensification. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant?
Yes.
Yes, Councillor
Just
Fletcher.
going to the report.
Yes.
On page 3, where staff required additional information to assess the proposed development and advised the applicant on October 22nd, 2015. The applicant was advised to demonstrate viable solutions for issues related to public-private access, waste removal, fire access, site servicing, and groundwater. And additional information requested included a revised plan of survey clarifying ownership, context plan showing adjacent land uses, existing and proposed grades, proposed retaining walls, section drawings, and sun shadow study, and a hydrogeological study. Do you have a hydrogeological study that you have submitted? Yes or no?
No.
Do you have a revised plan of survey clarifying ownership?
That I'm not sure of. I can't answer that question.
Thank you. Do you have a context plan submitted showing adjacent land uses?
From what I've seen in the planning justification report, the adjacent land uses would have been shown on that, but
Do you have proposed retaining walls identified?
I know on the site plans as they were presented at the public meeting, the location of the retaining walls were indicated there.
Would you agree with the fact that the revised plans were turned in November of 2016? I don't think so. Have to say 15. We haven't got to November 16 yet. More information was required. It says that on February 3rd, staff asked for more clarification and additional information. And again, on they've asked for more information. Would you disagree with the statement on page 13 under unresolved technical issues that the proposed development does not comply with the City of Toronto requirements for garbage recycling and organics collection services for new developments?
I would have to refer that to our experts at WSP Consulting.
So you don't know about that. Would you disagree that Fire have said they cannot adequately service this development? That's on page 12.
Again, I can't comment on that. If I were the planner, I could. I apologize for that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were familiar with this application.
I am familiar with the application, but not every detail, and I apologize. Mr. Donnelly was booked at a Greenbelt meeting today, so.
Greenbelt meeting.
A Greenbelt.
So here we are, just here, I read this to the other deputy, and I'll just do you the same favor. Because the proposed development does not comply with DIPS, the city is unable to confirm access for future residents, including fire access, solid waste pickup, turnaround for servicing vehicles, appropriate pedestrian walkways, and landscape opportunities. Do you have anything to tell us different than what's in this report?
No, with the caveat that the resubmission is on its way, which is why we're asking staff to reconsider and report back to Community Council.
Are you aware that the residents feel that this is a very important green space in their community, and they have a concern about what's the angle degree of that hill that leads from Hastings up to the development site? Are you aware what that is?
I could check that for you now. I have some of the topographic lines written down here, but I am aware of the...
You're not aware of that. So you're not the applicant, and you're not the planning consultant.
I'm not. I'm one of the lawyers.
You're a lawyer here simply to ask us to not refuse this, even though city staff have made it so clear that there are terrible, terrible deficiencies in a report that's been ongoing for over 2 years, and where staff have asked constantly for information.
I don't believe it's been ongoing for over 2 years, but also just to note on the record, we believe some of these concerns could have been addressed earlier had the statutory public meeting been scheduled earlier. So we've been working hard ever since that meeting to get this resubmission and these studies back in to make Leslieville an even better place to live.
Are you aware of the residents? And so that's fine. Thank you. We have the letter now. Mercy. There is a mercy rule, so I will stop now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there are no other questions of the deputant, we'll move to Catherine Adams. She's left. Okay. Nancy Whitman.
I asked the questions, so.
Sorry, I couldn't read the writing that was on here.
I'm almost like confused as to why I'm here. I've been here so long. I know, I have such a respect for what you guys do. I could never do this. So first off, I want to thank Derek Wong and his staff and everybody in the planning department for all of their work. You guys are awesome. Paula Fletcher, who I absolutely love and adore, all of the work that she's done, and the rest of you for listening to me, honestly. So I wanted to, I'm not going to get like bogged down in details because you guys have all of that in front of you. We can crunch some numbers, but I wanted to put a face to who lives in this neighborhood, and I own a fabulous house on Hastings Avenue that backs onto this proposed development. It was built in 1880. It was the original house on the street when the street was a river. And when I was gardening my front lawn, redoing it, I found old dock posts. That's how old my house is. So when I step out my back door and I look up 2 stories to the back of my property, up at the top, there's several different levels on this slope. It's sometimes called a reverse ravine or a cliff. It's 2 stories up. So this development, which they're proposing to be 4 stories, would essentially be 6 stories for me. So I would look out and I would see a brick wall, solid brick wall that goes all the way from there to all the way from there with 64 windows. What I see now when I look out my backyard, which, by the way, if I may say, has a fantastic garden that I've landscaped, is beautiful old trees. I see a beautiful sky every single morning when I have my breakfast out in my backyard. I see migrating birds that are not found anywhere else in the city. I see fox, raccoons, a whole bunch of cats, a whole bunch of like squirrels, lots of fantastic stuff. If this proposed development goes through, it will block pretty much everything and completely alter the way myself and all of my neighbors that live on Hastings that back onto this proposed development, the way we live our lives. It will affect the way the wind blows. It will affect our natural light, the sunlight, the skylight. We won't be able to see pretty much anything other than a brick wall. And I challenge any of you to tell me that you would want to live somewhere like that. I am all for development in my neighborhood, absolutely. And if we were talking about a flat piece of land, I'm going to look at the time. If we were looking at a flat piece of land, I would probably be saying to you guys, okay, let's like knock it down to 3 stories, maybe reduce the density, give me a couple of bottles of wine and call it a day. But because we're dealing with something that is very unusual, I don't think there's anything being brought before council that is this scale and this density and this height and, you know, and it also happens to be really ugly. And the fact that it's on a cliff. That, for me, is what makes it a complete deal breaker. Aside from all of that, the developer has not provided a lot of the reports that the planning department has asked for. And one of the things that I think we should insist on is, I'm not even sure what it's called, but it has something to do with, with the water. I put in a sump pump when I first moved into my house, and it goes off year-round, even in the middle of winter. If it's minus 40 and the ground is frozen 2 feet down, my sump pump goes off. We still have a river under that is running under the street, and there's still tributaries that come off of this slope. So it's draining, I'm draining, and all my other neighbors that have sump pumps, it's still draining water. So I don't even know how they can even get to the point where they can develop something up there with all of this water flowing. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions of the deputy?
Just environmentally, and I'm just be 1 second. You have an environmental concern about the runoff.
I have a lot of concerns.
Which is, I know,
Yes.
the hydrogeological survey
Yes.
would give some ability, when staff did a peer review, to understand what would happen after you paved the hill and put whatever buffers had to go on the cliff, as far as the runoff would be concerned on all the homes below. And that hasn't happened, has it?
No, it hasn't.
That particular piece of information is missing.
No.
Yeah.
And just even excavating and just hitting water and how that would affect the slope and just crevasses. I mean, really, I'm concerned that that slope will end up in my kitchen.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephen Washburn Cohen.
I'm trying to keep this brief, under a minute. I also have a very old home. Oh, is that working?
Nope. Is it lit up there in front of you?
It was.
Oh, then hit it again, and there we go.
Is it working now? Hello? I'm trying to keep this brief. My concerns with this development is it doesn't really fit in the neighborhood. Our neighborhood is small two-story homes, and this is giant. Not only is it giant, but it's up on top of a hill. That brings, for me, a whole bunch of concerns with some pollution. You're going to have, of course, light pollution, noise pollution, and also exhaust from the 20 cars that are going to be up there. I know if someone smokes a cigarette on the hill, I can smell it in my home. I can't imagine what will happen with all the cars and everything. It's a valley. Things just kind of settle. The other issue I have with the development is the construction of it itself. My home, it was probably just sat in a hole and built by hand and shovels. This would require a huge amount of equipment brought in on the site. I can't see how the neighborhood around could be protected without not only the hill coming down, but I think my own home would also come down in the construction of this site. I think Andrew hit most of the other topics, and so did everyone else. I agree with the report that the city has provided. This is really not a good site for this development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Are there any questions? No? Alan Malcolmson.
My name's Alan Malcolmson. I also live on Hastings, and I face the proposed wall. My big issue is at one point they are asking for an 82-centimeter setback from a property line. That seems ridiculous for me. That's barely enough room for somebody to walk by. I just feel that this development is going to be, it's just too much for the size of the property. And I can't see why they're going to go through with this and it's going to affect our lives. We spend 6 months of our year outside in our backyard. We see sun from 10 o'clock until 6 o'clock at night. You put a 6-story building up there, essentially, and we're not going to see any sunlight past 10 o'clock. That's really all about I have to say.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, Ann Nicholson. Ann, and you'll have 5 minutes, and I'll start your time when you're comfortable.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank the city staff and Councillor Fletcher for their diligence in looking into this case. For the record, I live at 415 Leslie Street, which is a row house adjacent to 413, which is part of this proposal. I'm questioning the integrity of the developer. It took them 3 years to renovate the little row house next to me, and the lack of concern for the neighborhood was just appalling. They managed to make my little house uninhabitable for 3 weeks. I fear erosion, flooding on Hastings. I've lived and gardened there for 34 years, but the developers, in the demonstration, the last meeting, they had actually showed a plan which had them owning my house and not 413. The lawyer who just spoke for them seemed to not know quite all the answers, whether she had done reports, understood the reports, or whatever. I'm just asking the city not to approve this plan. I think it's disastrous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? No. Are there any more members of the public to speak to this item? Seeing none, are there questions of staff? No. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to thank all the deputants that came today and all the community members for really being so engaged in this application and asking all the right questions. I think, as everybody can see on page 19, it's very much a difficult site. What you can't see on page 19 is the height of the hill between Hastings and the top of the site, which is probably a 75-degree angle from Hastings up. So I would just note that there are so many deficiencies here, so many things missing, particularly with the hill and the hydrogeological study, which would certainly show the impact of runoff on a hill once all the trees were removed for the application and whatever buffer would have to be put in. That a number of things regarding the development, the dips, and being able to move around the site, picking up the garbage, that there have been numerous requests to the applicant to provide information that have not been forthcoming in a timely way. And I do understand Mr. Donnelly has asked that we would simply defer this and allow them to bring forward these materials in a resubmission or part of this submission. But I can see from this report that those requests have been made over and over again. So I don't think there's any advantage to, if those reports have been done, I think they should have been handed in with this application. I do want to thank our planning staff and planner Derek Wong. He's been very diligent on this file, as someone had said, looking at all of the different aspects, because when you're trying to put an infill that's behind houses on one side and the other, and there's a very deep, steep cliff, it is not a simple thing to do. They started with 18, now they're down to, I believe, 16. The report says it's overdevelopment, and I would have to agree with that. The report actually says the application is not appropriate for this site. It does not conform to the official plan, is not consistent with council-approved guidelines, does not fit within the existing or planned context for the neighborhood, and creates adverse impacts on adjacent land uses. The development results in overdevelopment of this site. This report recommends refusal of the application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaws, and I would like to move the staff report at this committee, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to have a recorded vote on that.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of committee to speak? Seeing none, there's been a call for a recorded vote. All those in favor, Councillor Davis, Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Layton, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Fragedakis, Councillor Perks, Councillor Matlow, Councillor McMahon, and Councillor Bailao.
Thank you.
The next item up is TE 17.24, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 28(9) of the Ontario Heritage Act 1142 and 1144 Queen Street West. Are there any members of the public to speak to this item? No. Councillor Bailao, I believe you have a motion to defer or to.
Thank you. I have a motion actually to ask my colleagues to forward this to City Council without recommendations, as planning, heritage, and urban design staff are still working with the applicant, and we're hoping to have a beautiful redesigned Drake on Queen Street, and that pleases everyone.
All those in favor of forwarding without recommendations? All those opposed? That carries. Can I get a motion to introduce new business TE 17.121 to 17.126? Yep. And I am closing the agenda after this. Councillor Cressy moved that. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We're going to go back to item 10 and 11. We just need to hear these motions. It's items TE 17.10, final report, 1 to 11 Bloor Street, 7 to 68, 784 Yonge Street, and the alterations to a designated heritage property at 774, 775 Yonge. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll move to refer this item to City Council without recommendation, and this will go with the supplementary report contained in 10B as well as 17.11, which is the heritage report. This will give us more time to consider what is this pending package that we've heard is being alluded to by the applicant's solicitor. It will also give us more time to sit with the city solicitor to review what is contained in what is contained in correspondence that we don't know what is coming yet, because right now I just don't have the information before us. But I will point out a couple things. Is that we've had a series of meetings with respect to this application on 1 Bloor West, which includes 6 working group meetings with the members of the community. And this working group is comprised of almost 35 individuals, and it's not they're not light discussions. Every single time we get together, they're about 3 hours long. But I also recognize that there's a lot of discussions that have taken place with perhaps some of the mayor's staff, perhaps deputy mayors of the city council. So I just want everyone to be aware that there seems to be a highly politicized discussion around this application. It's not as straightforward as just a clear planning rationale or path. So there is a lot of pressure on the community to respond to what is before us, and that's rather unfortunate. I'd rather us just sort of deal with what we have when we have it. But nevertheless, those are the planning realities that we have in downtown Toronto, and I just want everyone to be mindful as we move through City Council that we want to do what's right. And be consistent, and we want to work with the community and try to find a resolution that's going to work. But this has probably been the most complicated and convoluted file that I have had, and I think you folks know that I've got 28 items on this particular agenda. We're used to complicated planning files in the ward. I've never had any experience as I have with this, and it's all been rather uncomfortable. So with that, hopefully we'll see some clarity come out of all this in the July City Council meetings.
So we're going to do both separately. On the first item, 17.10 to refer to council without recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. On the second item, 17.12, all in favor to forward 111 to forward without recommendation to council. All those in support? All those opposed? That item carries. 10 and 11 just went to council without recommendation. We are at TE 17.29, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 54A, 56, and 58 Scollard Street and 1315 Bay Street, Ward 27. First, I have Beau Johnson. This is an 11 o'clock item, so I don't expect anyone to still be here. There he is. How's it going?
Very well. Thank you for having for me 1 second here. Or is it one? Yeah. Great. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you. Whoop. Thank you again for having me. My name is Bo Johnson, and I'm an associate partner with Foster & Partners. We're the design architects currently on the development at the corner of Bay and Scollard. The development team has worked with the city and the residents for many years to develop this project, and we were tasked with 3 fundamental objectives. 1, celebrate the heritage resources. 2, create a dynamic public open space. And 3, provide world-class architecture for the community of Yorkville. As a direct result of the collaborative efforts with the city and the residents, we believe we have accomplished these 3 tasks. We support the proposed designation of 54A, 56, and 58 Scollard Street, and along with 1315 Bay Street. However, we support the amendment proposed by Councillor Wong Tang at the Toronto Preservation Board, where the first point of the proposed list of heritage attributes as amended from, quote, the setback placement and orientation of the buildings on the northeast corner of Scollard and Bay Streets, to, quote, the setback and orientation of the buildings on the north side of Scollard Street, end quote. Our proposal relocates the heritage buildings approximately 25 meters eastward, and in our position, that relocation eastward strengthens their original setting in which a single principal elevation on Scollard Street, strengthens their relationship with the remaining heritage residential buildings on Scollard Street, sets them back from Bay Street while maintaining their corner status, and places them next to a newly created public open space where their character-defining attributes can be more easily read and viewed by and appreciated by the greater public. If you indulge me, we have a very short video of the design process and the evolution, just to really quickly give some context to the design. This video was presented at the Community Board meeting on February 1st, and as you'll see, we're located here on the corner of Bay Street with this L-shaped site. The site is fully developable, but our focus was to really put the emphasis onto Bay Street, and the first major move in that diagram was to shift the heritage buildings to the east to create an open plaza on the corner of Bay Street. Further, the massing was set back to further that towards Jesse Ketchum Park, and then the corners of the building were lifted to create public open space underneath the building itself. All the vehicle transportation was pulled off of the plaza, and then we flooded the podium, as we call it, with public and civic amenity. The final real piece was the landscape that came in to create a series of pockets in urban rooms and a gesture that connected the green space across the street to Jesse Ketchum Park. As mentioned, the building was sculpted primarily in the plaza, but also as the tower to reduce any overshadowing onto Jesse Ketchum Park. And then further, the massing was tiered down to really kind of coordinate with the sky plane that aligns the existing buildings in the Four Seasons. An extensive mitigation test was done on the wind to really understand how the building's step-back form and the landscape greatly increased the pedestrian realm and the wind loads, while the massing of the building really orients itself east-west over the great views of the surrounding community. We feel strongly that this development further can create a highly iconic public space along this great corridor of Bay Street, with the heritage buildings really being the front to that public plaza and that public realm. Thank you very much. I'm more than happy to field any questions. I realize it's late in the day.
You may have more technical questions about how that presentation was done than you might have about the actual development.
I would like to move a motion that staff use those.
You guys use Pixar, Disney?
Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
John Caliendo? Yeah, I want that for my next public meeting. Yeah, Greg, find that software. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's interesting you're noting the presentation. I co-chair the local resident association, the ABC Resident Association. I think, as I said at the last TYCC, we've been to the OMB maybe 14 times. We've had, as you know, our neighborhood is under intense intensification. That's a bit redundant. This has probably been one of the highest quality applications in terms of the integrity of the process that we've experienced. It's the reason that we say high quality and integrity is because the quality of the information that we receive. We spent most of the day here listening to some of these other applicants, including the more recent one in Leslieville, and how you have a long list of, where's this information, where's that information. Well, that's the complete opposite of the experience we've had here. And this is just one small example of how this applicant has just gone the extra mile and then some. And trust me, we very rarely sort of have these kind of accolades for developers. We think the amended proposal that our councillors put before you is a win-win-win. We are going to put the heritage, we're going to save heritage, we're going to restore heritage, and we're probably going to put it in a better context than it is at the moment, because Bay Street did not exist at the time that these homes were built. There was a laneway adjacent, but there was no Bay Street. So there's no Bay Street reference point. There was Schollard Street, and these homes will now be moved into Schollard Street and given a Schollard reference point. And in turn, we're going to get a great piece of public realm, as you saw. We've retained people like Ken Greenberg. The applicants retained people like Stoss. We've had Michael Spaziani. We haven't quite finalized where the building is going to be, what it's going to look like, but this is a key piece of the entire application. And we appreciate that the councillors amended the heritage motion, and we look forward to your support. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No? Are there any questions are any other members of the public to speak to this item? Seeing none, any questions of staff? No. Councillor Wong-Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, and I think John also almost stole my thunder, because he introduced a motion that now that the clerks will please put on the screen for me. We're just going to lightly...
Sorry, my fault. Sorry.
Bad chair.
It's...
What item?
.29. Oh, I had it all ready, too.
And all we're just simply doing is amending one of the heritage attributes. And I think this is probably the right place for us to move this particular amendment and allow the application to continue to proceed as it is being currently reviewed under the planning process. And I want to point out to the members who are here, and perhaps those who might be covering today's proceedings from the media, is that we actually have Foster and Partners again before us. And this is the same, I guess, namesake company that we had representing the applicant at One Bloor. And if you can just take a note at how different the tone of the item as we're discussing, this is actually a really positive experience so far. I think that the community has really enjoyed working with the applicant. I know you've been here for a long time, and thank you very much for rerouting your plans and staying to show us that presentation, the animation. I think members of council truly appreciated that. I'm sorry you didn't get home. You're not going to get home to dinner tonight on time, but I do want you to know that it was really truly appreciated. And we still haven't even gotten to yet necessarily to the full application for the final report. But as you can tell, the community is feeling pretty good about the process, and that talks about the trust. And that speaks to also the fact that, when you provide information in a manner that is going to, I think, be agreeable to many people, you develop good relationships, and that means that you're welcome to come back, and you're welcome to do more business in the neighborhood. And that is how we'd like to do things in the ward. I think that's how we want to do things at community council and city council. After a very long day of hearing a range of deputations, I'm at least happy to say I can move one item forward and feel very good about it. It hasn't been an easy day, as you can tell, but this is a good report, and I want to thank the staff for their indulgence. I recognize that we may not necessarily be on the same side, the preservation staff and myself, but they did their job, and now I'm doing mine, and community council will do theirs. Thank you.
So on the motion in front of us, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. The item as amended, thank you, Councillor Perks. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Backseat chairing. TE 17.31, inclusion on the City of Toronto Heritage Register 201 and 203 Gerrard Street East and 297, 299 Sherbourne Street. Gordon Henderson. Hi there. Up next is Bruce Fowler. If Bruce is still around, you'll have 5 minutes. I'll start your clock.
Okay, I can speak. I will not take 10 minutes and take Bruce's time. He had to leave. No, I'm saying I wouldn't take Bruce's time. No, I want to get out of here. I'm late. So, my name's Gordon Henderson. I own 203 Gerrard Street East, and I co-own with Bruce Fowler 201. But as I say, Bruce had to leave about half an hour ago. You know, I know that this is about our building being designated heritage, or not designated, listed. I still find the whole thing a little bewildering. But first, a quick comment on the process. I got notice of this meeting by mail Thursday at 4 o'clock. Bruce in 201 got it Friday. That seems to be very, very quick. I travel a lot. I'm away. It turns out I could be here today. It was the only day this week I could be here, and I'm away for two weeks in Europe next week. So that's really fast. And at the preservation meeting, a city staffer said the process about the historic register has to be secret. And I don't understand why. I don't know why there was no citizen engagement. I mean, if somebody knocked on our door, phoned us, we'd have questions about the process. I mean, listed versus designated, I didn't know. Exterior, interior. I'm a filmmaker and a novelist. Bruce is a musician. We don't know this stuff. And if someone had come around, I would have assured them that if you care about preserving our building, we're not the people you got to worry about. And I hope you're not. Because the issue is 201 Gerrard Street, the building I own with Bruce. It's the very definition of counterproductive to honor 201 Gerrard Street East as a heritage address when its character, functionality, and safety are potentially threatened. An ultra-modern 13-story building is being planned 3.5 feet from the side stairs leading up to 201 Gerrard Street's main door. The door's on the side. Now, somebody complained about having a building right up to the face of their windows. This is right up to the face of the main door, the only door. And you might say, well, the Heritage Register and this new building, those are separate issues. Well, I contend that they're not. Because since 1887, that door has always faced west towards Sherbourne Street. And now it faces the prospect of a sheer wall that's about that far away from the stairs. Now you might say, don't worry, actually being a heritage building will help you. And at the Toronto Preservation Board, it was written, and I quote, "New construction adjacent to a property on the Heritage Register will be designed to conserve the cultural heritage values, attributes, and character of that property, and to mitigate visual and physical impact on it." So I interpret that if we are listed as heritage, you're going to protect us. But I worry. I worry because if you go on the internet and check the architectural plans for 307 Sherbourne, it shows our semi-detached building as only 203 Gerrard. 201 doesn't exist. And if it doesn't exist, its main door facing Sherbourne doesn't exist. And the architect, whom I presume never did a site visit, told me he got the plans omitting 201 from the city. And that's what concerns us. I mean, lawyers say you never ask a question you don't know the answer to. But I will. Can anyone name a heritage building, and I presume we're going to be listed heritage, a heritage building where a modern monolith has been or is being allowed close to its main entryway? You can? How far away? What is the distance? I know I'm not supposed to ask questions, but nobody's asked. I've never been.
If
nobody's
Councillor
spoken to me.
Perks feels like
So
advancing that,
I would
and he
suggest.
speak, then he will.
Yeah, I know, because there's never been any consultation, but I would suggest it's about a lane. I would suggest it's not 3.5 feet. I would suggest it's about a lane. And if it is, if this is going to go in that close to us, I would think you're setting a precedent, and not one I think you should be very proud of. So I ask you, at the end of a long day, certainly for me, and a continuing day for you, please don't play lip service to preservation. Make Oban Flats, the developer, move that building back, at least the dimensions of a lane, to mitigate, your words, its visual and physical impact on our main door and our heritage property.
Thank you very much, Mr. Henderson. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this item further? No? Are there any questions of staff? There are not. It's Ward 28. Councillor Fletcher's been taking carriage of Councillor McConnell's items today as she's out sick. What do we have for us?
Councillor McConnell is suggesting that we approve the staff recommendations.
Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Thank you, sir. Next up is TE 17.33, authorization to study Belmont Hillsborough, a potential heritage conservation district. I have two speakers to the item. Sylvia Shoemaker. Is Sylvia still here? We are still on 11 o'clock items, sadly. Next is John C. No? Okay. Are there any other members of the public to speak to this item? No. Any questions of staff? There are not. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to move the recommendations in the letter from the Toronto Preservation Board and just to expand the area and to begin the study.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. The next up is TE 17.35. We moved on to 130 items right there, folks. Good stuff. We have about 50 items left. TE 17.35, request for a fence exemption, 31 Rosemary Road, Victoria Kirsch.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Councillor Mahevik.
She had to leave. I'm going to ask that we defer this for 1 month to allow me to do some peacekeeping. Peacemaking, 2 months.
I suspect that we'll have a couple of those in these items. All those in favor of the deferral on item 35?
Sometimes the fence is usually never about the fence, if you know what I mean.
I don't think you need to elaborate more. We've all sat on that fence. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 17.36, request for a fence exemption 223 Balmoral Avenue, Ward 22. I have speakers here to the item. Is there a Helen Kerr? Yes. Helen, hi there. Hi. Then I'll have Stephen Callahan, Adrian Tenser, and Stephen Callahan. There's two Stephen Callahans. I get that. Okay. Helen, you'll have 5 minutes, and I'll start your clock when you're comfortable.
Thank you, Chair and Council. I am the owner of 48 Clarendon Avenue. My house backs onto 223 Balmoral, and we have invested a lot of money in our house and especially in our garden. And we came back from a short vacation this winter to find that the new owner of 223 Balmoral had put up a fence without asking us or, as it turned out, any of his other neighbors, and his fence protrudes over our fence in the backyard, destroying the look of our garden. And we were very surprised about this. We didn't expect a fence to be erected in the winter. And as I said, we weren't asked about it. We know that our wall, our back wall, is exactly the correct height because we try and abide by all of the building bylaws. We contacted Mr. Callahan and explained that we didn't like seeing his fence from our garden and that it was over height. And he then asked us how much money we wanted to go away. When we said that we were not after money, we simply wanted the fence lowered so that we didn't see it. We didn't get anywhere with him during that initial conversation. In a later conversation that we had with him, using his fence contractor as a go-between, the contractor admitted that, in fact, his fence at the southern border was erected on our property. We put our wall back from the property because there is a utility pole in the back with telephone and cable TV wires that come down. Those wires used to cross our property overhead to our property and to the neighbor's property, and we decided to bury those. So we buried those on our property line, but our property line is behind our existing wall. And Mr. Callahan built his fence right on top of our several inches of property that are behind our wall. Now, I took a look at Mr. Callahan's application, and he said that he had several reasons for asking for the exemption. Of course, he asked for this exemption after he built the wall. One of the items was aesthetics. Well, if you've seen pictures of the fence, it is a simple board-to-board construction. It is nothing special aesthetically. Additionally, the applicant completely covered large sections of his east and west fence with 10 to 12-foot high cedars. So much of the fence in that area cannot be seen from the applicant's side. So if he's covered it with cedars, how can it be aesthetically important? The south fence is also well covered because there are over 30-foot cedars and trees in the back garden. And I just wanted to show you some pictures. This is the west fence as seen from his neighbor at 225 Balmoral. You can see that Mr. Callahan's fence protrudes above the fence of 225 Balmoral as well, and that he's planted cedars all along that fence so that the fence actually isn't visible from his side. Similarly, if you take a look at the east side of his fence, as seen from the street, he's done the same thing. This is the post from his fence. You can see the rest of the fence is completely covered by cedars. This is a view from our back balcony, and you can see that this is the south area of his yard, which butts onto our backyard. You can see that the trees and the cedars are at least 20 to 30 feet high.
Ms. Kerr, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up just in a sentence or two.
So we have a number of reasons why we think that the exemption should be denied. First of all, his neighbors were not taken into consideration.
My apologies, I'm really going to have to cut you off there because you're at 5:30, and again, I think you appreciate we've actually still got about 40 items on the agenda, and it's a 5-minute maximum, and you can see I've allowed a little leeway to extend it. Perhaps if we suggest, I can offer it up to the committee to ask any questions, and that might give you enough time. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you very much for your time and for waiting with us. My next up is Stephen Callahan. Hello, sir. You'll have 5 minutes. The time will start on my right.
I am the owner of 223 Balmoral Avenue. I hired with my wife, I hired the Canada Fence Company to build a fence to the specifications as required by the City of Toronto. I did that, and the fence does comply in all respects, all around the property, except at the north end of the western boundary, my neighbor had built a retaining wall along their walk. I submitted this picture, which I don't have now. Can I use it on the, very good. Upside down, or?
If you put it on as if you're looking at it. Oh, if you just turn it 1 degree to, perfect.
All right, so there's a retaining wall along there. And so we built the fence to the height of the neighbor's fence. The neighbor is very happy with it. There are no objections. I have 5 neighbors on my property. And I have 1 objection from the people at, I think it's 48 Clarendon, which you just heard. The fence at that point does comply. I haven't built it too high. You can measure it, it's fine. But I simply asked for an exemption on that portion that you're looking at there, where years ago, perfectly reasonably, somebody built a retaining wall and a fence at the legal height. And so I built it to the same height, and everybody is happy about it. So I built a fence that complies, but I've asked for an exemption in this case because I think it's logical and reasonable to build the fence at that height, and there are no objections. My neighbors are very happy with it. So of my 5 neighbors, 1 is objecting, and I'm not really sure what the objection is about. It's certainly not about cedar trees. They don't have any of our cedar trees there. So I would ask the committee if they understand this situation, or if they need more clarification, I would like to give it to them. But I am requesting an exemption for a very small section of the fence on the western border, where the neighbors are very happy with the situation. And it would be unreasonable to rebuild the fence as it was. That's the original fence there, not the new fence. The new fence, you have a picture, is right here. Is that seeable? Yes. There it is, gentlemen. That is the fence at 7.13 feet, I believe is the number, and you can see that it goes back down to the 6 feet 6 limit beyond, and all the way around the property from that point. It complies 100%.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Yes, Councillor Matlow.
Hi, Mr. Callahan.
Yes, hello.
When I met you just a few minutes ago,
Yes.
You suggested to me that you believe that actually your fence complied with the current bylaw.
Yes, I do.
Do you have contractors who suggested that to you, or how did you come to the belief that it was actually within the...
Well, we checked it.
You checked it?
Yes, so we told them what to build. They complied with the City of Toronto bylaws. The height limit is 6 feet 6 inches to the top of the post.
But
and we complied.
Did it ever occur to you that you wouldn't need an exemption as you're requesting today if it did comply with the bylaw?
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain, Councillor. That one section that I showed you earlier, where I have a retaining wall beside my property, we had to build the fence higher because this was the situation. Sorry, I had a picture here. Did I not? Yes, here. This was the situation. So you see that the fence to your left, the original fence, was built to the right specification of 6 feet 6 on a retaining wall adjacent to my property. So we had to build the new fence to the same height as the fence adjacent to us. Or it would have looked like that, which would not be proper. That would not be the way to build the fence. So we built it to the same height as the adjacent fence that was sitting on a retaining wall. And there's no objections to it, Councillor. There are no objections to that. Everybody's happy with it, and we would simply like an exemption for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. The last up I have is Adrian Tenser. Adrian? Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public to speak to this item? No. Are there any questions of staff? No. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Mr. Chair, I sadly have to move to refuse the exemption request. If there's a height that exceeds the current bylaw that has no adverse effect on any neighbors, that's a different story. Or if there's no complaints, or if neighbors are even supportive of that. The concern is that it's just factually not true that only one person has complained. No less than 5 neighbors have complained. They've made it very clear that not only do they disagree with what's happened, but they would have preferred perhaps to have a conversation before the fact rather than after the fact. So in good conscience, I can't simply just say, well, the rules be darned, if so many neighbors are saying that they have concerns. So we have rules, that's why the rules are there. If there were no concerns by neighbors, then I personally wouldn't have a problem with it, but there are. And therefore, they are factually correct that we have rules to stand up for their rights. So therefore, I move a refusal.
Are there any other members of committee to speak? Seeing none, all those in favor? Are there any other members of community council to speak? No. Is that to your liking, Councillor Perks? All those in favor of the motion from Councillor Matlow, all those opposed? That motion carries. TE 17.37, request for a fence exemption 34 Cary Road, Ward 22. I have a speaker, Peter O'Donoghue. Adam?
I am not Mr. O'Donoghue. I'm the man in the light gray.
This is going to be one expensive fence. All right, what can we do for you?
Somebody knew I was here all day and asked me to cover it. Yes,
Yeah.
no. Mr. O'Donoghue and I spoke.
Okay,
One-story fence, oh my God.
let's stop picking on Adam. Go ahead. You'll have 5 minutes of
I'll
uninterrupted
be less than 5
deputation
minutes.
time.
I just sent an email to Blake in your office that the fence is okay the way it's been planned, so long as the client agrees in consultation with the city to plant some trees in the city road allowance in front of it. So it's all good, I think, I hope, with trees? Yes, so that was it.
Thank you very much.
I
Are there
put
any
that in writing
questions
to Blake and
of
your-
that from that elaborate presentation? No.
Is there Bousfield's report with this?
There is no planning report, there's nothing.
Are Mr. O'Donoghue, is he still? Would you like to speak or no? You're okay. All right. Councillor Matlow.
In the spirit of encouraging Mr. Brown to continue bringing heights at this level rather than what he typically does, this is really the
50 items, folks. Let's let
that we were
Councillor
expecting.
Matlow get it out.
Unlike the item that we saw before us, this in fact actually is a flanking fence. It has no adjacent neighbors. I'm fine with it, so I am going to support the alternate recommendation.
Thank you very much. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 17.38, request for a fence exemption, 82 Binsgarth Road, Ward 27. Are there any members of the public to speak to this item? Binsgarth? No. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to, what's the number?
38.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to move the motion a motion to approve the fence exemption.
All those in favor, opposed, that item carries. The next up is TE 17.41, refusal of a boulevard We're at 2 o'clock items, folks. This is good news. Refusal of a Boulevard Cafe permit located at 504 Adelaide Street West, Portland Street flankage, Ward 20. I have a Raina Pfeiffer. Raina?
We spoke.
Nope. Any other members of the public to speak to this item? Seeing none, Councillor Cressy to speak.
I'm going to defer this item indefinitely so that we have time to work with the applicant and bring it back.
All right, on the indefinite deferral, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 17.42, refusal of an application of a Boulevard Cafe permit located at the commercial frontage of 197.5 Baldwin Street. I had a deputant here. They have removed their name. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item? No. Councillor Cressy.
I have a motion, if it can be put on screen, to approve with 2 conditions.
All those in favor, sorry, that was a deferral for, an approval
motion to
with
approve.
conditions. Very
Motion to
nice.
approve.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 17.43, refusal of an application of Boulevard Cafe permit located on the commercial frontage of 778 St. Clair Avenue West, Ward 21. Are there any members of the public to speak to this item? No. Councillor Mihevc.
Thank you very much for staying all day for this item. I would like to move approval of the application. Oh boy, you anticipate.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries.
Very convincing.
TE 17.44, refusal of an application for a curbside Boulevard Cafe permit located on the commercial frontage of 5 St. Joseph, Unit R54. I don't understand where this place is. Ward 27. Are there any members of the public to speak to this item? No. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move to amend the staff report and to approve the application for the proposed curbside cafe at 5 St. Joseph, subject to 20 conditions that City Legal provided me. 20. 19, because we took out one, you're right.
Whoa.
That's generous.
But I can tell you that this is one of our...
Can I get a copy of these? Every application in my
Okay.
Okay.
If I can, we could have...
Councillor Wong-Tam has the floor.
I could have moved the staff recommendations, which was to refuse. So what we've done is we approved it with a series of conditions. And I have every confidence that the operator will comply. I also have every confidence that they will operate a very good business there.
All those in favor of the amendment and the item, all those opposed, that carries. TE 17.45, refusal of an application for a curbside Boulevard Cafe permit located on the commercial frontage at 2055 Danforth Avenue, Ward 32. Are there any members of the public to speak to this item? No. Councillor McMahon.
All right, finally, wonderful Ward 32. So I have a similar motion to the previous one to allow for the patio at a new establishment at Woodbine and the Danny. So we can view those bike lanes that are coming soon.
All those in
Firkin, it's at the Firkin. Yeah.
all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. TE 17.46, refusal of a Boulevard Cafe permit application located at 1560 Queen Street East, Ashdale Avenue, flankage. I have a deputant here, Jackie Morgan. Jackie Morgan, no. Are there any other members of the public to speak to this item? No. Councillor 32 is Councillor McMahon.
Yes, and that was the Firkin. Councillor
Watch your
Matlow
language.
told me to watch my language. This one I will move. This is another patio on Queen Street, the Ashdale Cafe, and I will move the alternate recommendations. We're going to have fun to install. We're going to have fun in Ward 32 this summer.
All those in favor of the alternate recommendations, all those opposed, that item carries. TE 17.47, request received to impose operating conditions to a Boulevard Cafe permit located at 67 Edwards Street, Ward 27. Are there members of the public to speak to this item? No. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move and amend the report and to approve the permit with a series of conditions. Not as long as the last one, but still a few.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.48, request received to impose operating conditions to a Boulevard Cafe permit located at 405, 407 Richmond Street West, Ward 20. Are there any members of the public to speak to this item? No. Councillor Cressy.
So I'll move approval with the conditions contained in the report.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.49, request received to impose operating conditions to a Boulevard Cafe permit located at 3 and 3A Westmoreland Avenue, Ward 18. You've got a disposal of this. Are there any members of the public to speak to this item? No. Councillor Mary Margaret McMahon on behalf of Councillor Bailao.
It's nice to represent the West for a change, and I'll approve staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.50, appeal for the denial of a Boulevard Cafe permit located at 590 Pape. There are about 8 speakers here. I'm just going to go through some items that don't have speakers later on and just call out. Maybe we can get rid of them first. TE 17.51, front yard parking at 104 Hilton Avenue. Is Bridget Geisler here? Yeah, so you're going to have to wait a minute because we've got another item before you. TE 17.52, front yard parking at 361 Hillsdale. Are there speakers here for that? Your Hillsdale item, Councillor Matlow? We'll come back if there are speakers. Nope, I don't. Danny. Oh, yes. Yeah. On the alternate recommendation, and Councillor Perks will move the staff. The alternate recommendations would be to approve and the to approve. All those in favor of Councillor Matlow's motion to approve? Let's see those hands nice and high, folks. All those who oppose? That loses on a tie. Yeah. So we take no action. On Councillor Perks' motion to deny, all those in favor and all those opposed, and so that loses on a tie, so take no action. TE 17.53, front yard parking appeal, 32 Elmer Avenue. Are there any members of the public to speak to this item? Elmer Avenue? Okay, all those in favor of the deferral? Till when? Till September? All those in favor of the deferral? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.54, Award 32, front yard parking appeal 22 Hambly. Any members of the public to speak to there? Okay, I'm going to hold you down. Could you register with the clerk there so we just have your name? Are there speakers here for TE 17.55 to remove a public tree at 58 Woodycrest? We did that one. Apologies. The rest seem to have speakers. So we'll go. No, we're not releasing. We're going in order on just to help the clerks because we've been really terrible to them from an administrative point of view today. We added 15 items during the meeting, okay? So, TE 17.50, appeal for the denial of a Boulevard Cafe permit located at 590 Pape Avenue, Roxeter? That's how a crazy way of spelling that word. Avenue flankage. David Monis and Donna Monis. Sure. Is that Nicholas? Jonathan. All right, sure. Bring it on. Nope, please come join us up here. And make sure the light's turned on in front of you. And you don't need to lean too far forward. The mics are pretty good, so we should be able to pick you up for the broadcast.
So my grandparents are Gus and Anna Papagiannis. My mom is Gina Voutsas Papagiannis. My mom had recently made this letter with the help of my grandparents as a complaint. And so this is kind of like in my mom's perspective. So when you're deciding on whether to deny or allow this appeal, we feel you must consider how this decision will be affecting the adjacent residences. Will the Schmooze Cafe adversely affect the adjacent residences? The answer to this question is yes. Therefore, we feel the appeal must be denied. In order to allow this appeal, it must be determined that the Schmooze Cafe would have minimal noise and parking issues to nearby residents. My parents, Anna and Gus Papagiannis, are going to be adversely affected by this patio. Not to ignore that they have already been impacted by noise from the Schmooze Cafe. Our backyard is adjacent to the backyard of the Schmooze Cafe. The noise on a daily basis would be very stressful for two elderly people. We all know that when we entertain or listen to music in our backyards, our neighbors can hear everything. Imagine this happening daily for extended hours. The noise from the Schmooze Cafe has already affected my parents. Right from the opening of the cafe, my parents share a common wall with the Schmooze. My mother had to go over right from the opening to ask if the volume of the music could be lowered. The speaker was placed on the common wall. I am sure a better location as not to be disturbing the neighbors could be found. I also, on a separate occasion, had to go into the Schmooze to see what was causing a loud noise and vibration in my parents' kitchen. It turned out it was a door leading to the basement that is used multiple times through the day. It is where their supplies are kept and where they make preparations. Although at the Committee of Adjustments, it was said that food would not be prepared on the premises, but rather brought in, I am sure that a softer closing door or more insulation could have been used. My parents are two elderly people with a number of health issues, having to deal with all this from 7 a.m. Now, they can't even enjoy their peace in their backyard on a daily basis, 7 days a week. I asked the committee, is this a minimal impact? The patio is now going to be adjacent to the Monis family home. They will not be able to enjoy their front porch in peace. Their daughter's bedroom window is situated above this patio. Now we see again another adjacent neighbor being affected negatively by the Schmooze. The Schmooze has been advertising strong. I got a Facebook ad inviting others from other neighborhoods to come. That's good. What effect will this have in the already existing problem of parking in the neighborhood? A survey was conducted to determine whether neighbors in the general area were against the Schmooze Cafe patio. My parents, who live right next door to this establishment, were not allowed to exercise a vote because this patio flanks Roxeter, yet my parents' backyard is right next to the backyard of 590 Pig. How can such a survey be conducted when the neighbors adjacent don't have a vote? People living further get to vote in favor, yet they are too far to be affected by the noise. I ask you, how is that right? Councillor Fletcher asked for a deferral on May 10th, 2016, when all parties affected the most were there. She asked that the owner of the Schmooze meet with the neighbor further from him and dropped a letter in my parents' and the Monis family box. He also told the neighbor he spoke to he did not want to talk to my parents because he knew what their position was. Somehow, this doesn't show a positive effort. He really has never taken into any consideration what stress his cafe would have on these two elderly people who have lived in this home for 50 years. The patio would just make it that much worse for my parents. The industrial air conditioner and exhaust has been placed closer to my parents' backyard. As I see it, no efforts have been made to decrease the negative effects for my parents, the adjacent neighbors. As a committee member, imagine for a moment coming home and realizing after many years that a cafe establishment has opened up to your adjoining home and that this establishment is open for 7 days a week. Playing music, hearing conversations, listening to door slamming, and the humming of industrial air conditioners every day when you sit in your backyard or in the comfort of your home. How would you feel? This patio will have a negative impact on the adjacent neighbors. Neighbors living farther may be in favor, but they are not the ones affected by the noise. In closing, I hope the committee will be making the right decision. This concludes my submission.
Very well done. Are there any questions of the deputy? No, seeing none. I'm going to go back to the list here. David Monis and Donna Monis.
Just David Monis. I live at 40 Roxeter, which of course is right beside the patio. My bedroom windows, we're looking right down on the patio, but I'm going to read a submission by Bertha Kovacs to start, who's my neighbor at 28 Roxter Avenue. She basically says the official plan in Chapter 4 under the topic of neighborhood states that new retail and service uses may be permitted only if they are compatible with the area and do not adversely affect adjacent residences. And that's the point we're trying to make. He's done a survey and 1,000 people want to have this and 2,000 people want to have this. But the people who live beside it, I live beside it. I'm 14 meters away from this place. People live across the street. Gus and Anna share a wall with a restaurant. We don't want it. And basically, your plans, as they are written on your websites, say that that's who should be given the most amount of say in what's happening. Not people who live 2 blocks away who like to drop in and have a cup of coffee. Good for them. But really, we who live next door are feeling the effects already, and this patio will certainly exacerbate. And I think, and I've never seen this in any meeting I've gone to, I've never seen the committee or anybody actually sit down and try to understand what it's like for Gus and Anna to be trapped in that house 12 hours a day. They're both retired, elderly, have health issues, and have the noise and have the food smells and have the people coming in and out from 7 in the morning till 7 o'clock. And now we want to have a patio which will extend hours, and their one little refuge, which is their backyard, will no longer be their refuge because the patio will be right beside their backyard. If you look at the bylaw, it says 25 meters. Now, I've been led to understand that that's a number that's always up for discussion, but it does say 25 meters, and my place is 14 meters away, which means that the patio will be 35 feet closer than it should be, which is ridiculous. And if this is what's on your website and this is the ruling from the city, then really we're just asking you to enforce the bylaws as they exist, because that's what they're for, to prevent the exploitation and make my life more difficult when there's bylaws in place to say, okay, if you're going to have this business, you need to be 25 meters away from the nearest residence. And there's no way that that's being adhered to. And if we're going to be a city of bylaws and laws that should be that govern us, we should apply them as they are written. And if we think that we need to change that it needs to be 10 meters, it needs to be 12 meters, then change it. But it says 25 meters. And that's the deal as far as I'm concerned. The law says what the law says, and we're just asking you, enforce the bylaw. That's all. It's that simple. That 25 meters gives you a little more breathing room, et cetera, et cetera. And the fact that Gus and Anna are not considered part of the 25 meters is a legal nicety, I gather, but they are right beside. It's not 2 meters, it's not 1 meter, it's a shared property line with a patio, it's a shared wall with a restaurant. That's what they're dealing with day in and day out. So let's think about that when you're thinking we can make a compromise, or we can make it can be 10 meters, it can be 12 meters. It's 25 meters is only what, 80 feet? So it's really not that far at the best of circumstances. So all I'm asking you is to enforce the bylaws. We need your help, and we need you to protect us from this kind of business that comes in and assumes it can set up shop and disregard anything to do with those of us who live right beside it. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions of the deputy?
Oh, sorry.
No, I don't see any. Is there a John Bondi?
I'm John Bondi. I'm the property owner at 38 Roxeter Avenue. And I just would like to sort of support the 2 previous people who made a presentation to the committee. The municipal licensing standards have, denied the Boulevard Cafe permit for the Boulevard, citing the 25-meter bylaw. And I really think the committee should definitely support the ruling. It's there for a reason, and the reasons that we've already heard. The properties just adjacent to this property will be will be inconvenienced and have basically a commercial enterprise that borders on residential properties. And the interference that comes as a result of that, the additional noise, the additional traffic that would come out as a result of this Boulevard Cafe is really not helpful for the people who live right around the property. And I would also say that we do look to you to sort of protect these residential properties. Pape Avenue, if you look at Pape Avenue, it is a residential area. There are a few maybe non-conforming commercial properties, but largely they're homes on Pape Avenue and all the surrounding streets on Roxeter Avenue. We really don't need this commercial enterprise there. It interferes with the neighboring residences, and I would hope that the committee would support the Licensing and Standards Committee, who have denied the permit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of this deputant? No? I have next is Gus and Anna Papagiannis. Hello.
Hi. I know you people are tired. My name is Gus Papagiannis. I live 592 next to 590 Pape. For 50 years, over 50 years. Was nice area, nice neighborhood there. That's why we stay with my wife. We're 80 years old. You find out my age. By the time the restaurants come there, we have problems. Our life completely changed. Have problems with that noise 7 days a week. Bend the doors, dragging the chairs, the kids there. The radio is high, the music. My wife already, she went over twice and told them to turn down the music. So that's why I don't want that patio there, because I believe in the future is going to be more worse problems for us, more traffic, because the people come there, sit for half an hour to have a coffee, they park in there. Myself, I have problems. A lot of people, they have no parking space for parking there. So secondly, I have an overrun in my house. The only thing left for me to set the summertime outside my backyard to relax a little bit, because old people, I don't want the patio people noise beside my head there. Already I have the air condition right 5 feet far from my fence there. And the two fans come out that the heat fans there make a noise. I don't want, that's why we're against that patio. We don't want the patio there. That's why I come here to say thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Next, I have a George Paraskazoulas. George Paraskanopoulos? No? Karen Cowan? Karen Cowan?
Hello, my name is Karen Cowan. I live at 594 Pape Avenue. I really love my neighborhood as a residential neighborhood. I have a lot of peace and quiet, or I had a lot of peace and quiet in the backyard. It's a residential area, so you hear residential noises. Now that there's a cafe restaurant one house away, so I'm at 594 and this was at 590. My place is 20 feet away, my backyard is 20 feet away from their backyard. And how this has affected me is is similar, not the same way, like a lot of the things I would say have already been said by Anna and Gus, how their lives have been irreparably negatively impacted by having a restaurant, a functioning restaurant, one wall away from their place, a wall of a 110-year-old home that as much as you want to soundproof it, it's not going to be soundproofed to anybody's. I'm not sure any one of you here would be happy to be living in that house right next to a restaurant that functions from 7 a.m. to at least 7 p.m. Okay? So does that negatively impact someone? Yes, it does. Now, they do have this, would I be able to hear the people in the backyard? Well, no, because now I have an air conditioning functioning all the time and fans functioning. And if you're thinking that it's quiet anymore, it's not. So I just want you to know that I moved into the area seeing it as a residential area, and I want to keep it that way. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope you understand.
Thank you. It looks like you have a question from Councillor Fletcher.
I just want to recognize that the Committee of Adjustment did approve the commercial use for that corner at 590 Pape.
Correct.
Correct. And when you're looking at the applicant has put in a new design that significantly reduces the
Right.
patio,
Right.
which you've seen.
Right, I've seen
Are you saying that's only 20 feet away from your home, which is
No.
about from here to maybe that green pole over there?
Gus and Anna's
talking
yard.
your yard.
My yard.
You said you're 20 feet away, so I'm just substantiating that with you.
If you go, so it's 20 feet to the next yard, and then the patio would be around the corner a little bit.
How far around the corner now, since it's been pushed back?
Exactly, I have to look. So
The original application that you remember from Committee of Adjustment had the patio, so you could actually probably see it from your yard.
correct, right,
Then it got moved back, and now it's moved back even further.
Right.
That you saw today.
right. So it would be.
The edge of the house.
It would be perhaps 40 feet then.
40 or maybe more. Could you see it from your house at all this time?
I wouldn't see the patio. I would see anybody in the backyard, but I wouldn't see the patio.
You couldn't see anybody in the backyard that would, I mean, somebody lives there, they could be in their backyard,
For sure,
but you wouldn't see anybody who was on the patio from your backyard.
correct.
And there's a 2-meter privacy fence, so you
Right.
might not actually hear anybody.
I won't hear anybody as long as that air conditioner is running. That's what I'll hear, is a big air conditioner.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Seeing none. The next up is Barry Mutzkowitz. Hi there. Barry?
I should be.
We just do them in the order that we get them.
All right, that's fine.
So I've got 2 more after this, Nicholas Monis and Barry Schmooze.
I'm Barry Muskowicz.
All right, then I've got a different Barry Mutzkowicz.
I'm Barry Muskowicz.
And Barry Schmooze. So I got you down twice.
Well, the Schmooze is...
So I've got you down now and last. Why don't we can skip the Mutzkowitz and we can go to
I'm the owner of
Nicholas.
the Schmooze. My last name's not Schmooze.
So, sorry, it's the way it shows up on my sheet here.
Okay.
Is Nicholas Monis going to speak as well?
Yeah.
Perfect. Why don't you come forward, and if you could go first, and we'll let Mr. Schmooze go in that part of the order.
Hello, everyone.
Hi there.
My name is Nicholas Monis. I am the son of Donna Monis and David Monis. So I'm actually talking on behalf of my mother, Donna Monis, as well as my neighbors, Helia Teres and Michael Globe. And I'm also going to throw in my 2 cents. A little excerpt from Helia's letter. Dear members of council, the idea of a small local coffee shop where people can gather or spend a bit of time on their own is delightful. However, the actions by the owners of the Schmooze at 590 Pape Avenue indicate their ambition goes considerably beyond a small cafe existing in harmony next door to the homes of his neighbors. Adding a boulevard cafe along Roxeter Avenue would considerably alter the pedestrian automobile traffic and the availability of parking for the worse. Noise and garbage would have a negative impact on the residential ambiance for the neighbors. The suggestion to remedy the noise problem by building a wall does not sound appealing in the least. It sounds like an invitation for unsightly graffiti. If the only way to fit this business into the neighborhood is to build walls, it becomes obvious to us this mix of residential and commercial is far from harmonious. We are distressed that we and our neighbors, who live close to the schmooze, are having to deal with what seems to be an endless stream of issues. The business was originally pitched as a small, cozy cafe. Instead, we find food is emphasized over coffee, large is emphasized over cozy, and their website even proposes that events take place after hours. These issues are causing considerable anxiety and unhappiness. The reality is that the owners want to alter the normal course of volume of traffic in this residential zone to maximize profits. Earning a living and maximizing profits are indeed worthy goals, but not when they impose on the rights of people who have been established in their homes for decades. All right, I'm sorry, I'm going to move on to what my mother wrote, Donna Monis. My name's Donna Monis, obviously not me. I live at 40 Roxeter Avenue. My property is immediately adjacent to the property line of 590 Pape Avenue to the west. The proposed expansion of the Smooge Cafe and potential outdoor cafe would be a major disruption to my family and to the neighbors immediately adjacent to this. The traffic flow has already increased in volume. Cars are parking illegally and also driving the opposite way, as Roxeter is a one-way street going west, to run in and grab a coffee. Delivery trucks to the schmooze are routinely blocking access to the Pape Avenue bus stop at the northwest corner of Pape and Roxeter Avenues. A substantial number of times, I have had to step off the curb in order to flag the bus driver to stop and pick me up. Otherwise, due to the obscured vision caused by the large delivery truck, the bus would pass my stop. Okay. My greatest concern regarding this outdoor patio is the volume of noise generated by customers, from loud chit-chat to the clinking of glassware and dishes. This proposed expansion would be a daily disruption to those of us immediately adjacent to this property. We would be living feet away from a mid-sized restaurant that is far better suited to the Danforth, which, incidentally, is only steps away. Opening the windows on the south side of my home is pleasurable on warm days and nights. The proposed patio will interfere with that. My living room faces the south, in direct line of all the ambient noises and chatter already heard from the schmooze. Sitting on my front porch, I can listen to and hear conversations with such clarity that it is difficult to imagine that a 6-foot cedar fence would obliterate all ambient noises. Living in such a large urban center, I expect a certain amount of noise constituting daily life, but I don't want it right under my nose while I try to relax on my front porch. My friends and neighbors, Gus and Anna, who share a wall with the schmooze, could regale you with their insights on how wonderful it is to have a cafe right next door. They've endured the noisy renovations and now must put up with the possibility of a patio, which would be yet another intrusion in their lives. They too enjoy sitting in their backyard at the end of the day. That pleasure may ultimately become a nightmare for them with absolutely nowhere to turn for some peace and quiet. Okay, I guess I've got a minute to just add my own thoughts on this. I'm just, there's been this talk of a poll, or, they polled residents about, would you be okay with this patio? And, overwhelmingly, it seems that most residents are in favor of that, yes. But I don't know what the breakdown is by house, but someone at 2 Roxeter is not going to be affected the way I would be, or my family at 40 Roxeter. So it's just, I think that's something we need to consider moving forward, are the people directly adjacent to the business. As far as the zoning regulation goes, again, to my understanding, it's 25 meters, but as was explained to us, there is some wiggle room there, but I feel, our house, with the new adjustments, I don't know how far that is, but I still think it's not within that 25 meters. So I feel like that's something else that also needs to be considered. I'll just wrap this up quickly. I've lived at Roxeter pretty much my whole life, almost 30 years. And, we talk about theory versus practice. This, the schmooze has been deemed a commercial business, but in my time living there, I've always viewed my area as residential, and just I don't know if that has a place. And as as someone also said, and as Helia said in her, sorry, I'll just go back to this for one moment.
Nicholas, I am going to have to get you to wrap it up. You're at 6 minutes.
Okay, sure.
So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much.
Are there any questions of the deputant? No, seeing none. Last I have Barry Muskowitz.
Hi, my name is Barry Muskovich. I'm the owner of the Schmooze. I'm going to read my letter to the Committee of Adjustments as an introduction of sort of what the Schmooze is about and what we've done there. And this was prior, of course, to doing it, but how I wanted to, talk about this place. So this is my letter to the Committee of Adjustments. To whom it may concern, I have in my possession a handful of letters of support for the proposed neighborhood coffee house my wife and I are hoping to open, including one from the tenant who lives directly above the location, at least a couple from people who previously signed the petition. I'm referring to a petition that Gus and Anna, that Gus sent around trying to get people not to support the, to oppose the cafe before we went to the Committee of Adjustments. I will certainly bring these with me to the hearing next week, but on the surface, it seems irrelevant in comparison to what appears to be the mounted evidence of opposition. I've been a resident of Riverdale for 23 years. I'm now closer to 25. My attraction to living in a downtown neighborhood as opposed to a suburban one is mainly because of the vibrancy and the life on the street that exists in this type of community. I wholeheartedly agree with Jane Jacobs' eloquent paper, Eyes on the Street. 3 years ago, after living for 20 years a few blocks away and much closer to Broadview, we bought our present home on Dingwall, just east of Pate. We love our new home and enjoy the company of our immediate neighbors and sense of community that exists. Then there's Pape Avenue, drab, dreary, and utterly uninviting. We have often said, wouldn't it be great to have a little coffee house like the Rooster on Broadview? We witnessed the birth of that wonderful neighborhood hub and the positive impact it had on the community. A couple of other places that are similar to what we want to create and have opened in the last few years are the Riverdale Perk on Logan and Broadview Espresso on Broadview, just north of the Danforth. Both of these places as well have become neighborhood hubs and an integral part of the community. When 590 Pate became vacant, we decided to go for it. Everybody we told about our plans were more than enthusiastic. Some were ecstatic. Our assumption, that dreaded word, was the immediate neighbors to the locale would receive our plans with open arms. We certainly anticipated a little resistance. We were not aware of the history and the unfortunate experience these people have had with previous businesses that have operated from there. After the petition went around the neighborhood and was signed by 40 people, I was contacted and asked if I would be willing to come to the neighborhood meeting and present our vision of our proposed coffee house. We certainly embraced the opportunity. The main concerns that were expressed, noise, increased traffic, parking, and the inevitability of the place becoming licensed for liquor are minor in comparison to the trust issue. Once burned, twice shy. After the meeting, we felt there was now more support than opposition. A few compromises were offered and gladly received. Nevertheless, signing letters of support are slow in coming. The petition was spearheaded by Gus Papagiannis, resident of the neighborhood for over 35 years. My perception is a lot of the people feel if they signed the letter of support, they would be betraying him. My encounter with Papagiannis and my effort to explain how our coffee house will not produce the problem he anticipates have proven to be futile. Although the concerns that have been expressed are not in direct conjunction with the minor variances we seek approval for, we will come to the hearing prepared with a rebuttal for each one. We will also convey the compromises prepared to make and allow them to become a condition of approval. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the above synopsis. I think, what you've heard from a lot of the people that were just speaking now are expressing not the issues pertaining to the patio, but the issues pertaining to the cafe. And they're expressing their dislike of the cafe there, not necessarily addressing specifically the patio. And that's, of course, what we're here for, is to approve, hopefully approve the patio. I met with Councillor Fletcher on Saturday. So she came and she could see what type of operation we're running. And to see the unique position of the patio, which is actually slightly elevated above grade. In fact, I actually have a rendering that I can show how this patio will look with the privacy fence to the west of it. Can I?
Yep, if you just put it down, no, other way, as if you're looking at it.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right. Now what do I do? Do I turn it? Oh,
Nope,
got it.
just like that.
Okay.
I am going to have to tell you, though, that you're going to have to wrap up in the next couple of sentences.
Anyway, this is the patio. You can see to the west the fence. Since now making it even smaller, we are almost whatchamacallit?
Barry, I hate to do it to you, but you're 15 seconds over,
We're-
so I'm going to
we're
have to
58
stop
feet
you now.
away- We're 58 feet away now
And-
from the closest neighbor.
Okay.
And
With that, I'll thank you very much and ask if there are any questions of the deputant. No? Seeing none?
No, I have a question.
Oh, Councillor Fletcher.
There are a whole number of conditions that would be placed on this patio if it's granted, including the one-year patio with a review by municipal licensing and standards, and you would agree to that?
yes.
And you've reduced the size of the patio since we saw it here on April 22nd, 2006, or May the 10th?
Yes.
And the other thing is, a number of, besides the people that are living to the west, a number of the neighbors are concerned about the impact of your business, and I think you've identified that, not the patio, but the actual business on the neighbors, and they're hearing your air conditioning. Would you be willing to make some changes as far as the
That doesn't concern
noise
the
is
patio.
concerned?
That has
Yeah,
nothing
but
to
I'm
do with the
asking-
patio.
But I'm
I
asking.
don't know what I can do about the air conditioning.
Would you be willing to-
It's a 3.5-ton air conditioner. It's not anything dissimilar to a residential air conditioner. In fact, it's not really a commercial air conditioner. It's just it's a residential one. I got the very quietest air conditioner that was available on the market. It goes on when it goes on. It's no different than any residential
You
air
don't have to
conditioner.
stand up, Barry.
Okay, it's no different than any other residential air conditioner.
Just
I
asking if we could have a look.
I don't see what I can do.
Hey, how about a fence between that section of the property, should they want that fence of neighbors to the north? That little section there, between the vinyl frame shed and the one-story block and brick? Should we consider that if that's requested?
I don't know what purpose it would serve.
Mr. Chair, just on a point of order, quickly, I just move that we extend at least to hear the end of these questions. We're now past 6. We have to do that.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed, carried.
Let's hear the item. Do the item.
For the item, I'm sorry.
This item.
I think that there's a question, there's a question we have to make here is do we move to complete the agenda? There are 30 items, but 5 with deputants. So all those in favor of completing the agenda, all those opposed, that carries. Councillor Fletcher, you may continue. We've spoken to clerk staff, and they were fine with it.
That's fine if that's my question. Yep.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions of the deputant? No. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Seeing none. Questions of staff? No. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Back in a minute, okay? Thanks, bye. Sorry, that's a,
We used to have a member of council that had done that before.
Pardon me?
No, nothing. It's Councillor Fletcher to speak.
thank you. This has been a really difficult one for everybody, I think. The community members who are here, and I want to thank them for coming today, the ones who are close, and the operator of the cafe. Essentially, this was agreed to at the Committee of Adjustments. Very complicated, and I won't take long in describing it. I think, Councillor, you should put my time on and move my motion. Thank you. What are you eating? It smells good. That there's 12 conditions here on this patio, including, it's much smaller than originally contemplated, that it would be subject to a report in 2017, that it be reduced by the number of patrons from what we'd seen before, and the privacy screen 2 meters in height. And I know that one of the deputants talked about unsightly. The current condition of this particular corner is actually, could look a lot better, and I hope that that would happen. The Committee of Adjustment approved a site-specific variance for this location at 590 Pape, which was to agree to an eating establishment. At the committee, they also had a patio on there, and the original patio extended, I would say, I'd call it almost at least 50 meters from a patio of 50 meters with 60 seats. And the committee, planning, did put some conditions on it at the Committee of Adjustment, but actually, the Committee of Adjustment couldn't hear this patio because it's on city property. So while this was granted, this has now come back to this committee through municipal licensing and standards. That 25-meter line that many people have spoken about today, yes, the polling says, would people agree to something less than 25 meters? And that poll has come back, well, overwhelmingly favorable, as we've heard, from those that can vote, and that is the street. I am very aware that there are just issues of noise and other things that I have been brought to the attention of the applicant regarding the immediate neighbors who are not at 592, who aren't considered under a flankage patio. And I'm a little concerned to hear that I am happy to hear you might consider the fence, and I would like to review the air conditioning. I do think this is a neighborhoods designation, and to have it done at the committee to rezone it for a commercial purpose has been difficult for everybody. I agree, Pape Avenue, there's going to more than likely be the downtown relief line is going to run under Pape Avenue. The world's going to change, and it's very hard to have change. Because there are so many people who are in favor, and yes, a significant number who are opposed, I think the best way to move forward is this motion with the conditions and to come back in a year. You'll notice that there's no amplified music, there's no alcohol, patio's closing at 8 o'clock, that there needs to be a number for people to make a complaint, and then municipal licensing and services will have to say, we've received X types of complaints about X types of things. And if at the end of the year, hopefully, everybody, that this will have been a successful spot. I do see that the applicant brought in people that had said how they got to this cafe. The majority of people were walking from the neighborhood to this cafe. We'll see while it operates this year, assuming you approve it, if that's the case or if everybody's driving. Because once you give a 1-year cafe license, it's actually only a year. And if things aren't working out, then it would have to be actually changed. So it's up to everybody to try to make this work. And we're not the Committee of Adjustment. We did not approve the use for the cafe part. And municipal license, because you have the cafe, you are able to apply for a flankage. And I think it's only reasonable that we would grant that very small with conditions and see how that works for a year. Thank you.
Are there any other members to speak? Question of the mover, Councillor McMahon.
Councillor Fletcher, can you explain to me how number 10 would work? I'm just not familiar with that for cafes, so I just wondered how. I know how for development sites we have it on posted, but I don't know how does it work here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers to the item? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment and the motion, all those in favor on the conditions that were proposed, all those opposed, that motion carries. Yes, Councillor Mallow.
Point of order. I'm so sorry to do this, and I do this with complete sincerity. I know this is a controversial issue, the parking pad issue, but item T 17.52, that was done in sort of a speed round while different items were kind of being done to sort of just clear them. And I spoke with the residents from 361 Hillsdale Avenue East. They actually reminded me that their names are actually on the green paper. They had registered to speak, so I'd like to reopen simply to give them the opportunity to make a deputation.
Given there was no prevailing side, let's have anyone make it. Councillor Cressy jumped in quick enough. All those in favor, opposed, that carries.
Thank you.
Up next is TE 17.51, front yard parking appeal 104 Hilton Avenue. Bridget Geisler?
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Thanks for waiting.
It's been a long afternoon.
You'll have 5 minutes. I'll reset your time and go right ahead.
Thank you. I'm the owner at 104 Hilton Avenue. I've been there for 19 years, and I'm planning to have a parking pad built. The problem with the application is that there is a minor encroachment upon the tree protection zone. It's mere inches. In fact, we're talking the size of my hand. That's the amount of the encroachment. If I would prepare to provide a deposit to the city in the amount of the cost of planting 2 trees to guarantee that the tree won't be damaged in the process of building a parking pad. If the tree is damaged, you get to keep the deposit and you can plant 2 trees. So to me, that seems to be a net gain for the city. If you're worried about setting a precedent, I think this is a unique situation. The amount of the tree encroachment or the encroachment on the tree protection zone is minimal. There are only 7 houses on the whole block of Hilton that don't have parking available from parking pads, mutual drives, or back lane parking. So there aren't going to be a lot of people applying for exemption. And nobody else has 2 city trees on their property the way that I do. A parking pad at 104 Hilton would be on the side of the street that doesn't permit street parking. So this means that no spaces are being compromised. This is in contrast to what is happening on the other side of the street at 109 Hilton Avenue, where a parking pad is being built right next to the driveway. There's great danger that when a car is parked in that space, the people aren't going to park in front of it, even though there isn't a curb cut, and so we'll be losing a parking space. Parking permits for the street are oversold. Mostly I can find a parking spot close to my house. However, when there's activity in the school or in the park, then there are no spaces left. I've had to park as far as 2.5 blocks away. And let me tell you, walking alone home at night in the dark doesn't appeal to me. The loss of a parking lot on Bathurst Street where the Rise condominiums are being built has meant that more people are parking on Hilton. The 1-hour parking provision is never enforced, which might have left more spaces for the residents. You'd think there'd be enough spaces there considering that everybody has access to parking, so I can only assume it's the visitors and the second cars of the residents that's causing the problems. I'm about to become a senior citizen on Friday, in fact. While I am currently a healthy, active person, who knows how long that will last? I love my house. I've been renovating it for 19 years. I love my neighborhood. I'm very concerned as to how the future will go and if I'll be able to continue to live there without having guaranteed parking available to me. I've had lots of occasions in the winter where I've had to dig out my car from the snow on the street, and that includes having to shovel away what the residents who have parking spaces have put in front or behind my car as they clear out their parking pads. As I get older, this is going to be harder to do. If I have a parking pad, I can hire somebody to clear the snow for me. I can't hire somebody to be on standby on the street waiting for me to return to dig out a spot so I can park my car. I don't want to be forced out of my neighborhood because of a few inches encroachment on a tree protection zone. I'll do whatever is reasonable to accommodate the concerns of the city. I'd happily plant another tree in my backyard, but there's no room. My neighbor has a Norway maple that stands just about on the boundary line and overwhelms the whole backyard. If this application is granted, I'll do my best to ensure that the chestnut tree isn't damaged. I'll have 2 trees planted in compensation if that does happen. Deals are made all of the time with developers. For example, the Rise condominiums. They're at a height twice the bylaw. Compensation was provided by the developer, the improvement of the library, and the lawn bowling area. I'd like to have a similar concession, even though I'm only an individual. I'd hate to think that you have to be a developer to get any exemption from the city, while the individual is held to every technicality. I look around my neighborhood, I see lots of violations. My next door neighbor, for example, rebuilt the parking pad, and it's way oversized. I don't say that as a matter of complaint. I say it that there are exemptions all over the place. And all we're talking about here is the hand. That's the amount of encroachment that is going to occur. And seeing as it's going to be my birthday on Friday, it'd be a really nice present if you granted this application.
So those 25 seconds were my gift. Are there any questions of the deputant, Councillor Mihevc? Oh, are there any questions of the deputant, Councillor Perks?
I do have a question. So I'm looking at the staff report, and it mentions there being 2 reasons for not granting it. One is the distance from the tree you've mentioned, but the other is that there's a second tree that you will be removing.
I'm not removing the tree, no.
Okay, I'll have to check that with staff.
No, the staff report shouldn't be saying that. Both trees will stay. Yeah, both trees will stay. The encroachment on the smaller tree, the chestnut tree, is literally the size of a hand on the tree protection zone.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions of the deputant? No. Questions of staff? Councillor Mihevc?
Yes, actually following the lines of Councillor Perks, could you address the tree issues? And, well, let's start with that.
A small tree may have to be relocated, but not necessarily have to.
So how much of the proposed parking pad encroaches on the tree protection zone for either of the trees? From the map on the Appendix A, it seems it's marginal in each case.
That's correct. Retaining walls are within the tree protection zone. Part of the parking pad is within the small tree itself.
So is it indeed the hand, about the width of a hand?
Sorry?
Is it indeed about the width of a hand for the tree on the north side of the property?
Based on our calculations, yes.
And none on the south tree? Sorry, and none on the south tree?
The pad itself is not within the tree protection zone, just the retaining walls.
Okay, so then the other question is that issue put aside, if they keep the tree, it impacts this much on the tree protection zone, then are there any other issues, given that we have very tight bylaws related to front yard parking, that this proposal offends or needs an exemption from?
The only issue is the tree itself for both conditions.
It actually is this much space. Otherwise, in the normal course, staff would have the authority to grant this independent of us.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Davis?
Okay.
Councillor Perks? Are there any more questions of staff? No to speak? Councillor Mihevc?
I'll move the alternate recommendations. Excuse me. And as the deputant said, as the staff affirmed, really, and I wasn't aware of this before, frankly, I did think that the tree would have to be removed, but if it is really just a hand on an existing tree, and frankly, I don't think that that's the biggest crime in the world, and I think we should be sympathetic to the needs being presented and approve this application.
Thank you very much. Councillor Perks to speak.
I'm going to move the staff recommendation to deny. And to be clear, what the staff said is the smaller tree might have to be moved, not that the zone is only a hand's width, but that the tree itself would probably have to be moved. That's a very different circumstance.
But that isn't what was in the application.
Sorry, I'm going to have to stop you there. There's no back and forth with the deputants at this time. Are there any other members to speak? No? Oh, Councillor Davis.
I know that at some point along the way, we started to get the amount of parking available within a block, but it used to be within the zone, and now we have both within the zone and on the block. And I know the block is oversubscribed, but it's at 66% within the zone. And many of our communities are oversubscribed on the block, but have broader access within the zone. And I just hate to see more hard surfacing going in within the city.
It's permeable.
I know.
Are there any other speakers to the motion? No? On the first, it will be Councillor Mihevic's motion to approve the parking pad. All those in favor? All those in favor? All those opposed? I need to know, okay, thank you. And that fails on Councillor Perks' motion to approve the staff recommendations and deny the parking pad. All those in favor? And all those opposed? That carries. The next item up is the reopened TE 17.52 front yard parking appeal, 361 Hillsdale Avenue. I have a Danny Danzarowski and Tatiana Danzarowski.
Thank you very much for allowing us to speak. We're just going to try to see if we can set up a computer real quick here.
Looks like we met, oh, there's Andy. Andy, we're trying to get a computer set up here. It's going to be fun. Okay. It could be faster, right? But it could be shorter. It's up to you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Danny Danzarowski. This is my lovely wife, Tatiana. We're the proud owners of 361 Hillsdale Avenue East, which we moved into in September of 2015. I kindly ask the council to approve our request for front yard parking and not deny it. We also ask the council to delete item number 2 of the transportation service recommendation referring to installation of planter barriers. We currently have a paved area. As you can see in the picture, all we're looking for is half a meter to allow a legal size parking, legal size front yard parking. We love green space. As you can see in the front, we're not looking to change any of that. All we're looking to is move the curb adjacent to the stairs just over a little bit. We realize the importance of greenery in our neighborhood and our city. It's important to the entire neighborhood. It's really important to us as well. We spent a lot of time talking to our neighbors, talking to architects, also got a survey done on the property. So if we were to get granted this, we'd have everything in order and make sure everything is done legitimately. Now, the majority of the homes on Hillsdale Avenue East, as you can see some pictures up there, have front yard parking. So it's not something that's, abnormal in that area. A lot of people, the majority, have parking. And from Appendix B, which you guys provided for us, 27 front yard parking spaces are on our block. Now, in terms of the City of Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 918, we understand the regulations and say that the front yard parking is prohibited, or permit parking is authorized on the same side of the street. We acknowledge that Hillsdale has permit parking on the street on alternative sides. The previous owner of the home had permit parking on the street, but that has expired. So in the notes that we were provided, it indicated that we also have street parking, which we do not have street parking. And regarding the street parking, there's 15 parking spaces permitted on that block on Hillsdale Avenue East. 29 have already been issued. So even if we were lucky enough to get street parking, 50% of the time we would probably get a spot coming home. And both my wife and I work in the city. We work fairly late, so the majority of the time all the spots have been taken. In terms of the poll, we were pleased to see that the poll met the minimum response. We were also pleased to see that we got a 50% of the vote. So the poll results were 27 to 53, which is 51%. And we'd just like to get an explanation of how 51% equates to a negative poll result. And to finish up, we meet all the physical and landscaping requirements of the bylaw. Currently, there is a long waiting list for street parking. It's at its capacity already. Should we get a permit, our specific block is over allocated by almost 2 to 1 currently. We are also expecting our first child in December, and having the ability for us to park in front of our house would make things a lot easier for the both of us. There are also many legal front pads on our street already. The on-street permit parking does not, the on-street permit parking that does exist currently will not be negatively affected if we are granted this. There will be no applicable changes to the streetscape. We will not require additional ramp to service the space. And should the council decide to grant appeal, we gladly accept all of the 4 other alternative recommendations proposed by the Transportation Services.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, Councillor, any questions of staff? Oh, Councillor Perks.
I'm looking at Appendix C in the staff report. You have parking behind your house?
Pardon me?
Do you have parking behind your house?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions of staff? Any councillors to speak? Councillor Matlow.
I move, once again, I move the alternate recommendation to approve their pad. As you can see, it's an existing pad. There is a dearth of opportunity, even with permit parking, to be able to find a space on their street, let alone the neighborhood. It's already over capacity. It doesn't provide them with a reasonable opportunity to park. And as they said, they've got a growing family. They're just trying to have a functional life on their street. And of course, I hope you support them.
Thank you very much, Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I'm going to move the staff recommendations to deny. Councillors, please take a look at your Appendix C. The applicant here already has parking in the rear. We never give a second parking spot on someone's property.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers? All those in favor of Councillor Matlow's motion to approve? All those opposed? Although that fails on a tie. All those in favor of Councillor Perks' motion to deny? All those opposed? Am I getting my math wrong here?
I think the first one was...
The first one was 6-4, so it was to deny, and then to deny at 6-4. So that motion carries. Yeah, sorry, my math was just wrong there. So the vote was to deny the parking pad. Thank you. Next up is TE 17.53 front yard parking appeal 32 Elmer Avenue. I have a Robin White.
Yeah, that's not my address. I'm 22 Canby.
Oh, then I have your name at the wrong one. We have dealt with that one. Front yard parking appeal at 22 Hambley, and that's Robin, right? 1754. We did 53.
So I'm third of the parking appeal, folks, so third time's a charm. This is a good vibe that I'm getting here. No, maybe. I've been here for 4+ hours, not as long as some, but I stayed maybe the longest of most. No? Okay. No. Okay, so thank you for providing me with a few minutes to speak to you today. I was told to be brief. Those were my my words of wisdom that I was given, so I will be brief. There are 6 points that I'll make here today. The first is essentially what we're trying to do with the parking pad appeal is bring an existing situation, in other words, the front of our house, up to code, comply with the city's requirements, and actually use the paved, permeable paver space in the front of our house for its intended use. So we are in a situation where we actually purchased a home that has a permeable paver parking pad in the front. We just don't actually have the permit. We, I guess, could have done nothing. But we've chosen to try and do the right thing, to try and come to the city to get a permit for the parking pad. And doing the right thing won't change the status quo. We are not in a situation, and I'll explain in a bit more detail, where we can park at the back of our house. We are not looking to do major construction, incorporate a hard surface where there is green space there now. And we're not removing or doing anything to the tree that's in front of our house. So the second point that I'd like to make is the fact that the polling that was done on our street was positive. Our neighbors are extremely supportive of our parking pad permit request and appeal. In addition to the polling, I can add that we've had numerous neighbors approach us with positive comments and ask if there's anything they can do to assist, including people that we don't know. And just the other day, one neighbor who I've never met before approaching me asking if she should come down to the city and speak. Had I known that this was what it was like, maybe I would have said yes. I appreciated the sentiment, of course. I also communicated to our neighbors, we have a street email address, about our parking pad and invited questions, comments, happy to speak to anyone. We received numerous responses, tens of responses, not a single one negative from the neighbors on our street. Not a single neighbor has raised concerns. And this is a street, for anyone who knows our street, of homeowners who historically come together and rally where there is an issue that they want dealt with. So not shy about doing that on our street. We moved into our house, this is my third point, about 1.5 years ago now. And one of the main draws to the house was the street and the green space, so all of the trees on our street. We have a front porch that we sit on a daily basis, enjoying the streetscape, enjoying the green space. We don't want to change that. We've been extremely careful to ensure that taking this step in terms of the appeal will not require any impact on the front of our house in terms of the landscape, the tree, the green space, so no concern there. My third point is that there's no requirement in terms of granting our appeal for the curb to be cut. It's already cut. So there's no loss of street parking. Nothing will change in that respect. The next point is the fact that, as I alluded to just a couple of moments ago, that we actually can't park at the back of our house. So there is a mutual drive that's there, but long before we lived there, before our house was built, there's a fence at the back of our house that divides the mutual drive. So the area where you would traditionally turn into and park, it's just not feasible. It has not been feasible since before we were in the home. Next, we will implement the design needed by the city in the front of a house to ensure that the correct percentage of the front yard is landscaped. Our preference is more, not less. So we actually, when we met with city staff, said, can we just leave it exactly the way it is and not add another small row of permeable pavers to what we actually have? That would be our preference. But as I understand it, to bring it up to code, there is a small amount of change that has to be made. Again, our preference is really to leave it as is. Again, none of that will impact the vast greenscape or the tree that's on our front property. So just to sum up, we've tried to do everything to comply. We've tried to resolve this through discussions with city staff. Street parking on our street is challenging because of the meter parking on Queen Street. So we live in the beach. People who work in the area, particularly the banks and the hair salon at the end of our street, use our street for parking all day long. So finding a space during the day and on the weekends in particular, giving the influx of people to the beach is extremely difficult, which is of course increased during the summer season. Last thing I'll say is we would be one of the only houses on our street, we are now, that does not have a parking pad, including our neighbors, both north and south, that have parking pads for 2 cars each. The streetscape of our street is one of houses with parking pads. So it's not at all inconsistent with the landscape of the street. And so I'm asking for you to grant our appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Councillor McMahon, question of staff or to speak? To speak, go ahead.
How can you possibly refuse that after someone sat here all day and delivered a lovely, sweet, and succinct deputation? I'll be moving the alternate recommendations, and I would love your support.
I'm happy to answer any questions, but you don't have questions for me.
No. Councillor Perks.
Yeah. So I note that this is same side as permitted parking. I note that there are parking spaces still available on this street, and I note that the mutual driveway meets our standards, so there's already room to park on this property. So I'm going to move the staff recommendation.
Nonsense, absolute nonsense.
Thank you very much.
You can come and look at my house and tell
all those, if you could, we don't do the back and forth, and perhaps I'll speak very quick. Councillor Mahavik.
Last point, Appendix C, if you can fit a car in between that, if you can fit a car in there, you're a very good driver, or you have a very, very small car.
Oh, we're going to do this then. Okay, well, then I'll speak as well. So on the previous item, 361, there was a car in the mutual driveway quite clearly to the rear of the house. I appreciate it's not the same situation. The maximum amount was, or minimum at the narrowest point was 2.19.
Is this Hambley?
This is Hambley.
Sorry.
Sorry, this is Hillsdale. It was 2.19. On Hambley, the similar, I lost it there for a sec. It has a similar point at the hydrometer, but overall it's 2.8. No, sorry, the narrowest point is 2.51. So, well, you can approve as many front yard parking spots as you want across Toronto and East York, Councillor Matlow. I won't be doing that. Clearly, someone has wronged, like this was a purchase of a front yard parking pad with the assumption that it was legal. Something's wrong there. And I know when I see someone putting in a parking pad, knowing they're flipping a house and about to sell it to some unsuspecting homeowner, who's going to have to go and legalize it, they shouldn't have done that. And it could have been that the same person that put in that front yard parking pad put that fence to the rear of the house. That was essentially blocking off what looks to be, in Appendix B, not only a parking space, but a garage to the rear of the house. So someone has intentionally blocked off the rear yard parking and installed front yard parking. It was not the applicant in this case, and I appreciate that. Someone has pulled a fast one in trying to flip a house to make a backyard more hospitable for the owners by putting the parking at the front. And that's not, unless it predated the bylaw, that's not something I can support, and so I won't be supporting for that purpose. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor of Councillor McMahon's motion to approve the parking pad, I'll wait for people to sit down and let's see. I don't want to miscount, so let's see your arms nice and high. All those in favor of Councillor McMahon's
Hand up.
And Joe's got his hand up. All those who oppose. All those in favor of Councillor Perks' recommendation to approve the staff recommendation. All those opposed. That carries. And that's our front yard parking pads for the day. We'll now move on to trees. TE 17.56, application to remove a private tree, 71st Avenue
Councillor Layton.
Yes,
Sorry.
Councillor.
Could I just get rid of a couple things since I have to leave shortly?
Yes. No, we're doing this in this case.
I'm actually in the theater.
Councillor McMahon has to leave for a family medical appointment. Please go ahead, Councillor McMahon.
Okay, and we're just, TE 17.84 is the Kingston Road parking, and we're deferring that till September.
Okay, all those in favor of the deferral, all those opposed, there, done. Next.
And TE 17.119 is a demolition, and we're going to approve that, and Mario left already.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries.
And TE 17.121, the Denver Planning Study. You got your letter, and I think that's okay with everyone, so we're going to approve.
All those in support, opposed, that carries.
Thank you.
That was 121. Okay, thank you very much. Continuing on, 17.56, application to remove a private tree, 71st Street. I have a speaker that is remaining, Ann Woodsworth. Hello, Ann. I think Ann deserves a round of applause.
She had a good time watching council today.
You know, I found it extremely educational, and my respect for all of you has gone up tremendously today. So.
Can we let the record note that Ann hosts an annual party called Dance or Die that you're now all invited to?
Absolutely.
And for the record, I've worked at not one, but two organizations that Ann helped found. Yeah.
Are we just going to one-up each other for...
Oh, I'm here. I'm trying to save the tree. Yeah.
Okay, order.
Okay, I really don't want to belabor it. Like, you know, the tree is important to me because it's right, very close to my property. It, you know, is a very important part of the backyard landscape, and it kind of buffers us between the laneway and the commercial activities that go on the street behind us. And, you know, if the city wants to increase its tree cover, we can't be cutting these things down, and for no good reason. You know, the fact that it sheds branches. So anyway, I don't think I probably need to say more I thought my neighbor might be here to say she should cut it down, but she's not, so.
Are there any questions? Any questions of staff? To speak, Councillor Mahevik.
We fight like dogs and cats on front yard parking, but on trees, we are stalwarts right around this circle. So I think, I am quite sure that you will enjoy our support.
Actually, my street is 100% parking lot free. And any poles on our street, we all oppose front yard parking, so.
And with that, Councillor Fletcher, please, if you would.
Thank you, because we have a moratorium in Ward 30 on front yard parking. And I would move the staff recommendation, which is to deny the removal of the tree.
All those in favor?
Name at the end.
Opposed? That carries. Thank you very much, Ann.
And keep up the good work.
Thank you.
TE 17.57, application to remove a private tree, 312C Wellesley Avenue, Ward 28. I have two speakers. Kate Laidlaw. Kate. Laidlaw. No. John Wellsman. John Wellsman. Anyone? Are there any other members of the public to speak? No. Councillor Fletcher will likely have a motion for this on behalf of Councillor.
Yeah. Which one?
5-7.
Yes, I do. It's up there.
Defer.
We're on the deferral for one cycle. All those in favor, all those opposed, that carries. And now we move on to the items we all held. TE, I just got to get a list here. TE 59, the proposed official naming of Block 31 Community Center to Canoe Landing Community Center, Ward 20, Councillor Cressy.
I have a motion from staff that they're requesting that Canoe Landing Community Recreation Center. And that's all right.
What number is it?
59, that's all right.
It's okay.
This is our new community center.
I know for a second I zoned out. I didn't know it.
All those in favor? Opposed? Well, that took that long to add that word, eh? All those opposed, that carries. Item 61, Sorry, 61, I thought we hadn't done yet. It's gone from the website. 62. I have a motion on 62, as does Councillor Perks, that Toronto and East York Community Council establish an exhibition place official plan amendment subcommittee composed of councillors from wards 14, 19, and 32, with a mandate to A, provide recommendations to East York Community Council, B, to undertake public consultation with residents, businesses, exhibition place staff, and tenants regarding the official plan amendment application for exhibition place, and C, consider reports and updates from various divisions exhibition place that are relevant to exhibition place. 2, the Exhibition Place Official Plan Amendment Subcommittee mandate extend until the completion of the City Council's consideration of Exhibition Place Official Plan Amendment. 3, the City Clerk will support the Exhibition Place Official Plan Amendment Subcommittee with advice from other city staff as appropriate. 4, Toronto and East York Community Council requests the Director, Community Planning in consultation with General Manager, Transportation, Exhibition Place will submit a report to Ex Place Official Plan Amendment Subcommittee on all studies, reports, and plans relevant to Exhibition Place. 5, Toronto and East York Community Council requests the City Manager, Deputy City Manager, Cluster A, and Director of Community Planning provide an update on the coordinated approach being taken with the province. This is to undertake a more in-depth review of the proposed amendment that came from Exhibition Place. It's not to slow it down, it's not to stop it, it's to do a comprehensive review of it, including, we've included both the local councillors as well as Councillor McMahon, because I think that there's some unique insight in her experiences from sole sourcing on city lands that would be useful for this discussion. I look forward to extending or to meeting with all the individuals that we've listed there and moving this forward. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I have a motion also. First, I just want to acknowledge Councillor Layton's genius. Having done that, I'm just moving that we change the notification area here. Because it's Exhibition Place, as you might guess, there aren't a lot of residences within 120 meters, but there sure are a lot of people just outside the 120 meters who are enormously impacted by how we use those lands. So this just gives us the ability to include more people.
Thank you very much, Councillor Perks. Are there any questions? Any other councillors to speak? All those in favor? All those in favor of the amendments and the motion and the motion? There's been a request for a recall altogether as a package. Councillor Cressy beat you to it. Councillor Matlow, Councillor Perks, Councillor Fragedakis, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Layton, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Davis. All those opposed? Councillor Mihevc. Interesting. Okay. I think we should direct all complaint calls to Councillor Mihevc's office. Perhaps mobile phone. Yeah. That motion carries despite the absence of Councillor Mihevc's vote. Adopt the item as amended. All those in favor, opposed, that carried. TE 17.66, Assumption of Services, Don Mount Court Subdivision. We need Councillor Fletcher back in the room. Someone run across there real quick. Thank you. TE 17.70, Construction Staging Area 135 Yorkville, Ward 27, Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move an amendment, which will be put on the screen.
Sorry, no, 70.
Great, thank you. You've seen this amendment before. It's keeping all the bike lanes open if you can, make sure that the site is swept clean, make sure that there's concave mirrors, and make sure there's appropriate signage, and the list goes on. There's no surprises here.
All those in favor of the amendment and the motion as a package, all those opposed, that carries. Councillor Fletcher on TE 17.66, Assumption of Services, Don Mount Court Subdivision. That's beautiful. Those are music to my ears. All those in favor of the amendment and the item, all those opposed, that carries. TE 17.75, road alteration Bayview Avenue and Rosedale Valley Road, wards 27 and 28. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much. I would move to adopt the staff recommendations, and I apologize to staff for holding them this long. I didn't realize it was going to be such a long wait until we came back to this item.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.82, parking amendments, Rathnally Avenue, Ward 22. Councillor Matlow.
I am sorry, I admit that I was distracted. Would you repeat that?
Parking
It was
amendments
Rathnally,
on
yes.
Rathnally.
Okay, so I move, I move the amendment.
The amendment and the motion as a package. All,
yes.
all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.85, traffic and parking amendments, Richmond Street and Adelaide Street, Ward 20. Councillor Cressy.
Yeah, I can release on a move staff recommendations.
All those in favor of the staff recommendations? All those opposed? That carries. 85. TE 17.90, traffic control signal DuPont and Palmerston Street. Councillor Cressy.
I have a motion, if it can be put on the screen, to approve the installation of the traffic control signal. And there should be two pieces, that's right. And with deep and great thanks to staff for helping to make all this work.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.110, endorsement of events for liquor licensing purposes. I think did Councillor Fletcher get that last letter in?
Yep,
Perfect.
it's in. We got it.
Then the party clause, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.111, 29 Oriole Gardens Heritage Evaluation, Ward 22. Councillor Matlow.
We're not proposing a school here, so I'm moving this letter.
All those in favor of the recommendations in the letter? All those opposed? That carries. TE 17.113, request to review feasibility of converting Charles Street West to two-way, Ward 27. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, move the recommendations in the letter.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.114, authorization to approve Elm Street Summer Parquet Program, Ward 27. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you. Move the recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.115, refusal of an application for a boulevard parking permit located on the commercial frontage of 503 College Street, Ward 19. I've just got to make sure that the correct instructions are in there. I'm assuming that if I wrote them in a letter, that they would in fact be correct. I don't, my apologies. It should be that we, it should have been to approve. Would you have the, I should have known. Thank you very much. And this is to approve the proposed Boulevard Cafe permit at 503 College Street. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.116, refusal of a Boulevard Cafe permit located at, we need Councillor Fletcher again for that one. If we could, can someone poke next door to pull Councillor Fletcher? Oh, we've got it. We're on it. And we'll just continue on. TE 117, reopening of item TE 15.39, parking amendments, Perth Avenue, Ward 18. I'm assuming she's got, Councillor Bailao has some instructions for us, what to do when we reopen it. Is it in the letter?
Yeah.
Let's approve the recommendations in the letter. How about that for our colleague? Yeah? So we reopen item and we pass the recommendations in the letter. I'll take carriage of them. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 17.118, planning review of musical venues on College Street between Shaw and Crawford. I don't know if anyone's taken, I'll spend 2 seconds while we wait for Councillor Fletcher. I don't know if anyone's taken the opportunity to read this. This is Revival, the Mod Club, and El Cavento Ricos, all of which, none of which, let's say, have the best fitting permit for what they've been doing for decades on the site. So I'm asking planning, on the advice of planning staff, we're going to do a bit of an investigation as to how we address live music venues that might not conform entirely to to the area. So I'll approve the recommendations in the letter. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. And finally, we actually have one more after this. TE 17116, refusal of a Boulevard Cafe permit located on the commercial frontage of 1044 Gerard Street East and on Galt Avenue frontage. Councillor Fletcher.
I'm moving the following motion.
All those in favor of the following motion, all those opposed, that carries. TE 17.120, parking amendment, Mill Street west of Cherry, Ward 28. Councillor Fletcher. On the motion, all those in favor, there's another page here. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 122, amendments of parking, Hayden Street east of Yonge Street, Ward 27, Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move the recommendation in the letter.
All those in support? All those opposed, that carries. TE 17.123, report on safe crossing at Mount Pleasant and Roxborough Road, Ward 27.
Again, I'd like to move the recommendations contained in the letter.
All those in favor, all those opposed, that carries. T 17.124, parking amendments, Front Street East between Trinity and Cherry, Ward 28. The recommendations come from the councillor. I'll table the recommendations in the letter. Yeah, 24. Councillor Fletcher will. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. 124. TE 17.125, Peter Street traffic and parking amendments, Ward 20. Councillor Cressy.
Move the recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 17.126, naming East York Civic Centre Square, Ward 29. Councillor Fragedakis.
So I'm going to move the recommendations in the letter and say that we have a long tradition in East York of naming things after former mayors, and that I just want a consultation to see if that's possible.
I'd like to speak to the matter.
Okay, Councillor Davis.
I gladly speak in favor of it. I would have been honored to second it and would have been appreciative of an opportunity to bring forward other supporters in order to establish community support for this. So it's unfortunate it rolled out this way, but I will be voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Matlow to speak.
I'm not going to get into detail. I'd just like to be recorded, unlike Councillor Davis, I'd like to be recorded against it. So.
And we'll take that as a call for a recorded vote.
Thank you.
Are there any other councillors to speak? All those in favor? Councillor Davis, Councillor Mahavik, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Layton, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Fragedakis, Councillor Perks. All those opposed? Councillor Matlow. And do we have bills prepared? We are updated. Look at that.
General bills.
General bills, let's give them to Councillor Wong-Tam, and then perhaps Councillor Cressy will take the confirming grill.
Could you read it?
Yes, I can. That the Toronto and East York Community Council pass and declare as bylaws bills 619 to 637, 640, 64645, and 647 to 666, prepared for the June 14, 2016 meeting 17 of Community Council.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And Councillor Cressy for the confirming bill.
All right, and I'm going to do an auction right now, so I'm going to practice. That the Toronto and East York Community Council pass and declare as a bylaw confirmatory bill to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Toronto and East York Community Council acting under delegated authority, meeting 17 on June 14, 2016.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries, and we're adjourned.